Otaku on Writing!
Hello and welcome to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
We are three authors who are looking to learn how to tell better stories using classic manga as an example. I don't know about you, but I've been watching anime since I was about 12 years old. When did you guys start?
Yeah, it must have been similar age for me. Was it Channel 4 that started it all off really by showing Akira late one night and then a series of other.
Same age here, about 12, my early teens.
What interests me about this is, we're three British guys. I think we've all got this kind of cultural link to these late night cartoons that were on Channel 4, and we started doing kind of collaborative stuff as authors, working together, and realised just how much this kind of stuff's inspired what we do. It just seems natural, doesn't it, to kind of delve into this a bit deeper and, see if we can get some stories from it.
Well, yeah, and watch plenty of quality anime while we're at it.
Yeah, I think that bit was, it was funny because it all started off as a joke, and then things started rolling. And once we started talking about anime and manga, I can't even remember why we started talking about it, but it was like someone mentioned it, and then we were all like, yeah, I love manga and I love anime, and it kind of just really made me realize how good it was and how we were definitely onto something that was hopefully had a lot of potential.
What's the kind of first program you remember then, kind of manga film or, a kind of series or whatever? For me, it was, I watched the kind of stuff that was on Channel 4, but I think the one that really grabbed me was, the Guyver. I don't know if you ever saw that where you got it on the videotapes every month.
Yeah, I remember spending my allowance on that every month. £5, I think.
£5 videos, and they were half over.
I think we must have been deprived in Northern Ireland because they didn't quite get this far. I think the first one I remember seeing was a Wind Called Amnesia, which I really loved the story behind that, and I think it was just completely hooked then on. But TV shows and episodals probably came a little later.
Yeah, all of the Studio Ghibli stuff's fantastic, so that's not a bad place to start, is it?
I don't know. The stuff that was on for children, for cartoons, when we were growing up, I think the nearest thing that you'd get to anything that involved kind of adult things was something like the Turtles or something like that. So, kind of seeing this stuff like the Guyver where it's dealing with, the guy was, I think, pretty much would have been our age when we watched it, like 13 or whatever. He's just some kid who, it's about puberty, isn't it, really? But it's this kid going through this amazing change and just kind of relating to that character. And I think it was also, for me and a few of my friends, it was a bit of an alternative thing. We like the grunge music and all that kind of stuff.
Well, and it's they're not afraid to swear, to be adult at all. Like it was such a sort of huge change from the usual cartoons, your Dungeons and Dragons and Turtles and He-Man. And, it's not manga, but I remember watching Ralph Bakshi's Wizards. First cartoon I saw where someone swore, and I was just like, I think my jaw must have hit the floor. One of the things that I really love about anime is that they don't hide away from fantasy and science fiction. Like they're not afraid to do anything. They really sort of put it out there. Whereas your regular TV shows or movies, they kind of take a softer approach, and sci-fi and fantasy doesn't get the recognition that I think it should anyway.
I think before we kind of get some, American fans jumping down our necks, I think you'll find that we'll use the words anime and manga kind of as the same thing, really, because in the UK, a lot of the stuff was distributed under the manga kind of video label. So when we refer to manga, we're not necessarily referring to the comics. There is, a whole kind of culture that was built around anime that was called manga in this country. So if we slip into that, then that'll be why.
The same company that distributed had the magazine Manga Mania.
Yeah.
Just to confuse things was, excerpts from the manga comic books, but also publicizing their shows and movies. And so, yeah, definitely in England, the whole manga anime thing got blurred at that point.
With what we want to do with this podcast, I think we're going to look at these films. I think we're going to take turns choosing one. Hopefully, this will lead to us kind of coming up with ideas for stories and eventually publishing something based on those stories. So, we might do something that's inspired by Guyver or something like that if we get around to watching it.
Yeah, there's a lot of source material there and a lot of potential, and it's obviously had a huge impact on all of us growing up. So why not take advantage of that and draw on that? And it would be really good just deconstructing and dissecting the various movies and the various animes and just seeing what we can learn from them. Now that we're maybe a bit older, there are probably a lot of classics that I haven't seen in a very long time, so it'll be interesting to watch them again as an adult, see how that could maybe even further influence my storytelling. And I just look forward to seeing what I can use in our own material and maybe try and, obviously, we don't want to be plagiarizing or copying anything, but just seeing what kind of tips and lessons we can learn and apply in our own work.
Yeah, inspiration. That's all it is.
That's the word I was looking for.
Still like an artist. That's what they say, isn't it? Still like an artist. Lynn has picked our first thing that we are going to watch. He's not told us what it is yet. Lynn, what have you chosen for our very first review?
Well, it seems like such an obvious choice, really. It's certainly the manga or anime that got things started for me, Akira.
Yes! I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
That is a movie that, pivotal back in the day.
Yeah. And I think, even if you're not into anime, chances are you've heard of Akira.
Yeah, I think it's the first one a lot of people definitely think of, isn't it?
I mean, it's got to be, nearly 30 years old now, that film, and I don't know. I remember it just seeming really just ahead of its time, so I'm wondering whether it's, hasn't aged very well, like if you watch The Phantom Menace or something now. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but that film looks so dated, so I'm just a bit scared because it's got such a special place in my heart with nostalgia, and let's hope you've not destroyed my teenage years.
No, we'll see. I mean, it was released in 1988, so almost 30 years old.
That's crazy.
And ironically, I think it takes place in 2019, so hopefully it should be bang on for current trends.
So kind of near future, it'll be exactly the same, pretty much.
Yeah.
I remember recently watching Biker Mike from Mars. Do you remember that one? And I thought to myself, this was awesome when I was a kid. And I watched it again and I was like, this is terrible. I can't believe I used to watch this show.
This is about futuristic biker gangs, if I remember rightly. So,
there's a
like Biker Mike from
crossover.
Mars. Oh, God. I mean, whatever. We'll learn something about storytelling anyway, hopefully. When did you last watch it? Because I think... I'm trying to think back when I last watched it. I think it was about 2000. So I don't think I've watched it in about 17 years, and I think I was a bit drunk at the time. So it's been a while.
It was 6 years ago for me.
Right.
I could be really specific. It was actually the 218th film I'd watched that year.
Wow. That's very specific.
I'm glad you remember that.
That was the year that I decided to watch 365 films in a year.
Wow.
So you can't remember what you had for breakfast that morning? That was my next question.
No, not at all. No. Definitely. Akira was on the 26th of August, 2011.
I was definitely in my teens, so it would have been before 2000. So I can't even remember when I last watched it, and I do remember being impressed by it when I did watch it. I'm having trouble placing a lot of the story, so it'd be interesting to do that one again, yeah.
Cool. Well, let's come back next week after watching it and see where we're at. So until next time, cheerio.
Arigato! Thank you for listening to Otaku on Writing! Otaku on Writing!
Hello and welcome to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
We are going to review Akira today. I'm just going to go straight out and say I'm really glad you picked this, Lynn. This film was awesome.
Yeah, it certainly lives up to the memories, that's for sure. even the animation, like it holds up. Like it's so detailed, it's incredible.
Yeah, it definitely didn't disappoint. I was surprised at how good it was, actually. Like you say, the animation, the visuals, and I was super impressed by the audio as well. It was almost very simple, but just really well done.
Yeah, the music was great. I don't know, have you ever watched Octonauts? You've got kids, haven't you? There's these little things in it called the Vegemals, which are these little creatures, and they kind of go like like all the time. And there was a bit where Tetsuo was having his bit of crazy dream where that, and it just reminded me of the Vegemals. I was just like, what the hell's going on?
Maybe the creators of that show were watching Akira at the time.
Oh, no, it would be great for 3 to 5 year olds to enjoy. Here we go.
Yeah, well, it's got like a great mix of like the Eastern sounds and.
Yeah, there was a lot of crazy percussion, really strange, random percussive music, and even though it was just like maybe 1 or 2 instruments, it just really added to the atmosphere, the feel of the film. Yeah,
and I think that's kind of a shame. I'm primarily doing writing in words on a page, and when you hear the music and the sounds and just the way it kind of built up throughout, you started off with that almost like wooden instruments, and then going into the kind of crazy, I don't know, throat sounds and just a lot of cool stuff that you can't do, unfortunately, with what we're doing. So
no, it's a lot trickier. I mean, that's where I think you've got to play with pacing and onomatopoeia and just sort of there's a lot of things you can do to build on the atmosphere in the writing. Obviously, it's not as easy as just dropping a soundtrack over. And
I think you can also draw a lot from the principles behind the sound, and I'm kind of big into the sound when it comes to films, because when we did film at college, one of the things that was drilled into us was don't forget the sound, because for some reason it's one of those things that is overlooked, but it's just as important, and in some cases even more important than the visuals. And I said before, a lot of the sound design outside of the music, it was quite simple and straightforward, and I think there's a lot to be said there in keeping things simple. Like they say, sometimes less is more. I think that really came across.
And I think that came across as well in the storytelling in general. Just there was a lot of stuff that was implied throughout, or kind of referred to but not referred to, that kind of gave a sense of an even bigger world and a bigger story going on that you didn't kind of get a glimpse into. And I think that's something that, as writers we can use. You see it a lot in fantasy where there'll be like an offhand comment or kind of referring to something that's not in the story but is kind of really useful and just, kind of giving more to the world.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of an info dump. It's, you're just seeding these little ideas and notions throughout your story. Like, I mean, even like when you watch the opening, like the opening 5 minutes, like just blows my mind, because you've got the biker gangs fighting, you've got a riot breaking out, and there's riot cops. You've got the little blue child with the telekinetic powers, and going on in such a small space of time.
And it was just a thing as well of all these kind of different conflicts that were put there straight away. We saw, it wasn't just about, right, Akira's coming. It was, right, we've got this conflict here, which is on the level, the biker gangs. We've got this conflict here, it's the government. We've got this conflict here where we've got the kids from Stranger Things. We've got all this different kind of layers and different factions, or whatever you want to call them, that are all kind of have a stake in what's happening with Akira. I thought that was really clever. Like, I didn't spot that as a kid. When I first watched it, it was just a cool action film to me. Yeah. And now watching it again, I've just seen all these kind of layers of politics and culture and, kind of all these different things going on that really gave it a lot of depth that I didn't realise was there.
Yeah, like one of the things that I think really sort of jumped at me was it starts with some sort of explosion that destroys Tokyo. That's a fairly significant thing in Japanese culture with the bombing of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. So that's a very real thing for them. And then the authors had this huge event. We don't know why it's happened, and really it's like a big twist on, it wasn't a bomb, it wasn't something real. It was all started by Akira.
Yeah, it was like foreshadowing at its best, really, wasn't it? It's really set the scene. And what I really liked about that opening scene was, I think you had a couple of seconds of this huge explosion. Then I think it suddenly jumps. Is it 30 years into the future or something like that? Where
31 years. Yeah.
31 years, yeah, and then you start getting, like you say, all the conflict and the different factions and things. But as the film kind of goes on, like you say, it kind of fills in those 31 years without all that info dump, and I thought that was very clever.
Yeah, you've got the the enormous skyscrapers and the capitalists and the commercialism. It's all this sort of glorious, beautiful city, and then at the bottom you've got the biker gangs who are constantly fighting for turf, and then you've got it hints at massive unemployment and due to tax reforms. So it's kind of like the economic boom from recovering from the disaster is now running out, and the city's about to eat itself.
Yeah, like there was the thing with the I don't know whether it was done on purpose as this is a sign that the economy's in a really bad shape, but there was the stuff that was set around the kind of half-built Olympic arena that I thought was quite cool. I don't know whether that was like, right, we've got this potential thing coming, or whether it's something that was abandoned, but I thought that was quite a cool image. That's
a good point, because I can't actually remember the image, but I do remember one of the council members saying, we have the Olympics next year, when they were all kind of at each other's throats in one scene. So yeah, obviously this place it was nowhere near being finished or whatever, but they still had this event coming up soon. Yeah,
they were building that sort of herald the end of the rebirth of Neo Tokyo. So that was like obviously a big thing for them and a big show. But yeah, like you say, with the economic disaster, you had like the unemployment, you had Tetsuo and Kaneda, who were abandoned by their families because they couldn't afford to keep them anymore, and left in the shelters. Again reflects back to times after the war when a lot of families were torn apart like that.
What I noticed with this is because of like becoming aware of things like story structure and things like that, I saw this as being almost like a 4-part story, and I kept looking at the clock when this was happening. Every half hour in the film, because it was a 2-hour, 5-minute film, wasn't it? Like every half hour we saw basically a revelation about the extent of Tetsuo's powers. And it was like, it just kept happening. It's like after half hour, you get this little glimpse of what he's capable of. And then the halfway point, he's having all these crazy dreams. And then by the end of the third act, he's just completely powerful and just got these crazy abilities. And obviously the last act, you've got the whatever took over the city.
It's funny you should say that, because I kind of did it almost as a mistake. But whenever I was watching I didn't have it a full screen. So I saw the timeline going by, or the little bar. And when it got to a quarter way there, I kind of thought, oh, there's a plot point, and then halfway there was a plot point, and then 3/4 there was another plot point. So yeah, it's funny the way that happened.
This is actually a really Western story structure. This isn't like a Japanese story structure, and I think maybe that is why it works to a Western audience. Is this film does kind of almost follow that 3-act, 4-act structure thing that you get in a lot of Hollywood movies. But it's also got the thing which I love in, I suppose, Japanese films. A lot of Japanese films, especially sci-fi ones, have the kind of sci-fi snowball at the end where just everything goes mental, and it's awesome. So I don't know whether we can do some kind of story where everything goes mental at the end and it's like kind of unexpected. So yeah, that Akira blob thing, whatever it is just insane.
Yeah, because you kind of think, well, there's no coming back from this. Yeah, that would definitely be fun to try and pull off in a story.
And make it work, because I think it's the medium, isn't it? It's like that image of, I think it's Canada when he's getting kind of squashed against this thing, and it's horrible. It's like really claustrophobic. And
yeah, I was actually trying to work out, did Tatsuo's girlfriend die when she was crushed, or did she? Oh, she did. I wasn't sure if she got pulled out with the rest of them.
So again, she was part of like another faction, wasn't she? She was like part of a weird rebellion plot that was going on, and they seem to be involved with those kind of, like those blue kids. Are they like kind of Benjamin Button style kids, where they're like old young people, or
like there was a flashback to pre World War III with Akira, and it was Akira and the kids, and they were all like normal looking, and then obviously Akira destroyed Tokyo and started World War III. So I don't know whether them looking like that is just a process of the aging.
I remember towards the end when Tatsuo was freaking out, he said something about, you want to give me the drugs to keep my powers in, and then I turn out to be like you. ugly kids, or I don't know, something along those lines. So maybe it had something to do with the drugs they were trying to use to control the powers of the kids, or I don't know.
So those kids are almost like eternal, aren't they? They don't age, or they've aged and not aged. I don't know. It's like that's something that's not explained, but it's really effective. I don't know. It's
it definitely makes them creepier. Yeah.
We have Halloween costumes for our kids next year.
Yeah. Only on the condition that we watch them with our children. That's the that's the thing. In terms of characters, then, I mean, I don't know. Is there any like really unique characters in this that kind of struck your interest? Because I mean, it might be just that they've been kind of copied so many times because of, you know, being such an important film or whatever. But the characters, you know, you've got the cocky guy who's always after the girls, who's kind of the hero, but he's a bit of a dick. And you've got the guy who's pushed too far, who's the kid who ends up being all powerful. And, you know, you've got the kind of strong female. I don't know whether these characters are just kind of stock characters or whether they were so good back in the day that they've been copied. Yeah,
because he also had the kind of the crazy, power-hungry scientist or whatever. And then I guess his motivation was more actually the experiment and the knowledge and whatever. And then the overbearing, powerful military commander. So I guess they are tropes, and like you say, maybe a lot of the tropes that we see have actually come from that because it was so popular. But I think either way, they got a really good balance with all those characters, and it just made it, none of them were extreme, and I find that they were all really well balanced, and it was almost more believable, and it made you feel like you were watching a real story rather than an animation.
Yeah, like even like the general, he was a hard ass, but he was focused on the survival of Tokyo and whatever it took to make sure that everybody survives. And you know, he even had like a caring side for the creepy children, which ultimately saved him.
I did think it was good that they set up almost like a three-way conflict between the politicians, the scientists, and the military. I thought that was really, really well done, actually. I liked it how they were kind of almost talking at cross purposes all the time with what they were doing. You know, there's a lot of critique of power in general, and this kind of led to this craziness happening because no one was really actually putting their power out there, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I kind of left a bit of a gap, didn't it, for the religious fanatics to take over, and I think they were driving a lot of the rebellion and the riots.
Because the resistance were being fed information by that one guy on the council, the one that took all the pills and committed suicide at the end. So it's kind of like almost everyone else had lost faith in the Tokyo system, that they were, you know, willing to bring back Akira to start again.
Yeah, they were looking for faith elsewhere, maybe the wrong place.
I was intrigued actually as well by the use of the idea of memes, not as in the stupid pictures people do on the internet, but you know, like in terms of like genetic memory and long genetic memories. I thought that was interesting that they had this idea and then almost pulled it to, I don't know, like eternity of all of our genetic memories and meme memories are kind of held within this being. I thought that was really interesting.
So do you mean a bit where, like, kind of towards the end we find out that what they were really looking for were kind of the answers to the universe, and this was inside the genetic material? I think it was one of the stronger scenes, I think, was the girl that Canada was interested in. She was kind of walking up and down when they were stuck in the cell after being captured by the military, and she was kind of talking about all of this, wasn't she?
Yeah.
That was the creepy girl talking through her, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah.
So then they wanted to use her to fight Tetsuo, which seemed an odd match, but
yeah, I don't know if it's strayed a wee bit there, because I know there was a bit of foreshadowing where they said, "Oh, we can use the girl," and you saw the creepy kids talking to each other about it, but it was like she disappeared and then all of a sudden she appeared with all these powers and she was able to take on Tetsuo. It just felt like there was a little bit left out.
Like in the books, it's a little clearer because
right, okay.
She doesn't actually get any powers. It's just they're channeling their powers through her, so they're able to.
Oh, okay.
Because they've all got fairly specific skills, and they were just trying to, I guess, channel that through one being that they could use to fight him.
I guess that's the problem when you're trying to create a movie from something like a manga comic, or create a movie from a book. There's always more source material than you can actually fit into the movie.
Yeah, I think there must be about 3,000 pages of manga.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Wow.
One thing that also I found really interesting about this was the fact that they made a sympathetic villain. Well, not Akira, but actually Tetsuo. I thought, he was the kind of a tool of the real bad guy, and you kind of felt sorry for Tetsuo all the way through because he was just being used and just this kind of puppet character, really.
I don't know if I'm just being really hard-hearted and harsh here, but he really annoyed me most of the way through. And it was only at the end when he started losing control of his powers that that I felt sorry for him.
One thing that kind of annoyed me with him was how he turned on Canada so quickly. They tried to foreshadow it at the beginning with him sitting on his bike, but there wasn't any real tension between them until he came back from the hospital or the government lab or whatever. And then he steals Canada's bike, and he's like, "Oh, you're always, telling me what to do." And it kind of manifested a little too quickly.
I think that did feel forced because there was a bit near the end where they did have the kind of heart-to-heart, but we hadn't kind of seen that before. We hadn't seen that kind of closeness, when they were talking about being in the children's home together and being friends. And I did feel sorry for Tetsuo because he was just a troubled kid who ended up getting overtaken by some magic monster-y thing. So
you're just a nicer person than I am.
By the way, it's your own fault if you're going to get sucked into evil,
If we go back to the talking about the sound thing, one thing that stuck with me was when Tetsuo flew into space to destroy the satellite, it was completely silent.
That was really effective.
It was a bit like Battlestar Galactica, the TV series, didn't they? When there were battles between the ships, wasn't it like that? It was just completely silent.
J.J. Abrams was one of the sort of first guys, Hollywood-wise, to start using space like that. In Serenity or Firefly, all the space battles, you go outside the ship, it's silent. There's, you're in the void, there's no noise. Yeah. And they give it a real edge.
Yeah. I think even there were times, even in other parts of the movie, where there was silence. Maybe there was an awful lot going on. I think whenever the little blue guy was, I can't remember, was he blue? Were the kids blue? I think they were blue. I'm colorblind, so
I'm colorblind as well. I thought they were grey.
Okay, the grey.
They were bluey grey, but there was definitely a couple of frames where they were a little bit more pinky. So I'm not sure that was just an accident.
Okay, well, it was actually a nighttime scene. It was when we first saw. I think it was number 20. Was he 25 or anyway? I don't know. One of the resistance guys had kidnapped him, and he was running through the streets. And then once they killed the resistance guy and the bikers in Canada and stuff were all there, they recognized the little creepy guy, whatever you want to call him. And there was this silence, and it just kind of really added to the tension because you didn't really know what was going to happen. And then all the lights came down from the choppers, and then all of a sudden the sound came back on again. And I noticed that happened a few times. And I think that it kind of really shows that less really can be more, and you can really use that in your storytelling as well.
The theme definitely seems to be less is more. It's a conservative approach to releasing the information, to just letting the atmosphere build on its own before letting it all go crazy.
Yeah. So that's maybe something we would talk about a bit more in the whatever we're going to talk about next. Is it the next episode?
Yeah. I suppose the question is how can we do the less is more kind of minimalist approach? We can't do as writers, it was really silent, or it was dead quiet and there was bombs going off around me, but I couldn't hear anything because it was dead quiet. That'd be really dumb.
It is really hard to do. I read something recently where it was really well done, but when people try to describe things, sometimes writers tend to overdo it a bit, where they say, a silly example that I'm just picking out of the air is he scratched the itch on his arm. When you could just say he scratched his arm because we know by the fact that he's scratching it that there was an itch. I think small things like that can make a big difference.
Yeah, he scratched his arm itchfully. Something like that. I don't know. Herschel K. Stroganoff type of line, isn't it? So. Look at Ernest Hemingway, I suppose, is a person who comes to mind, his short stories. I suppose he gets that kind of feel for places and people with a real economy of words. So I suppose maybe it's just about doing that, but also trying to pick out, if you actually look at the landscapes that were going on in Akira, it was basically lots of buildings with kind of cool neon colours. I think you can get a lot of information from small amounts of detail. I think that's what we can kind of get from that.
Yeah, without saying, boom, all this happened. It's just like putting it in the background and just seeding little nuggets of information, like in their conversation or in the way they move.
Yeah, I think I actually really enjoyed some of the cutaway shots. You know, there was a bit of action, and then they punctuated that with maybe a few cutaways of parallaxing buildings or a cityscape. And I think at one point they looked at a fountain, and I think quite early on it maybe showed 3 or 4 different shots, one after the other, and then it moved back to characters again. And I thought it was a nice way of breaking it up. So I guess maybe when you're writing, you could maybe apply that whenever, pacing, I guess, breaking up the action a bit and being conservative or economical when it comes to descriptions and cutaways.
I think what struck me as well, because this is, it's a dystopian sci-fi, and it's nearly 30 years old, and I didn't see any tech that felt dated, which is really good going. I mean, what was it that felt dated? I mean, yeah, the motorbikes looked a bit 80s, but I mean, apart from that.
Yeah, it's not like Blade Runner where they're using payphones.
Yeah, or like you read a lot of kind of Isaac Asimov or Arthur C. Clarke stuff, and they talk about things like electric slide rules and electric newspapers and microfishes and stuff in the far future. And
yeah, the only bit I thought was funny along those lines was when the doctor was reading, the computer was pumping all of this paper out, like this old dot matrix paper, and I was kind of thinking, these guys are in a dystopian wasteland kind of island with no trees on it. It's just all city. Where's all this paper coming from? Why didn't they have it on the screen? But apart from that, yeah, everything else was pretty timeless.
They had dot matrices and kind of 3D kind of holographic readouts as well. So
yeah. I think that was one of the few times they actually used CGI or some form of computer graphics in the movie. Was when they showed what was they called, the Akira pattern.
Yeah, I mentioned the kind of Stranger Things earlier. Did you guys both watch the recent series of that?
Yeah, definitely.
So, I mean, is like the amount of parallels that I saw in that film to Stranger Things. I mean, obviously Stranger Things has a lot of references and stuff, but some of it was, striking.
I suppose they're both kind of based around the same culture in the 80s and that, aren't they? And tugging on the nostalgic heartstrings or whatever. That's definitely, yeah. I could see the parallels when I was watching it. There were a few things. I suppose the music as well, because I think Stranger Things, one of the things that stand out to a lot of people is the music, and I suppose that kind of that resonated a bit.
I think that's going to wrap it up for today. I think we've covered some really interesting stuff. We'll be back next week when we've had a bit of time to ruminate on this and discuss whether we can come up with a story or some kind of fiction based on Akira, inspired by it. So we will see you next week.
Arigato! Thank you for listening to Otaku on Writing!
Otaku on Writing.
Hello and welcome to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
Last week we watched Akira and we broke it down as writers. Today we're going to try and see if we can come up with anything. I don't know whether this will work. We're essentially going to brainstorm some of the stuff that came out in the movie and see whether it can lead to anything in the future. So, give me some ideas.
I guess the first thing is, if we do come up with something, what kind of format are we looking at? Maybe short stories or short fiction?
I think to start with, I think that, just to see if we can come up with maybe a short story that shares the same kind of basis or, the same prompt. And then we'll come back maybe next week and just talk about what we've come up with. Yeah. I think that could be really cool.
So I guess then the first place to start would be the setting, really. So it would need to be some sort of dystopian city or landscape.
Yeah, one of the things that I really enjoyed was, you've taken, there's been some disaster, some apocalypse, there's been a period of growth, and now it's kind of imagining how are things now. It's not, there's the explosion, surviving the explosion, or rebuilding. It's we've rebuilt. Like how are things different? Like there's a lot of room for you to really play with how might it have gone.
So almost like a positive take on post-apocalyptic stuff where, okay, the apocalypse has happened, stuff has gone bad, but you know what, things are getting rebuilt and it's not quite where we thought it would be, but there's still advancement and there's still people innovating and there's still kind of a city life and things like that, not the kind of wasteland stuff that you're used to in post-apocalyptic fiction.
Yeah, and you had the new city that was rebuilt, but you also had parts of the old city that were still uninhabited or whatever, because I remember chase scene on the bikes at one point, and they ended up going into the old city, and there was a sign that said something about, unstable city, and that's where all the was it the clown bikers or one of the gangs were hanging out. So you can maybe have something like that. You have this new world or society building up in this city in the center, but on the outskirts there's still this old kind of dark world with maybe some sort of evil. Or
so it's almost like, I don't know, it's a bit more of a kind of, I mean, it's almost like New York, isn't it? You've got this kind of old city underneath a new city, and you have kind of one street where people are literally earning millions of dollars, and then the next street you've got lots of homeless people and people living in deprivation. And I suppose it's that kind of those extremes of wealth, isn't it? The idea of a old city is quite cool. I like that as a setting. I think that's quite a cool kind of thing.
Someone from the new world venturing into the remains of the old and finding that maybe there are people still there, still forgotten, and just trying to eke out their existence.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned New York, because anime being based in Japan, we often have a lot of Neo Tokyo and things like that. So it would actually be interesting to maybe have a story set somewhere in the Western world, and New York would be fun to play around with.
But having it almost like a you've got the 1890s kind of Lower East Side alongside, I don't know, you could almost do like a parallel kind of time thing with that, couldn't you? Like where you've literally got some old parts of the city with historical parts of the city kind of going on as well. I mean, you could really play around with that idea.
It's a bit like that Sci-Fi Masterworks, I can't remember what it's called, but they have the city on these tracks, and there's a bit of a sort of time delay or something like that. So everyone inside the city live in their own time, and then the world has sort of gone on for hundreds of years outside the city, and they've forgotten the war that created the city, and everyone inside the city still think there's a war going on the outside. That it was it's one of the Sci-Fi Masterworks. But
that's cool.
You could have something like that, couldn't you?
You always kind of see history around a city, don't you? Like all the time, and they've always got like London. I don't know if you ever read Peter Ackroyd's House of Dr. D. That's all about the kind of hidden London. That's like this kind of historical city that's buried, and there's all these tunnels and weirdness going on. So yeah, I think that's a kind of fascinating idea. These kind of dead hidden cities.
That's one of the things I loved about the Turtles, was that they inhabited this subterranean network underneath New York that no one else really knew about, and that really appealed to me as a kid, in my sense of adventure, and that would be really exciting, I think, to deal with as a writer.
Have you ever read Neverwhere by Neil Gaiman?
I haven't, I'm afraid to say, no.
Because that is all about the other London. I think it's called like London Below, and it's like all set in the subway system in London, but a kind of fantasy portal version of it. It's really weird, and there's like personifications of all the different kind of tube stations and whatever. So yeah, well worth reading. It's very interesting.
It kind of fits into the whole urban fantasy area as well, in that you've got the regular world goes on, but at night, quite what they seem, there's different areas or different doorways that take you to different things that are going on. So it's this sort of real sort of secret society parallel existing to regular life.
It's almost like the Dresden Files or Harry Potter or something. There's the world everyone knows, and then there's this other world that's right under everyone's noses, but they don't see it.
There was a big awareness of Akira. It wasn't like Akira was a hidden thing that the military was successful. There were people worshipping it, there were people calling for it, there were people scared of it. You could argue that Akira is an urban fantasy because you've got this kind of cityscape, and then you've got the crazy psychic stuff going on and the big magical creature. I don't know, it seems to fit more into sci-fi. I don't know whether, maybe it's just because these genre distinctions are a bit kind of whatever anyway.
Yeah, there is a lot of blurring the lines these days, isn't there, in terms of subgenres, and is it fantasy? Is it superheroes? Is it sci-fi? I think is that maybe that's something that we could explore in the story. Is it magic or is it science? Religion versus science? I don't know. Is it faith? Is it logic? I guess that's maybe a theme we could try to work.
Because there's three of us, we could all pick one of those themes. We could all do the same kind of event from the perspective of a religious person, a scientist, and what was the other one?
I don't know, a military guy or something. I don't know.
A
soldier.
Someone who like a priest and a scientist and a soldier. I don't know. I think that could be really interesting to tell a story about a event, and maybe all the people involved in this have some interaction in some meaningful way with whatever this entity or whatever. There's obviously got to be some kind of crazy thing going on, or some kind of possession, or some kind of crazy bubblegum monster that seems to eat everything. But yeah, I think it'd be quite cool to do that, have the same kind of event, the same setting. It could be in this weird New York or weird London or weird, I don't know, Wolverhampton or wherever, where you've got this kind of like weird post-apocalyptic city that's been built upon, and there's a new city, and then you've got this kind of mysticism and militarism, and so I suppose that could be really interesting, actually. So, yeah. But then it might just be we end up rewriting Akira, but set in New York. So.
There's nothing wrong with that.
What would be quite cool as well is if all of the people's positions were valid and their ideas worked. So it wasn't like, oh, well, the military are right and the scientist and the religious guy are wrong. It's like, if everybody could be right in their own way and it all kind of fed into defeating this menace or whatever it is, I think could be a really kind of cool experiment.
Yeah, what I like about that is it kind of leaves it open to interpretation for the reader as well. You're not making a decision for them and saying, this one group was right and the others aren't right. So, wherever they're coming from or wherever their headspace is at, maybe it will be more attractive to them because they can make a decision as to which one they relate to, I guess.
Basically, you're going to have three unreliable narrators who all have their own confirmation bias. Yeah. So they're all coming at it going, right, there's a religious explanation for this and there's a religious solution, the scientific, there's a military. And you can do that with all three. And their actions seem to cause whatever this thing is. I mean, what is the thing? What are we dealing with here?
It would need to be something that instills fear.
I think the thing with Akira is it is like really rooted in the history. It's almost like, right, this thing's back. What do we do about it? It's kind of part of their culture and history, and you can kind of see the effects of that. So I suppose from the perspective of the religious person, and it's almost like, well, obviously, let's just have Jesus come back, but Jesus is like really evil. but his army of angels are like just really bad. I don't know. I mean, maybe we'll lose a lot of readers doing that.
You'll get a lot of hate mail.
Yeah.
So we'll be in hiding for the next episode, everyone. So.
Yeah, like I think it depends on your location, and then you look at maybe what's happened there before. So if you took London, you've got the fire, you've got the plague, there's various cultural devastations that have happened to different areas, and it's just trying to pick something that might have happened in the past and then putting a little bit of a spin on that. So like with Akira, you had the explosion, but it wasn't a nuclear bomb. It was a perfect child.
What I actually really like about I know we're sort of making fun of the whole, Jesus and angels thing, but it could be really interesting because, I mean, it doesn't have to be, it could be just any religious, it could be just an angel, it doesn't have to be Jesus. But what I like about that is because you have these three groups of people. You've got the military, the scientists, and religion. And often, military is all about, they do have a certain aspect of religion. And then you would have, obviously, religion. They worship God and Jesus or whoever it may be. And then you have the scientists who are sort of anti-religion, or atheists or anti-theists or whatever. It would be really funny, or not funny, but it would be fun if this religious being, whatever that may be, came back and actually sided with the scientists. And it turned out that the military guys and the religious people were both wrong, or maybe it left it open to interpretation.
Yeah, but they would be from the perspective of the scientists. This is a thing that I think could work, is you'd have all the three different Like, you wouldn't have the kind of straw man of religion versus science and, oh yeah, the religious being arrives and kind of sides with one of them. I think it'd work really well if everyone won and everyone thought they were right, so it didn't actually solve anything and almost fueled their conviction, their faith in whatever their faith is. I don't know, an angel could be quite cool, actually. I can't remember, there was like a magical realist story I read a few years ago. I cannot remember it now, but it's basically this angel arrived, and this angel was just like a really knackered old man that was in a garden that happened to have wings, and it was an angel, but it was just this really horrific, disturbing creature. I mean, obviously not do that, but like if an angel appeared, and it was, I mean, it doesn't have to be an angel, it can be what we've historically thought of as an angelic being that arrived on Earth and through its nature of power kind of destroyed a lot of stuff. It arrived in a city and destroyed buildings around it because it's got this field of power or energy or whatever. And then you've got the scientists who are like, well, this thing's obviously come from space, it's an alien, we need to figure out a scientific way to destroy it. You've got the religious people who are, wow, this is God, and this is a message, it's destroying buildings, it's obviously a message against our sin. You've got the military just like, right, we need to go and get this and kick this thing's ass. So,
or they want to weaponize it or something like that.
Oh yeah, even better. Yeah. yeah. So they want to turn it into like their own super weapon that they can use to take on whoever the bad guy is that week. So yeah, I like that. I don't know whether that'd be like, we'd just do a series of short stories, or we'd do like a little kind of novella thing where we kind of have the, it could be 3 parallel stories that kind of skip from perspective to perspective, and each write a little bit towards it. I think we could do something fun with that anyway.
Yeah, I think it'd be a good opportunity as well to practice the whole less is more thing. It's a huge thematic thing, isn't it, really? And to try and keep that into something as small as a novella or a couple of short stories would be very difficult, but it'd be a really good challenge.
Yeah, and then you don't have, we're not going to say what it is. Like, it's everyone makes their own decision and deals with it accordingly. We're letting the character make their assumptions, and therefore the reader make theirs.
I suppose you could really plot an entire story with what we've just spoken about, really, fill in a few gaps, and yeah, you've got your... It'll be interesting to see what we actually come up with.
Oh yeah, well, we'll be back next week, and hopefully we'll find that out. Yeah, so I suppose we should wrap it up there. We will see you next time.
Otaku on writing. Sayonara. Otaku on writing.
Welcome to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
We are here today because last week we brainstormed an idea for a short story. We based it on the movie Akira, and now we're coming back together to see what we've come up with. So how did you find the exercise?
Yeah, no, I thought it was really good. A lot of good ideas came out of the talk last week. I've kind of brought in some of the stuff that Killian said about the action scenes where they were sort of interspersed chaos and quiet. So I've tried to pull that in by having my main character actually out of the action. There's a lot going on. They've been taken out of the action, and it's just the sort of backwards and forwards between everything that's going on around them and them trying to deal with their own issue.
Just for the benefit of the listeners, we actually did a bit more just between Facebook Messenger. I think we were talking about the idea of, the city above the city, the kind of old city that's been destroyed. And we kind of came up with the idea of Coventry as a setting, which I thought was quite cool because that's like a Midlands city that was destroyed in the Second World War. And a lot of the town's kind of been built on that, and there's still ruins and there's evidence of the old places that have been bombed and things. That was quite a cool little twist that we did, because I think we were on about New York and the last time we were talking about it. So
yeah, it makes sense to bring it closer to home for us anyway.
Yeah, I really liked the way we decided to keep the old city and the new city, and I suppose I tried to maybe focus a little bit more on the background, kind of looking at the old city as almost a flashback sequence. And then I kind of try to tie that in with the present day where a lot of the other stories take place. So it was nice trying to just play around with the different timelines.
Last week we were talking about different characters. I think we just kind of brainstormed the idea of you doing like a religious character, Killian, and I think Lynn, you had like was it a military kind of thing? I mean, I went a bit off my scientist one. I don't know whether you guys did, but my character is, more of a researcher, but he's also a conspiracy nut. So it's kind of, he's trying to look at the history of Nazi involvement with aliens. And so he's led to Coventry because he believes that the cathedral was destroyed by alien technology. So I kind of diverted from that. I don't know whether you guys kept with the original prompt.
Well, I stuck with the original prompt, but it didn't turn out to be what I had originally envisioned. So I'm writing from the point of view of a minister, and he's also, I don't want to be giving too much away, I guess, but he has a bit of a flashback to when the Nazis, or the apparently, were involved in the destruction of the old cathedral. And I think it ties in well with some of the things that you mentioned in your story. I guess I didn't really go into the religious side of things too much, even though it is from a religious person's point of view. I may add a little bit more in. Who knows?
I suppose the question is, do you think this worked as an experiment, and is the story you've written obviously inspired by Akira?
I think so. Again, I think that gets you thinking and opens up the pathways for you to explore is a great idea. And even from just what we've been saying, we've all taken it in a completely different way, which is what you'd expect from a few little prompts, and I guess basing it on a 2-hour anime. It's a bit crazy.
I really enjoyed the exercise because I know sometimes maybe we do use prompts in our writing, and I don't know about you guys, but me personally, I often just write using ideas that pop into my head, which happens way too often, but I just kind of write from that, and I think it's completely different when you're writing from a prompt that came from another source, maybe ideas that we've thrown about together or something that came from an anime. It was really refreshing, and I think it's a great exercise, maybe just nice for your brain just to do something different.
In the past, I've found writing prompts for short stories and things really unhelpful, but I think because we came to the prompts ourselves and deconstructed something, looked at it from the perspective of writers, and we wanted to get stories from it, we drew out these ideas, and I thought that was actually much better than the usual, here's a writing prompt, now go write a story about this. I think it was much more organic and worked really well.
Well, I think we also, in our last chat, we went through the what if stages. We pulled out a few little threads and we went off the what if it was this, what if this happened, what if that happened. And for me, when I'm writing, when I'm coming up with an idea, I'll start with one image, and then I'll be like, well, why is it like that? And next thing you know, I'm writing about killer starfish. So
Killian has chosen a new anime movie for us to watch.
I have chosen a Wind Named Amnesia.
Okay, that's an interesting choice. That's yeah. I've not watched that one in a while.
It actually, just in keeping with why we chose Akira before, Lynn mentioned that it was one of his first, and this was one of my first, one of the earliest I can remember anyway. And so I just wanted to stick with that. Why not just kind of do one of the earlier classics that we can remember, because I remember being incredibly blown away by the premise. Again, I haven't watched it in over a decade, so I don't really know if it's going to live up to the memory. We'll see.
The story stands out because one of the real sort of strong early anime stories. It's a real play on the post-apocalyptic stuff, and it's got some real heart to it.
One thing that I always remember about this film is I kind of enjoyed it back in the day, and I just remember it being really lacking in story, and it kind of being more cerebral and more meditative and being quite confusing. I mean, maybe when I come back to it, it will, make sense. I just have memories of thinking, right, this is really cool high concept stuff, but what did I just watch for the last hour and a half?
Yeah, I think it was more Japanese in that sense, in that it didn't stick by the 3 or 4 act story that we're probably used to. So I think it's one of the problems we may have is stacking it up against Akira. I can remember A Wind Named Amnesia being a much slower story, and Akira, of course, is full of action, and it's quite fast. And from watching it, it reminded us that it was one of those rare instances when an anime did stick to the 3 act story. So it'll be interesting to see the difference.
Even if I don't enjoy it, then I'm sure there'll be stuff that we can use as authors and nick from it. So, Yeah, that'll be great.
The important thing.
We're on the Facebook. Find our Facebook group. It's Otaku on Writing. We're also on Twitter. It's at Otaku on Writing. We will be back next week to talk about a wind named Amnesia. So until next time, cheerio.
Arigato. Thank you for listening to Otaku on Writing. Otaku on Writing.
To Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
We are back and we have all watched A Wind Named Amnesia. I really enjoyed this. I think this is a great pick.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah, again, I was kind of worried it would ruin a good memory of a good anime, but I was surprised at how good it was, yeah.
Visually and style-wise, I don't think it holds up as well as Akira does. Even if you look at the hair, it's 80s, 80s glam rock hair, and the animation, yeah, it's good. It's not Akira level, but the story, I think, more than makes it.
There's a lot of kind of heart to the characters. I thought the production compared to Akira was really shoddy, to be honest. I don't know whether I was just watching like a dodgy DVD version of it, but I just felt...
VHS.
Yeah, well, it felt like it had been like ripped from a analog source, and it wasn't as crisp as Akira, that's for sure. And I thought the sound was a bit off-putting at points. I thought the soundtrack was really bad. Just how good the Akira one was and the quality of it and everything like that. And then going to this, it's almost a completely different dimension in terms of sound production. And then the voice acting as well was of a lower par. It felt very forced, but... This being said, the story worked really well, and the main character, Wataru, I thought was really interesting.
There were definitely some odd places where I'm not sure the translations were done probably as well as they could have been. Like, they'd say stuff and their facial expressions didn't quite mirror up to the gravity of what they were saying. It's like at the beginning, is it Sophia? She accuses Wataru of killing Johnny and leaving him, and he sort of turns to her and says, "Oh, he died," and then he grins, and it's kind of like, and he's trying to make a point that he didn't do anything untoward. And there was a few moments like that where I was kind of like, ooh.
In terms of the movement, it was a bit linear and a bit wooden, just when the characters moved about, and wasn't either. But I think Akira was it was ahead of its time. And I know they were kind of released relatively close together around the same time, within a couple of years of each other. So I don't know. I think Akira is a bit of an anomaly.
I think you're right. Akira's definitely got I suppose it's probably like comparing a high-budget action movie to a like an indie film or something. I mean, maybe we're just kind of being a bit unfair to it, but just in terms of budget, yeah. I mean, the story was definitely there, and I think that's the important thing. I mean, I really like the setup with Johnny. The basic thing is you've got this wind that sweeps across the world. You want to forget the most fundamental things, such as reading and language and things like that. And then you've got this Johnny character. I think he was like involved in some like government experiments on memory. So because his actual memory's been messed with, he was able to kind of get around the apocalypse memory loss thing. And so he's kind of instructing this Wataru character to remember.
Yeah, Johnny had a computer installed in his head, I think, that took the overflow from his memories. So when the wind essentially wiped his memories, the computer had it all backed up anyway.
Yeah, so it was almost like an AI kind of construct thing, wasn't it? Of, yeah, his mind being backed up, but he couldn't walk, essentially, so he needed to instruct this other character to kind of go around and do his bidding, essentially. There was a great line, actually, that I really liked, which was they were talking about I can't remember it exactly now, but it was something like they were talking about, that kind of police robot thing, the
Guardian.
Yeah, and they're talking about like the Guardian to a boss who no longer existed, or something like that. And I thought that was a really cool line.
I like Sophia's description of the Guardian, where she's talking about the pilot and how he would have lost his memory and not known how to eject or stop the machine.
Yeah, that was a horrible image. Just the idea of
suffocated or died of starvation.
Yeah.
It was very grim. I actually really liked that character, the bad guy. It was this mindless robot without any sense of morality. It had obviously been programmed by humans to a degree, but it almost took on a life of its own and just started killing everything that didn't do what it wanted them to do.
Yeah, it kind of evolved as the story went on, didn't it? Every time it repaired itself, it changed a little bit. And to the point that it started saying his name. It's like so obsessed with catching it.
Those kind of robot figures keep coming back in this, actually, because I like the cult that develops around that construction robot. A lot of interesting stuff in terms of like the worship of technology and I suppose hubris surrounding technology as well was coming out.
I think that was really interesting because technology did seem like it was a repeating theme. Like you say, you had Johnny with his implant and the guardian robot, then this construction robot thing, and then you had the city that sort of backed up everyone's memories or whatever, and then it had these two strange figures carrying out different lives. And I suppose you sort of see that, I don't know, it's just the different ways that computers impacted on that world. And I wonder if there's maybe a bit of a parallel in how computers maybe affect our lives to different degrees.
Definitely, yeah. The fact that it's almost like the solutions and the problems seem to stem from the same thing was quite cool. We've obviously got this technology that is both our salvation and our downfall. That's quite a cool theme to play with. I think maybe that's something we could consider when we come back next week.
One element I kind of really liked was it kind of felt like there was 3 short stories mashed within one line. So you had, like, when he first met Sophia, you had the first short story, which was what happened when the wind came and how he came to be who he was. And then you had the next short story, which was the construction robot. And then there was the city. You know, there could have been like another 20 of those stories, potentially, in the grand scheme of things, if you were making a much longer series.
It did kind of stretch from West Coast to the East Coast, didn't it, of America? It seemed to be like starting on like Los Angeles, I think, and then near the end you're in New York. And yeah, so it does kind of play all those kind of different places. In terms of writing, this could be useful in terms of, doing character viewpoints. There's a bit where Johnny's got a gun, Wateroo doesn't know what it is, and he's trying to explain it almost in his head, like trying to explain what he's seeing. We can see that it's a gun, but the way he's describing it, it's really detached and really unsure, and he doesn't know the purpose of it. I really like that. I'm reading Gene Wolfe's Book of the New Sun at the minute, and I'm in the 3rd book of that, and this comes across, it's described in the way he described a medieval fantasy, but all the stuff around the main character is, it's talking about these citadels of steel and all this, and it's talking about defunct rocket ships and all this crazy crap, but because of his frame of description, it really limits what can be said, and I think that's a really cool little device that we could use.
Kind of reminds me of Joe Abercrombie's Half a King and the next couple of books, and again, it's set in the distant future when the world has maybe gone back to the fantasy era, but there are sections of the world that are abandoned and forbidden because of whatever reason. They're radioactive or something, but they're perfectly preserved cities. And I don't want to be giving too much away for anyone who may read these in the future, but it did have similar themes going along the same lines of what you just described there. And yeah, I thought it was really, really interesting, just trying to describe certain things from the point of view of a character who's never seen it before, but maybe they're things that we take for granted.
Similar thing in Robert Silverberg's Sailing to Byzantium. Follows a man plucked from, I want to say, 1980s America, and he's flung thousands and thousands of years into the future where technology is basically magic. What's left of humanity travels from between the 6 great cities that are all recreated from history or mythology. It's all his point of view on all this sort of wondrous stuff and how he can only explain it to a certain level, and then beyond that, it's magic.
There's a Octavia Butler short story called Speech Sounds, which is like an apocalyptic story where people can no longer speak, and there's like 1 or 2 people who can still speak, so they're treated with both like reverence and hostility and stuff. And it reminded me of that, and that's an awesome story.
Yeah, I like the way his purpose, which was given to him by Johnny, was to try and pass on the knowledge of speech, undo what the winds had done. And he sort of had varying degrees of success, but it never really worked out in the end. And then it turned out in the end he didn't really get anyone to follow him along to New York. So It was interesting in that the character developed a little bit. You saw his feelings. He wasn't one of those characters that every time he touched something it turned to gold. Or
Yeah, he had a lot of knockbacks. So, yeah. I might be getting this wrong, but it felt to me like the ending was that not only was he tasked with getting people to learn how to speak, but it was like, if you teach people how to speak, then we'll reverse the memory thing. That struck me as a bit odd, as in like, well, you know, you've got this task, and if you do it, then you will literally save the world. The stuff at the end as well with the music and, you know, learning how to play music, I thought was an interesting kind of twist at the end. I like that. I thought that was nice.
Yeah, I actually that bit caught me off guard a bit as well when he started blowing into the little leaf and playing the song, and I didn't realize it at the time, but that's the same song that the movie started with. It was a funny twist because it started with that and then it ended with that, and yeah, I like that.
Circularity, references to the start, kind of echoing the opening image with the closing image, you know, that's always good.
Did either of you guys notice the subliminal advertising? I forgot to mention this in Akira as well.
Diet Coca-Cola can on the beach.
Yeah, did you see that? I thought that was very clever. I did kind of science project. This is going to show how geeky I was in high school. But I kind of did this thing where a small team got together and we did like the psychological effects of subliminal advertising. And we did case studies and went down to Dublin and presented it and won some awards and stuff like that. But it's one of those things that sort of pops out to me, you know. And I was really surprised to see it here. And also in Akira, on Canada's bike, there was a Kodak symbol. There were a couple of other, obviously, Japanese companies that I'm not familiar with. I've been seeing it everywhere now because I've started watching a lot more anime again. And it's just one of those things I never ever would have thought that you would have an anime, but obviously they're cashing in.
There was one other funny moment that kind of stood out to me was, you know, it opened in 1999 San Francisco, and there was a part when they were in the advanced city that had saved the memories. And I'm pretty sure it said the city was constructed at the start of the 21st century.
Right.
Which was after the apocalypse.
Yeah, you would have to sit down and do the math on that, wouldn't you? It's a bit confusing, really.
What was going on then with the, I don't know, what was her name? Was it Lisa? I want to say Lisa. Was that her character? I think was that just an excuse to get a sex scene in? Or
yeah, that struck a bit odd to me, that because she's told him that, you know, he didn't completely fail because she followed him. And then that, I don't know, I felt like maybe it was trying to say that in their trips, he taught her about love. And as a result, she had fallen in love with him. And before she got on her big, shiny spaceship, she obviously needed to seal the deal.
Yeah.
But it definitely, like, I remember watching it thinking, well, this is an interesting twist at the end.
Don't know, I must have like looked away from the screen and then looked back. What? When? What? What's going on? So, I'm not watching. Damn it. Again. Yeah.
It's definitely out of context. Yeah.
So yeah, lesson there. If you're going to do a sex scene, make sure it's in context. I suppose if you're going off on a spaceship and you just think, you know what, let's just do it anyway. Everyone's going to die, so yeah. Why not?
If you're going to experience what it is to be human, you may as well experience everything.
Yeah. The ending was very strange. Let's be honest. The deal with you have to teach these people to talk, otherwise, you know, you're screwed. We're not going to help you. But if you do this, then we will. It's like, well, just be nice. Just why is it on this guy with a mullet? You know, it's not his fault. I felt sorry for Wateroo at the end. Thought we got a bum deal.
He got a bum okay, but probably.
Anyway, on that bombshell. Right.
Trust the Irishman to drag it down.
We'll wrap it up there, and next week we'll come back and see if we can brainstorm some ideas for a story inspired by this. What you should do now is you should go to Amazon and buy our first set of stories. We did the Otaku Stories Volume 1. It's called Awake, and it's stories inspired by Akira. So if you go and check that out now, you can get it on Kindle. So the way to support the show is to buy this book, and you get to read some great short fiction based on Akira. So go and do that now. You can also follow us on Twitter. It's at Otaku on Writing, and join in on a Facebook group. Come and talk about your favourite anime. Make your suggestions for things we should watch. So, until next time, cheerio.
Arigato! Thank you for listening to Otaku on Writing!
Otaku on Writing!
Welcome to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
We've had a bit of time to think about A Wind Named Amnesia, and we're going to try and come up with some ideas for a short story. Again, I don't know whether this will work, but let's try it. Any ideas, guys?
I really liked what you said last week about the trying to describe objects from a perception of not knowing. And, the obvious one for that, we have the memory loss or even a child trying to explain it. And I was thinking, what if we were animals?
We were animals?
Yes, trying to explain something in the human world or an experience using just what you would imagine that an animal would perceive or understand.
Yeah, okay, that could be interesting. See, you mentioned something as well last week that struck me as an interesting idea. Is you said, I'm just trying to think back now, but I think it was something along the lines of the film felt like 3 short stories woven together to create a single narrative.
Yeah, there was a bit of filler between all of them that weaved them together. But
maybe we should aim to do something like that, like a kind of stitch-up thing of 3 short stories where maybe we take an act each of something. I don't know whether that'll work, but I think it could be quite interesting as an experiment.
Yeah, rather than doing it parallel, you have 3 different sections. Yeah, that's a good idea.
And to make it, easier would be to have nobody writes as the central character. In each scene we're all a secondary character to the main story.
So are we having a story going on that is from the perspective of an animal watching someone else have an adventure?
Yeah, maybe 3 different animals at different stages of some story.
And kind of watching a person going from, it might not necessarily be a person, maybe it's another animal, but telling the story of this thing that maybe came to their home or something.
Like even a hunter, imagine 3 different sets of animals in a woodlands. And
now, would these animals be kind of uplifted animals that are kind of improved intelligence? I read Adrian Choikovsky's Children of Time, I want to say, book about uplifted spiders recently, and I thought that was quite a cool idea.
Yeah, I that was a cool idea. I read that too. It was very good.
Yeah, so that kind of idea of, they were really like spiders. You felt that they were spiders, but at the same time had more of an intelligence about them. So I don't know whether that would be how you do it from the perspective of those characters. But then, I suppose this goes back to how can you construct a story around a point of view character that isn't the main character, and what is the central story, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess they're the main character for their segment, but there's a single character that isn't them that flows through.
Kind of piggybacking off what you said about the 3 different short stories, it was like the first third of A Wind Named Amnesia was backstory, wasn't it? It was him telling Sophia what happened and finding out about the wind and what happened to him with Johnny, and it was in contrast to Akira that way. That kind of let you fill in the blanks yourself, whereas this was kind of telling you everything that happened leading up to the current point. Maybe if you were going to have animals, would it be a good idea to try and establish where they are by having a chunk of backstory at the beginning?
That is more of a Japanese Eastern style structure where it does build up from the establishing the character and the motivations and the understanding of the world, and then building up into, I think the story, what we would call the kind of inciting event of the story, I suppose that came almost halfway through, didn't it? Maybe having one of us do literally a backstory and then another one of us do another story, I don't know. I do like the idea of having maybe a single story for this one that we all kind of write a third of, or, something like that kind of flows through. I suppose thematically, the big things about this story, I think there's obviously memory and memory loss. There's also this idea of technology as both a saviour and destroyer. I don't know whether that can play into stuff. I mean, maybe you've got like a kind of post-apocalyptic setting where the apocalypse was caused because of animals being uplifted. So you've got these intelligent animals that have just gone, excuse me, Mr. Humans, we're more clever now, we're in charge.
Yeah.
And so one of us could do how that happened. Another one could then do an establishing story about something to do with that. And then, I don't know, another one could do a reversal on that, or like, a human character does want to kind of save the day or try and reverse things, but maybe it doesn't work. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember reading online recently that apparently there's enough spiders in the world that they could eat all the humans without a problem.
Yeah, let's hope their intelligence.
I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know how true that is, but there's a lot of bugs. So
I mean, they say that what is it, like cockroaches will survive the apocalypse. So maybe it's literally uplifted cockroaches that they have the same instincts and needs as a cockroach, but are actually more intelligent and bigger and scarier. So.
Like in Men in Black, we're going to need a bigger gun. Yeah. That's a great idea. I really like that. I think it would also lend itself to developing other themes, like if there was a human versus an animal element to the story, you could look into, humans are animals. You could sort of contrast animals with humans and see, there are aspects of humans which are very animalistic. We could be very violent, destructive, and territorial. Maybe we could look at the animal from a point of view where it's showing maybe compassion. Or things that we would normally associate as, with humans.
What could be interesting is not having the humans at all and having cockroaches and rats, maybe, like uplifted rats versus uplifted cockroaches or something. And then there you go, there's your title, Rats versus Cockroaches or something. I'm sure that'll appeal to a very niche audience.
Yeah, it's a bestseller in the making.
What animals would be good for So obviously, rats and cockroaches are fun. I don't know if there's another one you could choose to go with this. We could all have one.
But what I like about rats and cockroaches is that they're classified as like the lowest form of animal. They're vermin. And I think that would be a lot more effective, and, you'd have a huge contrast. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
So you can have a lot of fun with that, yeah.
Yeah, maybe raccoons as well. I don't know. Yeah. No, I'm just trying to think of like three animals. Oh, wasps are bastards. No, not wasps.
Everyone loves a wasp, don't they?
Right. Another element from the story was he's being pursued pretty much the entire time by the Guardian. If we do have a human, what if they're being pursued by the animals?
The uplifted rats and cockroaches. Yeah.
Yes.
Human mech robot thing who's trying to destroy the rats and cockroaches.
The rats and cockroaches
giant exterminator.
Yeah. Form an alliance.
Yeah, we've got to develop some kind of human poison. Are we going to go for... I mean, yeah, I like that thing you said about the, either so far in the future that it feels like fantasy, or it's just the kind of straight post-apocalyptic, almost like a wasteland thing, but the destroyed cities and things like that is occupied by rats and cockroaches. But then, I don't know, maybe they've got their own cities. I don't know, like how far ahead is it and how far since the uplift and all that stuff? We've
definitely got a lot of ideas to start us going. Again, if we try to include all of them, we will end up with the Hollywood blockbuster Rats versus Roaches.
Oh, there you go, yeah. Yeah, what was I calling them? Cockroaches? Just roaches. Rats and roaches, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
I'll start bully pointing that, and Killian, if you can give Hollywood a call, that'll be perfect. To be honest, this concept would work on, like, the movies you get on, like, the Sci-Fi Channel, like Sharknado 3 or something like that.
Or Super Shark versus something squid or octopus.
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean, yeah. It needs to be versus, doesn't it?
They're always sharks. I think the rats and roaches are definitely underserved, so there's a gap in the market there, definitely.
Rats and roaches versus shark. There you go.
Even better.
Uplifted. There you go. They could be pursued across a post-apocalyptic landscape by a shark in a robot, like a robotic mecha shark or something like that. Yeah.
Well, there was one like that, wasn't there? It was a mega shark versus a robotic shark or something. The humans decided the only way to defeat this huge prehistoric shark was to build a metallic shark the same size, and then they end up fighting it in the water. Or yeah, I didn't watch it though.
Of course not. Have you ever seen sand sharks as well? Like sharks that can swim through sand.
Wow. Yeah, I've seen a few clips.
Yeah, it's got what's her name in Brooke Hogan? You know, Hulk Hogan's daughter.
Oh yes.
So you know, quality caliber.
Oh, yeah. Sounds like Tremors. Remember that one?
I love Tremors.
That was a great movie. Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, I mean, I think we've got good stuff to go with. I mean, it might be that we just write 3 separate short stories. I don't know. I mean, do you think we're ready yet to try and do maybe a novelette kind of, maybe do a couple of maybe 3,000 words each on this story? Do you feel ambitious enough yet?
I think we could knock a few ideas around, and I think we could maybe, yeah, definitely. I'd be up for that challenge, and I think given the ideas we're coming up with, you guys are coming up with at the minute. I'm being very quiet on this one. We'd definitely be able to come up with that amount of material, yeah.
Yeah. To be honest, you just need to up your game, Killian. You're riding on our coattails. Come on.
I know, it's terrible.
Yeah, I think we could just bullet point out like a main storyline, and then we each take a third of it from another point of view. Yeah, just
kind of write it, and then maybe if we... maybe kind of swap them around and then, rewrite each other's stuff. Then, I think we could get a unified voice going on. And then, we'll see. We'll work it out. It'll be fine.
It's always fine.
So we need a badass main character then, don't we? Really, that's the key. Do rats have mullets? Can we have rats with mullets? Is that a thing? Do they have haircuts?
Well, if they're uplifted, they can do whatever they want.
They can have walking sticks.
Are we talking like uplifted rats with opposable thumbs here? Is that
Splinter had opposable thumbs, didn't he?
He was a human that had become a rat.
This is actually a really good point here, is like not to kind of anthropomorphize these creatures, to try and imagine writing from the perspective of a rat with rat needs and values and things like that.
Yeah, but it's not to try and put that into an actual human.
Going back to this thing about the descriptions and everything, I mean, like, I suppose it will take a bit of research, but like, if we look at how cockroaches perceive the world and what they look for, what their priorities are, they're going to see things in a very different way to what a rat's looking for and how they perceive the world. So I think we could actually do something really interesting with that.
Yeah, their own belief system, their own social hierarchy. I think that Choikovsky did that really well with the spiders. They had their own sort of social, political system, and then each one had their own role and would go out and do different things for the benefit of the rest of the spiders. But it was all very much from a spider's perspective, but you definitely got that, it was a really intelligent spider feel about it, and that would be really, really fun to do with roaches and rats. Yeah,
I don't know whether we could just have, maybe one of us write from the perspective of a cockroach, and then another one, like we could have, I don't know what rat social structures are like, but maybe there's like a dominant male, and all these kind of, we could work within the framework of how they kind of set up nests or whatever. And I don't know, I think there's a lot of like potential there, finding out what the structures are of their societies, as they are as animals. And then language might be interesting. Are they going to speak English? Are they going to just go like squeak, he said, and I kind of understood that it was, I don't know, like how, we can't just write like squeaks and clicks and everything.
Yeah, they would have their own ways of speaking, wouldn't they? They would understand each other, but maybe not other animals. Or
with animals and rats and things, they have like more kind of body language cues. Maybe kind of have them having language, because otherwise it'll be dumb. But have body language kind of, he said this, but I saw that his ear was doing this, so it might mean, I don't know. There's probably stuff.
Maybe if they scratch the ground in a certain way, or their tail moves in a certain way, or they do something with their teeth, it could all mean something. I think coming back to Choikovsky, kind of, wouldn't they do something like they would on the web? They would tap the ground, or even if it wasn't a web, they would tap the ground and they could communicate via vibrations.
Yeah. So they could feel kind of told each other where they were and stuff through the rhythms and things. So yeah. Cockroach antennae. I mean, something I watched years ago about ants where they had them passing like electrical signals between their antennae that seemed to communicate things. So I don't know. There's just different things we can play with, I suppose. What's the change that's come to their world?
The rats have wiped out humans because they were carrying a mutated form of the bubonic plague.
We're getting meta. This is good. Yeah.
I'm just writing off just what Lynn did last time. Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't even need to be as big as that. What if their dump was being threatened by humanity? They were going to build condos there. And suddenly these rats and cockroaches, their homes about to be destroyed to make a new golf course.
So if we're going with like an almost apocalyptic setting, but let's say the humans are rebuilding, you're almost getting into this kind of rebuild renaissance going on above, but obviously they're the rats and they've got their own societies and homes. Yeah, that could be quite cool, actually. I like that.
How would the animals have become uplifted?
Radioactive waste is the standard in Hollywood.
Yeah.
There was a wind. Yeah. Well, aliens, just come on.
Or creepy little old children running around.
We don't need to describe why.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, they've got a society. It's basically going to be the plot to Over the Hedge, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah, that's true.
So Over the Hedge meets Wind Named Amnesia with roaches versus rats. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. We just need Jerry Seinfeld to do the voice of the tour.
The rats and the roaches are fighting a never-ending war for dominion over the dump. And then the humans waltz in and they have to band together to fight their common enemy, an alien invasion.
Yeah, I think it'd be quite funny, actually, to put it under the alien invasion category in Amazon as well. We release it just to... So, yeah, I suppose I need to look at some, like, alien invasion short stories or something. I mean, I read a good one recently by Hugh Howey that was an alien invasion from the perspective of the alien invaders. I think I recommended it to you, actually, Killian, and
yes.
Yeah, that was very cool. Can't remember what it's called now.
Had a great twist. Was it Second Suicide or something?
Second Suicide, that was it. Yeah.
So what are we're looking at? Maybe still trying to tie it together with 3 short stories, kind of 3 acts, and then would that mean having 3 different animals, or kind of backgrounding in 2 animals?
Don't know. I mean, we could do this in a sense of like one of us chooses the cockroach story, another one chooses the rat story, and then the third person almost plays the human and throws stuff at the plot structure. This is what the human's doing, and then this third person almost builds the world and does the kind of world building, backgroundy stuff that we could then inject into these 2 parallel stories. I don't know
how to choose. I will go with the rats.
Yeah, okay. I'll be the cockroach. We can't be killed. We're invincible.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could play with that. I mean, maybe there is a bit of a superiority complex that, hey, we're invincible, we're awesome.
Yeah,
just kind of really cocky cockroach, you know.
Look at that human filth. They die after a couple of years. We just keep going.
I will do the human side of things. Get some kind of structure written for what's going on with the humans, what they're doing. And it won't be included in the story. It might be, I don't know, maybe it could be like prologue of this is what the humans are doing, isn't it great? And then obviously this whole thing with who it's affecting, which is these uplifted animals. I mean, maybe it could be like some kind of toxic waste dump or a dump near some old science laboratory. I don't know.
It'd be interesting to look into it because I know that the ants in that, the Children of Time, the ants they're not quite as sentient as the spiders. They're collectively more intelligent because they work together, sort of thing. Yeah. So I'm wondering if it'll be interesting to look into cockroaches to see if there's something similar. You know,
there's a really good sci-fi novel actually. I think it's by Emma Jean called. I think it's The Many Lives of Catherine North, and she is a phenomenaut, which basically means she basically experiences from animal perspectives, and so it's almost like this tourist thing is set up so you can be a seal or you can be a spider, and you feel it and you experience it and. Like, I think it's based on her like PhD research, which is just about this. But yeah, she's done a really cool novel about it.
I'll have to check that out. I'll have to look to see if there are any other sort of short stories from the perspective of cockroaches or whatever. I'm sure there's stuff out there.
I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's probably loads on Escape Pod for some reason. They do a lot of like bug stories and things like that. So,
right.
Yeah. I think we might be biting off more than we can chew with this, but whatever. We'll see what happens. It'll be fun.
Yeah, it's all an experiment, really, isn't it? I mean, if it works, it works, and if not, then we can always set something on fire. I don't know.
Yeah. And obviously we've got a great idea for a movie to be shown on Sci-Fi, so whatever, we'll pitch that. So. Yeah. So
a winner one way or the other, isn't it?
Exactly.
I can't wait to see what we come up with.
Honestly, this is either going to work out really well or it's just going to fall on its arse. So we'll be like, right, no book this time, I'm afraid. But yeah.
Well, I've actually read a couple of shorts about rats. Neil Asher had a series called Mason's Rats, and they're slightly advanced that they can work tools and stuff, and there's like a cohabitation type thing with a farmer. It's very interesting and a little surreal. And I've also read another one where some rats were born inside some sort of nuclear generator, and they developed time travel as an automatic defense response. So every time they were in trouble, they would like jump back in time. They're just multiplying because they keep jumping back in time and multiplying and becoming more and more advanced until the person tries to shut off the generator, and this like humanoid rat from like 1,000 million years in the past shoots her. It appears out of nowhere and just shoots her. It's quite funny. It's like, it's an automatic defense to the extinction of their species.
Follow us on the Twitter. It's at Otaku on Writing. You can also find our Facebook group where you can recommend your favourite anime. Remember, we've also released the first volume of our short stories, which is where we looked at Akira and did pretty much the same thing. So go and check that out on Amazon. It's called Awake Otaku Stories #1. Until next time, cheerio.
Otaku on Writing. Sayonara.
Otaku on Writing.
Hello and welcome to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
We are back, and it sounds to me like Lynn has been brought from his underwater lair. You're sounding good this week, Lynn. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm just coping with some flashbacks to the call centre, but I'm new mic and all that. It's good.
Excellent. So last week we brainstormed a story around a Wind Named Amnesia. Was it a successful thing, or is this a bad idea?
Well, it sounded like it was going to be a terrible idea to start with, but I was actually kind of surprised with how mine came out.
You had the rats, didn't you? That was your kind of prompt. I mean, did you stick with that, or?
Yeah, I stuck with the rats. I basically went online and found a bunch of, guides for people that keep rats and what to look for with social cues and different body language. So I've kind of pumped it full of rat body language, like social structures. And then, we were talking about uplifting the rats. So it's kind of rats +1 if you want. And then also really trying to keep in mind that I think one of the things we focused on with Wind Named Amnesia was the idea of seeing familiar objects and not being able to describe them or explain what they are. So I've tried to keep that with, how would a rat see that? Like, what's its point of view?
Perspective kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Killian, what about you? Did you manage it?
Yeah, same thing. Stuck with the cockroaches. Went off and did plenty of research. It was interesting learning about cockroaches. So, what other reason would you have to go off and research such a disgusting insect? But I was actually surprised by what I learned. Like, they're known for being resilient, but certain things that surprise me, that they can change direction like 20-something times in a couple of seconds. And certain species have eyes on top of their head, so they have an almost 360. It's like, it's no wonder you can't kill the bloody things. But it just made me wonder, why do they not rule the world? Why? maybe if they had opposable thumbs, that we'd be slaves to cockroaches.
Yeah.
Similar as Lynn was just getting the social structure, how they communicate with each other using chemicals, their antenna, they sense vibrations, and just trying to use their senses and how they translate their experiences of the world, rather than trying to do it just using sight. So that was interesting.
Awesome. I did it from the perspective of basically a researcher in charge of uplifted animals, and I basically had his half of an email conversation with some higher up that's been archived, kind of discussing the re-emergence of one of the test subjects. And it's just about that, and I think it ties in nicely to what Lynn was telling me about his story. So
yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to have the three stories kind of weaving together and referencing one another.
Yeah, when we do the redrafts and things, I'll definitely have to kind of pull a bit more of that out, and make sure that the stories almost cross-reference each other. So yeah, that'll be good. Really, really looking forward to seeing the final result of this, because it's a different way of doing things, isn't it, than just doing a separate story like we did last time.
Yeah, and even the subject matter was a bit of a stretch to begin with. I think we probably, like everything we do, we threw it out as a joke to start with. Laughed about the Hollywood blockbuster Rats versus Roaches, and we've seemed to have pulled something out of it.
Yeah,
we should call it some Researchers, Rats and Roaches or something like that.
Yeah. It's my turn to bring a anime to the podcast. I've decided to kind of follow with the trend of what we've done in the last few weeks. I think in our first show, we all talked about our earliest memories of anime and things that were really pivotal. So I'm going to go with the original 1991 series of Guyver.
Brilliant.
So this should be fun. I've not watched it in such a long time, and I just know that it's going to be awesome. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
No. Well, that's it. I mean, I've got the original VHS collection somewhere at my parents' house. £5 for a 30-minute video, but I bought them all, so something must have been going right.
That was kind of one of the first video things I could afford with my pocket money, so it does have fond memories for me, this series. What's your link to it, Killian? Have you watched it before? Is this a new one for you?
I vaguely recall seeing a number of episodes. I'm pretty sure I didn't see all of it. From what I can remember, it was pretty good. It was a pretty awesome concept. I suppose when you're a kid, anything like that, if you're into science fiction and anime, it really does it for you. So yeah, I really, really look forward to seeing it again.
If you've been inspired by what we're doing, let us know. We've got a Facebook group. We're on the Twitter. You can send us your stories. You can send us cosplay pictures, anything like that. Just get involved. We look forward to hearing from you. It's at Otaku on Writing on Twitter, and just find us on Facebook. So until next week, cheerio.
Otaku on Writing, sayonara.
Otaku on Writing.
Hello and welcome to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
I need to start off by apologising, guys. I'm so sorry.
So you should.
Because, I mean, you two suggested movies that lasted, an hour and a half? And this was, 6 hours?
Torture.
12 episodes. I'm so sorry. Last week I suggested that we watched The Guyver, the original 1991 series, which is actually available on YouTube, so you can go and watch it if you dare. I was really taken with this as a 12-year-old boy. As someone who's 35, it is deeply flawed.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, I have to admit I really struggled to get through the entire season.
Which is really sad. It's kind of it's ruined my nostalgia. I had fond memories, but no, they did not live up to my memories.
I really didn't realise how many internal monologues there were in this show. one guy would have a monologue where he's like let's say it's Tetsuro, and he's revealing all this stuff in his head that he's probably got no right to know, and then he'll just turn around and say the exact same thing to show, and it's like, oh, come on.
I know, it was head hopping at its worst. It was a really good lesson in what not to do when you're writing multiple points of view.
There were some really good things about the structure. Like, for example, early on, I thought maybe the first 3 or 4 episodes, I was quite into it. I was like, oh, this is cool. You know, you had the kid discovering the unit, you had the kind of body horror of this thing kind of taking over his body, and then by the next episode we see what the stakes are. We see everything's there to show you exactly why this thing can damage in the power it's got, but also if this thing in his head, the control metal, gets damaged, then it's going to eat him alive and it's going to be absolutely horrible. It reminded me of a computer game like Double Dragon or something, the structure where it'd be like, right, you've got to go to this manager and he's also a monster, and then you defeat him, and then it's the next monster who's a bit stronger, and then, let's throw 2 monsters of the same, and then...
Yeah, it was the career ladder of monsters.
Yeah. It was just like, I mean, I've been watching the remake. There was a 2004 version this week, and it does go past the initial story, and they have done it better, but it's still the kind of, I think we're now up to like Kronos San Diego manager has come, and he's like some Ultra Zoa Lord Volume 2 kind of thing, and it's like, why don't you just send your main guy to start with, sort this all out, don't just go on incremental things. And I don't know as well, just, what's her name, Mizuki? Yeah. Just like she was nothing more than a plot device as a character. There was nothing to her.
I remember thinking when I was watching it that like the first 6 episodes was like one arc. So it was like you discover it, Kronos Japan are the bad guys. End of episode 6, the building's destroyed. That was kind of a story. Then the second half, it was just a meandering, rambling nonsense. Where the hell did this guy come from? The guy with the gun, the Zoa Lord. Just appeared out of nowhere, and you know, they're all having these internal monologues, but nobody's telling each other anything. Nobody like don't just say, "Hey, I'm a Zoa Lord. I can help you." They're just hiding information for the sake of it, and like so many times, Guyver 2 had the chance to take out Dr. Balkus, and he just kept putting, like, just take him out. Like, what's with all this playing around? You're in there to destroy it. Do it.
But was he? His motivations were all over the place. I didn't know what he wanted at all throughout. No. Even when he was in that weird house with the kid and the old man, it's like, I don't know. I mean, maybe that was part of the kind of mystery of like, whose side is Guyver 3 really on? And then obviously he destroys everything with the Mega Smashers.
Yeah, the second half, they kind of almost replaced him with the Zoa Lord. Just made him like a bit of a peripheral. Had that random cabin set up with the old man and the girl, deep in Zoanoid territory, but they'd never found it before.
There was a serious lack of foreshadowing when it came to some serious plot points. Like, they just dropped them really randomly in the middle of an episode, and you're wondering, where did this come from? And then because it was so random, you didn't even get a chance to get emotionally involved in it or to engage with it either. So, you know, it came, it went, and you didn't care.
What did strike me is, I mean, you know, I was watching this as a 12-year-old, and just the level of trauma in this was shocking. What that poor show kid went through. I mean, you can't help but feel sorry for him in terms of the kind of horrific stuff that's happened to his body, the fact that he's almost beholden to this alien creature that now controls him. And then the stuff with like his friend's dad and his dad and just everyone he loves getting involved, and just absolutely horrific. It's like, where do you go after you turn his dad into Enzyme 2? You know, it's just crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of darkness there for something a 12-year-old might watch.
Yeah, another thing that really, really got to me was every time you saw Dr. Balkus and he's sitting there watching his TV screens of all the action. And I'm like, where is he getting this feed from?
Satellites.
But it was like on the ground running behind Show or running in front of him. And I'm just like if it was like, because of, you know, he's psychic or telepathic or whatever, if it had been him watching from the viewpoint of the Zoanoids, I'd have been like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But he's just had this sort of omnipotent viewpoint where he could just see anything, but he couldn't find them when when he wasn't watching them.
Yeah.
All right, I've got an explanation for this. So bear with me, right? So there's the Zoanoid that turned into the ground, and maybe you saw through that Zoanoid's perspective. Yeah, maybe.
Right.
Or what about the one who was? What about the one in the trees? He had like these goggles or whatever, and just a theory.
What about the Zoanoid with the big chicken with the weird eyes? What were they doing? It's almost like they're like we need more characters for our action figure line. Let's just throw out some more random stuff. We've already established that the first ones they revealed are all garbage and can be destroyed with like one laser blast.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it from that perspective, you had all these really cool monsters. You had the really cool Guyver units and the explosions and the lasers, and you can see how it really would have appealed to like a 12-year-old or a young teenager, especially back then when maybe there wasn't that much media that had those kind of things in them. You can see why maybe when we first watched it, it was awesome. And then, by today's standards, it just really isn't. So it definitely didn't time well.
I suppose, yeah, there's swearing in it. There's a lot of blood. There's gore. There's violence. Yeah. I suppose as a 12-year-old and, you stick it on video in your room and, you think, I've got a cartoon, but it's badass. So turtles on steroids or something. So.
Yeah, well, that's it. Storyline aside, there's a lot of cool stuff going on. It's just if they'd had a cohesive story, it would have been that much better.
Yeah, well, that's where we come in, isn't it?
We steal all the best bits and make something better.
Yeah, because it was just all that stuff is just novel, isn't it? If you see all that sort of thing the first time, or even stuff the second time, it's cool, but it starts to wear off. Whereas I think that's where a good story comes in. You can never go wrong, and a good story never gets old.
Do you think part of the problem with viewing it the way we viewed it is the fact that we did basically binge this over a week, where these videos came out over a year?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I remember when I was younger, and I would rewatch videos over and over again. So if I bought something or rented something, I would make sure I got my money's worth.
Is the reason that they came out over a year was so that people would forget about how terrible the previous episode was?
I really look forward to them. I couldn't wait. I mean, it was, it's strange. I can see why the arc of the first 6 episodes really, if it was just that, I think that would be quite a satisfying story. And then I think you've got the second lot of episodes which feel really disconnected. And then, I mean, we talked about this on the Facebook Messenger, but I think it just ended. It just ended abruptly, and it was almost like mid storyline.
It ended with them not actually destroying the Mount Miriyama base. It ended with Balkus and the previous middle management Zoanoid that they thought had died, standing there, and it was kind of like, wow, what now?
Yeah.
Cue the happy music and everyone's back in the camper van. I would say,
finish it off with a wee slideshow and the end credits, and that was it.
What did get me though was the opening music, like that first kind of riff of the guitar, just really took me back. That was good. I loved that. That was great. So.
Yeah. And so much like the opening, it shows the aliens colonizing the Earth and it's just kind of like, that's kind of cool. Where was that in the movie?
Yeah, I think they sort of it was alluded to a few times, wasn't it? But there was a great premise, but they didn't really do an awful lot with it.
No. Spoiler alert: humans are Zoanoids.
Yeah.
It was what it was. It was fun, but yeah, I do feel bad for kind of getting you to watch 6 hours worth in a week. So.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to wonder how much of it is down to the amount of research that we do now on storycraft and the writing that we are doing. It's how much of that changes our perspective that we're the worst critics. We see all the stuff that we are trying to avoid. There's
definitely something to what you were saying earlier as well when you're talking about splitting it over a longer period of time, because the last half of the season, the episodes are very samey. It was just the same kind of cookie cutter episode. And if that was over a couple of weeks or whatever, then you might still enjoy it a bit more. But because it was just the same thing again, that you were just hammering your head with the same thing every single day. And it got really wearisome. But I mean, one of the things that I did enjoy, it's not really clutching at straws, but there were sometimes the music was really good. Just the way you talked about the opening music. It reminded me of some of the computer games around that time, like Final Fantasy, like some of the piano music when they were reminiscing about certain things, or they had the internal monologue, or I'm trying to I'm always trying to justify watching it.
Yeah, but they did a lot to like trigger melodrama, didn't they? Really, let's be honest.
Yeah.
No, to be like I think the sound production in this was better than the one we watched last time. Wind Named Amnesia. I think the production for a TV series was actually pretty good. It's just the storyline just kind of drifted. I mean, maybe it is because it's based on a long form comic or whatever. But
it probably could have carried on for another 5 or 6 seasons, really, couldn't it? That, or give us the conclusion at the end of 6. Like, just give us some sort of closure. Like, it just so open-ended.
You've got Kronos Japan, you've got the Kronos in America, then you've obviously got the aliens, and so you've at least got 3 different levels of management to deal with, and they'll have their own kind of internal promotion ladders and things like that. So you've got at least 5 or 6 series that you could be going with just on that. So I think we just watched basically the prologue.
Yeah. Thanks, John.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, I think on that, do you think next week we should come back and come up with something really awesome based on this? Do you think that's possible?
Oh, there's more than enough for us to work with. Yeah, like the only way is up.
You'll have to pick something next, Lynn, that's decent again. So,
I got something in mind.
Awesome. Let's leave it there. Next week we'll come back and we'll try and come up with something based on this. Hopefully I'll be able to shake a lot of my own doubts about this whole process and podcast experience now. We have got the second lot of stories that were based on A Wind Named Amnesia. They're out now on Amazon. You can support the show by buying that, by leaving a review on that as well, and telling a friend. That story collection is called Uplift, Otaku Stories number 2. So go and check that out. If you've been inspired by what we do, get in touch. We have got a Twitter. It's at Otaku on Writing. You can also find the Facebook group, post your cosplay, post your stories, get involved in the discussions about anime, come up with things for us to review. If you think there's something cool that we will enjoy more than the Guyver, please let us know. So until next time, cheerio.
Arigato. Thank you for listening to Otaku on Writing.
Otaku on Writing.
Hello and welcome to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
I'll be honest, I'm feeling a bit better since last week. Last week we went through the Guyver and I don't know, I think we might have savaged it a little bit. Is that fair? Yeah.
It was definitely fair.
Yeah. So what we do anyway is we watch that, and it's for the good. What we're going to do now is try and come up with a story based on the Guyver, see if we can pull something from that mangled corpse of a show that we can use in order to inspire a better story, which might not be that difficult. So, what have you got? What ideas have we got? Let's just throw them out there. Who's first?
I guess the bio-boosted armor was kind of the star of it, really. If we can take something like that and put it, somewhere a little more interesting, like let's not use a high school teenager. Give it to someone with a bit of metal.
Yeah, like some kind of space marine or soldier or something like that. Like the thing with bio armor, is it really used that much in space opera and stuff? Because I know they have like space marine stuff and cool armor that's mechanized weapons and things like that. But is there anything that's really like biological that gets in and is almost like a parasite and you're the host? And
yeah, I'm not sure. Like the closest I'd think to that is, there's stuff with engineered soldiers where they've been genetically changed, but it's not a separate organism. That would be cool to have, like, especially if, let's say, for example, this organism, it's living on our character and they're able to communicate. So
Okay.
we can even go further. Let's say it's the first time it's encountered a human. It's bonded with the human, and then you've got this whole sort of dynamic of the alien symbiote just being like, well, what's that? What's that? What's that?
Yeah.
I imagine that could become quite funny.
Kind of like the Spider-Man thing, isn't it? This alien thing that attached itself to Spider-Man, and then it kind of just went in a rampage and wanted to destroy everything, because I guess, I don't know if it's the first time it saw it, or superhero fans will probably beat the crap out of me because I don't know what I'm talking about here. I just remember Spider-Man had a symbiote and it was cool.
Venom.
Yeah.
Venom and Carnage, yeah.
Well, Carnage isn't quite the same, but
like I said, I don't know what I'm talking about.
That could work really well, actually. What you're saying is you've got the main character, and he's like some kind of space marine or some kind of soldier or something. You could have almost the same inciting incident in the story where he comes across this unit, it takes over his body, he gets bio-boosted armor, but obviously we take it in a different direction.
I mean, and giving it its own voice, I guess it makes it easier to explain everything without an info dump.
Almost like another character, really.
I guess at the heart of a lot of good stories is a bit of conflict. So let's say our guy doesn't really like the symbiote. Let's say it's got an annoying personality. Like it's kind of like that kid in the back of the car. It's like, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Really annoying kid.
Yeah.
Kind of like Donkey from Shrek. Doesn't shut up.
And even revealing stuff that he shouldn't reveal, like, oh, why are you looking at that person? And what does that do? And
yeah, if he's linked into the body and the emotions, maybe you can just go, oh, why do you have those feelings about your sister? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Why is there a sudden rush of blood to that part of your body?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Pro both.
Yeah, but I think it'd be a fun experiment to play around with that sort of dynamic.
Yeah, I like that. I think we could do a lot with that, actually. So yeah, bio-boosted armor, the armor being annoying and conflict there. Because I suppose you've got the conflict within the character themselves that, oh my god, I am the host of this parasite, isn't it horrible? You've got the conflict with the parasite, and maybe, like in the Guyver, you've got an evil corporation or some kind of entity that wants that armor because they think it's going to be awesome.
That just about covers it, yeah. Hands down.
Could you up the stakes somewhat for what we were talking about last week, how it was really cool? Maybe the first 6 episodes was its own arc, and what I really liked about it was the fact that it brought out that if the control unit was destroyed or removed, then it would eat the person. Could you up the stakes somehow with this thing?
It needs a flaw, doesn't it? Like, it can't be...
Maybe this thing is invincible. It doesn't have the same kind of flaw as the Guyver. The person inside gets damaged or killed or whatever, he will be regenerated, but in that time... This, how the armor in the Guyver kind of wreaks havoc and goes on a defense thing. Like, we know that this symbiote armor is just annoying, and so maybe he goes around just ruining this guy's life, just embarrassing him and just doing really annoying things.
Just like me, myself, and Irene.
Yeah, just like having no kind of self-control, just complete ego, kind of, getting him fat and maybe on drugs with 100 hookers or whatever. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, like when Bender was turned into a
yeah.
Yeah.
So it'd be like that, but obviously,
yeah. Again, he could wake up with the person that he hates in bed, and it's like,
his sister.
Oh God!
Oh dear!
Yeah.
It was the symbiote, wasn't me. My next question is: who's writing the main character? Who's writing the symbiote? And who's writing the sister?
Yeah, I think we need to leave the sister out.
Yeah.
I think this is on a par with Evil Jesus.
You can write that character, John.
Yeah. No, it's all right. Yeah. Now, what else could we do with this? Because I think, having an evil corporation after the guy would be a bit obvious, and then we'd just be going into the realms of being derivative. I don't know what kind of organization or thing could be wanting this armor.
Well, you said you didn't want it to be a teenage guy. So what about he's already part of this organization?
Yeah.
Whatever that might be. And
grizzled army guy.
Yeah, and there's elements within that want it for their own interests or whatever.
Is there a way they could extract it? How would they extract it? How did he get this alien parasite thing? I mean, if he's a space marine going on these missions, obviously the setting would be alien worlds and space opera. I mean, is there any reason why he specifically would have got this, or
wrong place, wrong time?
Or even you could say that maybe the organization that wanted, let's say the army, for example, that there's maybe some force within that already knew about it secretly and sent him on a mission to this planet that, maybe there was some sort of masquerade, go to this planet for XYZ, but actually it's to send him there to see what happens as an experiment when it comes into contact with the symbiote.
Maybe they wanted them to extract, like how there's the units where they're in this like weird case, and maybe they need to the mission is to kind of extract these things, but they don't know what they are, and he accidentally lets it off and takes over his body. Are we going to have like a love interest? Is there going to be like a plot device like Mizuki or anything? Or
as long as she isn't just a plot device.
I mean, if we're sending this guy on a mission to an alien world, I mean, the chances are he's not alone. We've got the potential of the rest of his squad or whatever coming into contact. There's a number of them that all have their own symbiotes as a result of this.
So like an elite unit of these symbiote people.
Yeah, being run by this tyrannical organization that they then have to realize that they're on the wrong side.
Would they have to go renegade or something at some point if there are elements within the organization trying to use them or even try to get the symbiotes from them?
Yeah, well, one thing you said earlier, John, about how the symbiote's able to regenerate the host. Let's say one of the hosts loses a limb whilst in the armor. So they lose their leg and the part of the symbiote covering that. Let's say they could take that piece of the symbiote and start trying to clone their own versions.
Yeah, but if they did that, it'd have to go wrong. Like Dolly the sheep dying too early, or, there'd have to be some kind of flaw. Maybe that could be the flaw. You have the cloned versions. Maybe they could be cloned. You could have them, right, we need to clone these. We need to get as many of these symbiotes. We need to design our own army. But I don't know, maybe it turns them into zombies, or it messes up the people who were the hosts, or kind of has real negative effect that was unforeseen.
I think the zombies, or not like the Living Dead, but like 28 Days Later, the rage fight victims, just whatever this clone symbiote does, it just opens up all of their darkest impulses and sends them all a bit crazy.
I suppose the thing with these symbiotes is that they don't have a filter, but the person who they're attached to does. But then if these people they're hooking onto don't have filters, just these killing machines are just running on instinct, a kind of heightened instinct that is then exasperated by the fact that they've got this symbiote armor. That could work.
That's pretty cool. So does that mean this organization and then zombies stroke rage virus, they're the bad guy?
I think you'd have this core crew, what you'd call them like an away team or something, just doing a drop-down mission on a planet, they get infected with this stuff, and then you've got this kind of organisation they're working for, almost working against them. And maybe because, I don't know, the commander or something has control of this new army, then maybe his desires are a bit darker than when he doesn't have this army to control. Maybe you could have a split of, okay, maybe they're not necessarily the bad guys, but the army kind of splits into this original group and then the cloned group, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sounds good.
How are we going to do this thing? To me, this sounds like something a bit bigger than a short story. I mean, it might be that, I don't know, we could try writing these opening scenes or something and maybe do them as a short story, maybe do them as a kind of, I suppose if we took a character each with this kind of symbiote armor, maybe write our own versions of story. I suppose we'd have to kind of maybe come up with an outline together or something and then just work towards beating this evil commander.
I mean, we can always look at incorporating the release model that the videos followed. If we've got like shorter stories with monthly releases.
Because it does feel like a bigger potential thing, doesn't it?
It's quite epic.
Play on the sort of the anticipation of the next part coming.
So we're basically just committing ourselves to like the next 6 months.
Well, at least, I mean, we already said that the Guyver should probably have been 6 seasons.
Yeah. So once we've got rid of the initial commander, then obviously there's his commanding officer who'll be craving power. Then there'll be the going up the army, and then the emperor, and then suppose we just keep working up the managerial structure until we reach just the end of our lives.
It's a possibility.
So I suppose that's it. We just need to be careful of not going too far up the chain of command with each episode.
Yeah, like let's just not make it like you say, like the old computer games where it's next level.
Oh no, I'm thinking of doing exactly that. You know, the first one it's like, oh, evil sergeant. Next one it's like, oh, this evil colonel going up to a general, and then an emperor and a super king. I don't know. Yeah, and then you've got to have some conspiracy where it was actually part of an alien conspiracy anyway, and all this was intended, and then you've got to go after those. And yeah, we could just do this forever. Be just kind of cookie cutter approach. We'll get a basic outline that will repeat and repeat and repeat, and it'll be good. Sorry, I'm being sarcastic now. Don't know if you can tell.
Would we have a scene where the main character loses the ability to use the symbiote until he sees his girlfriend naked, and then all of a sudden he
No, I think he does, but then he comes across the Guyver DVD, watches it, and then he gets it back when he sees Mitsuki naked. Is that too meta? No, I don't know.
Sounds like a winner to me.
Yeah, that's it. We've got our hook. We've got it sorted. I do genuinely think there's a potential here for just like some cool kind of epic space opera, almost space fantasy kind of series. I mean, yeah, I can see just what's the word, like spin-offs and novels, and I don't know. I think you could just have a lot of fun with this whole concept, to be honest. So
yeah, it sounds like a way you can really work in a bit of humor. You know, have, like you say, have fun with it. I think Guyver took itself a bit too seriously. It was really dry, and I think it looks like we could really inject a bit of humor in it. Still keep it maybe dark, but not take it too seriously.
Take all the fun stuff, you know, the big explosions. I don't know. Can we get monsters in there somehow?
Aliens, monsters, just crazy crap. Yeah, bug-eyed monsters, definitely.
Well, what if the team's main objective is hunting down these humans that have become monsters? Before they even get the suit, that's what they do. They're monster hunters. They go to this world, get the symbiotes. They're better monster hunters.
Yeah. That sounds good. I suppose with the humour thing, that is what I think was a flaw of the Guyver is, you know, you mentioned it taking itself too seriously. It was all just trauma and just raising the stakes. How awful can it get? Because you've got the horror of Parasite, you've got the grim military realism, have a lot of horrible stuff, but then you've got these symbiote things that are just being really inappropriate all the time. It's kind of injecting humour, but on this backdrop of something really horrific. I think that could be just a really cool contrast and a lot of fun to play with. Yeah, I like that. Who'd have thunk? I think we've got enough to go with there. Get in touch. We are on Twitter at Otaku on Writing. Send us anything that you've found inspiring about the show. It can be cosplay images, anything like that. You can post them on the Facebook group. Just search for Otaku on Writing. If you're listening to the show and you're enjoying the podcast, share it with a friend. Leave a review on iTunes. Let's spread the word about this. And remember, the best way you can support this show is to buy our books. We are on Amazon. We've got our second short story collection out. It's called Uplift. There's a link in the show notes, so go check that out, support the show. So until next time, cheerio.
Otaku on Writing. Sayonara. Otaku on Writing.
Welcome to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
Last week, we brainstormed an idea based on the Guyver. I can't believe that we actually got something good out of it.
I think something good's an understatement. I've probably not had as much fun writing this short as writing anything else.
Yeah, I didn't think I would salvage anything from that, but I had a lot of fun writing it. To be honest with you, I'm still writing it, but it looks like it's coming in at about 6,000 words in the end.
Mine's probably, well, it's more than 4,000, definitely, and I've read the first draft of Lynn's story, and I'll be honest, I might have accidentally let out a little bit of wee when I was reading it because it was so funny. Honestly, it was hilarious, so I loved it.
That's good to know. I'm looking forward to the action figure with all of the classic lines programmed in. Literally writing it, I was laughing to myself. I was like, I can't believe I've just got that line in.
It's brilliant. I enjoyed writing my story as well. I thought the concept of these kind of symbiote armor things that are just a bit annoying, we all kind of got some ideas roughly around a main event and the world on Facebook Messenger, just to kind of give it some clarity. I really like the fact that our symbiotes' personalities were both very different. Mine, I think, was a bit kind of erratic and kind of really wanting drugs, and yours was more kind of more chilled but kind of silly as well.
Well, I think part of the inspiration for mine came from the living mattresses in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you remember those? There's a planet full of living mattresses, and they all called the same name. And they've got these weird sayings, but it was just like the symbiote's got this really sort of positive, childish outlook on everything. I think that kind of lended towards it having these like fairly insane catchphrases that just seemed to fall into place at the exact right moment.
With mine, it was because obviously we've got this symbiote that talks. I mean, I think you said last week about like the idea of it being an annoying kid in the back of a car kind of thing really stuck in my head.
Yeah.
And like what I wanted to do was get all these just weird fragmentary connections. So basically it was a gritty space marine story that went onto this planet to hunt out these things that were pulling spacecrafts from the sky. And my symbiote, I wanted it to kind of make connections, but based on what was going on in the person's head. So it'd come up with all these weird random connections, almost like going through a thesaurus and pulling it out like that. And I really enjoyed that because I think it led to just some very strange moments within the story.
What I really enjoyed was obviously these creatures really don't understand humans and vice versa, and they kind of highlight things about the characters that the characters take for granted, and it ends up being very ironic, not giving too much away. And I haven't read yours yet because I don't want it to have any impact on what I write, so I can't wait to read everything when I'm finished.
I'm going to say this now, I genuinely think we've got something more here. I think we've got the potential for a series. I think there's more to this kind of world and these characters. This could be just like a prequel or whatever, like an origin story. I'm really excited about this world, which is crazy based on, just the Guyver. But
yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said, it was so much fun writing it. Like I could easily keep doing this for quite a while.
Yeah, we should give Netflix a call.
Lynn has chosen an anime for us to watch. What have you got for us, Lynn?
I'm a little worried after the Guyver experience of ruining some fond memories, but this is a really early one and probably one of the first VHSs I bought back in the day when they were cool. And it's probably the moment I realized that I enjoyed Japanese humor. The movie that I've chosen is called Project A-ko.
Okay. I don't know if I know this one. This
Project A-ko. How do you spell that?
So it's Project, and then it's A-K-O.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've heard of that one.
Which is like Project A.
Yeah, which is a bit of a joke in itself within the show.
Okay.
Basically, it's a parody of everything anime, and it's just a bit absurd, and it's I remember it being very funny.
Excellent. How old were you when you first watched this?
Probably early teens. I remember it having a 15 age rating, so it was before that, because, you got to be cool and watch stuff that you're too young for.
See, I'm worried about this because I thought that Guyver was going to be good and similar kind of formative age. Have you watched this since?
Not since I stopped having a VCR, which was a long time ago.
If it's terrible, I wouldn't feel too bad because Lynn's the only one that's watched this anyway. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It does. I might have watched it. There was a load of things that I watched back in the day that I just have no recollection of the name. So who knows? I might know this when I watch it. But yeah, we'll see.
No, I'm really excited to relive a bit of that.
So yeah, we'll do that then. We'll watch that. Come back next week and see what Project A-ko is about. Remember, you can find us on the Facebook, so Otaku on Writing. You can find us on the Twitter, @Otaku on Writing. If you've been inspired by anything we're doing, let us know. We want to hear from you. And if you do enjoy the show, please do share it with a friend. We've got our first 2 short story collections out now, so do check those out. And so until next time, cheerio.
Otaku on Writing. Sayonara. Otaku on Writing.
to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
Last week, Lynn gave us a film to watch called Project Echo. I have seen this before. I didn't realise. I've not seen it since I was a teenager, but I have seen it.
I definitely didn't see it. There was no surprise there.
I'm surprised I forgot this film because it was very bizarre, very strange.
Yeah, it was a bit bizarre. When we were talking about it last week and mentioned Guyver, I was sort of thinking, is it going to be another terrible show? And, I was thinking that if worst comes to worst, at least we'll probably be able to write a good story based on it, if it turns out to be terrible. But even though it was bizarre and pretty out there, it was a lot of fun.
I still love it. And I'll fight anyone that says otherwise.
Careful.
Who would you be then in this, in our little trio? Would you be Biko?
Well, Biko doesn't. Well, maybe.
Was she the one that cried all the time?
No, that's Seiko. That's the question, isn't it? Who's Seiko?
I'd probably be Seiko.
Hands down, the most annoying character in animated history, I think.
Yeah, I'd definitely be Seiko then. Or my wife would say I'd be Seiko.
One of the things that I really like about this movie is the misdirection. Like, they are constantly just throwing you all these clues, and then they're like, nope, it's not that. Like, you've got, it starts out with the fairly bizarre sequence in space, and then what's the city called?
Graviton, is it? Graviton City. Yeah.
Like gets destroyed by this meteorite, which is really a spaceship. And you've got Eiko getting ready for school. Seiko shows up.
Yeah, random boobs at the start.
Yeah, and the slanty glasses. She's got a glass of orange juice that leans. Just because that's what the future is about. But then, they're late for school, and suddenly Eiko starts running at like 60 miles an hour, and you're like, what? And then she's jumping over buildings,
yeah.
crashing through walls,
yeah.
And then you've got D, like this huge guy who is watching them, and you're like, oh, and he talks about the alien princess, and you're like, well, that's got to be Eiko because she's superhuman. And then, the big flip towards the end. No, actually, it's Seiko. And the same thing happened when they go into the class, and Biko is watching them, and she's like, I must have her. And you're thinking, she's talking about Eiko. But no, she's talking about Seiko. And it's just, they keep, like, pulling the rug on you all the way through.
Yeah. And even when, like you said, D was a huge guy.
Yeah, D was a woman.
He was a woman the whole time. So, like, not to go against the whole political correctness thing, but there were a lot of twists in it, weren't there?
Yeah, and then even Biko, she had one of her henchmen was it Marnie, like the huge girl? And you're like, well, surely if D's the alien, then she must be the alien as well. But they're like, that's just like a complete another misdirection.
Yeah.
There seemed to be a lot of references I got out of this as well. There was like the scene with D when it was basically Fist of the North Star, and then there was the stuff with Bika when she's talking about all her mecha armor and everything. That just brought back like what's it called, like Macross and stuff. I don't know what the timeline is, but it seemed to be this was just a complete piss take of all those different anime.
Yeah, definitely. Like when Seiko was cornered by the big girl, and she started doing paper, scissors, stones with her bizarrely, and then the big girl gets like really angry, and it's like Fist of the North Star. She's like, lightning everywhere, clothes are ripping around her biceps, and then Eiko appears out of nowhere and like destroys her in a second.
Yeah, and then there's a thing with Biko's super armor that is basically a bikini.
The bikini armor, yeah, with missile launchers. It's just brilliant. Like, I just remember watching this like as a kid, thinking this is amazing. Like, I'm not sure what we can do to get this better. I guess the one thing that annoyed me was all the was Seiko with the kind of ridiculous faces. But again, I think that takes up 2/3 of a face. Yeah. But again, I think they're just, taking the piss out of other stuff. I quite liked one storytelling element that they used. The main story was Eiko and Biko fighting over Seiko. But then there's this alien spaceship coming, and they dropped little story nuggets all the way through. Like at the beginning when Eiko wakes up, you had the radio And he's like, the radio announcer's like talking about the anniversary of the meteor strike and gives you sort of the background on a kind of subtle way when, that's not really what's important. Like, you're waiting for Eiko. And then there was a bit later where Eiko and Seiko went shopping and they walked past like a big screen that gave more information about, a missing spaceship. And so they dropped all these like little information dumps, but they didn't feel like it because they were kind of subtle.
Yeah, they were just kind of background, weren't they?
Yeah, and at the time you're like, it's not really important, but you kind of pick up on it. And then the giant alien spaceship arrives, and Seiko gets kidnapped, and you've got Eiko jumping from missile to missile.
I love that. That scene was fantastic. I love that.
Yeah, because they have a truce to Eiko and Biko to get Seiko back, and then once Biko rescues Seiko, they're like, truce is off. Let's destroy the spaceship we're on. Like it's brilliant. Like, just completely ridiculous. And then you've got the alcoholic space captain.
I was just going to say, he was one of my favorite characters.
And he's just like losing his mind and
completely incompetent and just doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's like,
everything's falling apart around him.
I need a drink.
Yeah.
We've not even touched on the giant mechas. Like, it's like they took every popular aspect from all the anime at that time and just slammed it into this movie.
How can we take this then? Obviously, we can't just go make references to late 70s, early 80s anime. Can we do this by bringing it up to date by, I don't know, flipping what's current, almost bring the spirit of Eiko forward?
Yeah, we could almost pick like a number of, like, let's say 7 or 8 popular genre traits for, I don't know, action movies and throw them together, see what happens. Or any genre for that.
I think what I liked about it was almost the weird kind of lesbian love triangle thing that was going on with Biko obviously being obsessed with Seiko, but then Biko really liked Eiko. Did she like Seiko that much? Or was she just like, yeah, you're my friend and I'll hang around with you, but you're a bit annoying at the same time?
They had a flashback, didn't they, where Biko revealed that apparently she believed she was friends with Seiko, but really she was just bullying her as a child. And then Eiko appeared and basically kicked Biko's ass. But then Biko got transferred, so they never got to finish their fight. So Seiko then, I guess, just hung around Eiko because she saved her, and I think she's kind of been stuck with her.
It was funny how Eiko just conveniently forgot all about the flashback.
Yeah. Oh, that was you?
So strange. I had to watch this twice, actually, because the first time I watched it drunk. So.
Yeah. The first time I watched it, I thought I was drunk, and I wasn't.
There's definitely a thing with the storytelling in the sense of the mundane life stuff combined with the intergalactic kind of stuff, but then them actually being linked. That is quite interesting as well. I think there's probably something there. So.
I'm a big fan of misdirection, and if we can get any of that in where we're trying to point people in one direction when really we want them to go the other way, which is quite fun.
I wonder if it would be an opportunity to be really out there and bizarre. just have a... I know we've had a lot of fun with the last project, but just like take it to a whole new level and just go crazy.
Do you think that'll work, though? I mean, maybe because of the Guyver taking itself so seriously, we were able to play off that. I mean, maybe we'll end up just writing something really horrible and gritty and I don't know.
True.
Mecha horror thing with alien invasions and stuff. Yeah. We should come back next week and work out what we're actually going to do with this. I mean, there's a lot. I think there's a lot to process here.
Watch it again.
Yeah. I had to watch it twice, and I don't know. The first time, I wasn't too sure. I couldn't really make up my mind whether I liked it or not. And then the second time, I guess I knew what to expect, and I didn't really have to. My brain didn't have to do the same amount of work to keep up. Yeah, and I really enjoyed it the second time, so I'd definitely go back and watch it again.
If you are enjoying this show, please do leave us a review on iTunes, share it with a friend, that kind of thing. Join in the conversations on the Otaku on Writing Facebook page, and you can also follow us on the Twitter, which is Otaku on Writing, so do that. Our third collection of short stories, Symbiote, is now available on Amazon. Just look for Otaku Stories number 3 and you will find that. So check that out, share it with a friend, etc., etc. So until next time, cheerio.
Otaku on Writing さよなら。
オタクオンライティング。
Welcome to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
Last week we discussed Project Echo. I think we all agreed it was a good film. I think we all had a lot of fun. And I think we maybe discussed a couple of potential ideas. Have you processed any of these now over the last week? Is there anything that you want to throw into the ring?
I really liked Lynn's idea of just combining a bunch of tropes. John mentioned the love triangle and someone else mentioned the whole Mac thing. And we could probably bring in a few others, and I think we could have a lot of fun with it.
And especially if we try and be like almost a little bit specific, so that when you're reading it back, you can be like, "Yeah, I know what movie that's from," or "I know what series that's from." Like it's something different enough that it's obviously not stealing. A number of like fairly big like homages to other stories.
Yeah, I think my question would be: would we sort of include some really well-known recent things that other people might be familiar with? Some people might not remember things from, maybe 10, 15 years ago.
I think between us, I think we'll be able to get a range of references. I don't think we need to kind of go, let's include this, let's include that. I think we can make these personal to our own. Yeah, this could be really interesting, actually. We could even call the collection homage or something. The reference things, yeah, we'll do that. I think that'll be good. I like that as well.
Yeah, it'd be a bit of a fun, like, can you spot the 5 references that we've each brought in?
Or more. 500.
Or more, yeah.
I wrote a story, I think it was about a year or two back now, which was called The Gibson Continuum, which was basically me taking a piss out of Ready Player One. And so that was like just piled high with a million references. And I think when I first published it, I even had a hyperlink to every reference, and it was just all underlined all the way through. So
Excellent.
Well, that was fun. But yeah, so reference stories like this are good. What is it? There's love triangles, there's mecha stuff. I mean, what else is in Project Echo? I suppose alien invasions as well.
Overpowered fighters.
Drunk captains.
Yeah.
Spaceships,
rockets, missiles, spiders.
Those were they spider tanks?
Oh yeah.
People ripping out of their clothes when they're getting psyched up for a fight.
Hulk Hogan style.
Yeah, so angry that their biceps shred their sleeves,
and lightning shoots out of the sky.
Yeah.
How that'll work in unless we do it like really on the nose, like get ready for a fight and lightning appears all around him for no reason. Yeah, really. Suppose you could just do it like really stupidly and have fun with the idea that, you are creating almost like a metafiction where it's fiction about fiction, and so you can just kind of pile on all the different inconsistent stupidities that you might get in anime at points.
Yeah, I think if you kind of just set it up really well and made it clear that it was based on anime or whatever. Obviously, people are going to know because of what we're doing. But in the story itself, I don't know how you would do it, but like the first paragraph or two, just, say, yeah, this is going to be absolutely ridiculous. And this is what to expect from the rest of the story.
One thing that Lynn mentioned as well last week was, I think, a big kind of important thing about Project Echo is all these misdirections. And I think this might be a good time to think about using something like Lester Dent's formula for writing a pulp story, where I think it's like every 25% you throw in a twist which throws the world into a disarray, into a new angle kind of thing. I think we could purposefully think about how we can misdirect at many different points. So you think it's a story about this, you think it's a story about that, and maybe by the end it's just completely different to what it started out as.
I'm a big fan of Lester Dent's formula, but twists in general are fun, and they're fun to read and to write. So it'd be good, definitely.
I think that'll be good for me. I don't think I really use twists in my work. I always focus on the characters and just their arc, you know. So actually writing a plot twist, isn't something I've really done before. So that'll be good exercise for me, definitely.
I enjoy putting twists into shorter works. Like I've put them in the short stories quite a bit, but I've been focusing on longer works for such a long time that I haven't really focused on twists in a while. So it'd be nice to get back into trying those.
What has put me off doing them in the past is, you know, the guy who did like Sixth Sense and films like that. His films basically rely on that big twist, that big reveal at the end. But then, you know, the reward one rewatch, and then you're like, all right, I get it now. Okay. So I'm kind of wary of twists just kind of based on him, I suppose.
I agree with Killian. Like, I think they definitely work better in short stories just because you've got less time to sort of spot it coming. And short stories are kind of famous for leaving you with that sort of sucker punch at the end where you're like, oh, of course.
I suppose with this kind of layering of stupidity or whatever we're going to call it, like, I think we can do that in very, just like really on the nose and self-referential ways that I think will be quite fun and probably a bit strange to read.
Possibly, but then that's kind of fitting, isn't it, with Eiko?
Yeah.
It is a bit strange.
Yeah, it was certainly strange to watch, wasn't it?
I really want to steal the naming convention of just having
A, B, C, D.
Yeah, just like it's like it's kind of poking fun at just lazy naming, isn't it? So yeah. I don't know.
It's like James Cameron's Unobtainium.
Oh, Unobtainium.
Or Handwavium, that's a good one. I think I've used a bit of Handwavium and Unobtainium.
Yeah, not lazy writing at all, is it?
Not at all.
Unobtainium to me just sounds like a people going Handwavium or just a bit of a tongue-in-cheek joke, you know. So
yeah, there'll be plenty of opportunity for stuff like that in this story.
We've got references. We've got the Lester Dent Pulp Fiction plot reveals and stupid naming conventions.
What would we do character-wise? I mean, I suppose this is maybe a bit premature or something we need to take offline, but like, will we have like one character each, or, you know, we just throw a bunch of characters together and see what happens? Or
I'm brewing a story in my head, so I don't know whether we need to do any kind of crossover on this. I think just like write a crazy story and just chuck it out there. Just, you know, have it as a short story collection for this one.
I don't think we even need a combined setting or premise, or it's just going to be crazy. Like,
so just 3 crazy stories that aren't necessarily connected.
The connection is they're going to be in the same collection. That's
okay.
And all inspired by Project Eiko.
Exactly. So I think in the spirit of it, maybe we should pick a character who we write from the perspective of. Maybe, you know, you could write as Biko and have that as your kind of central character, and I don't know, something like that.
Well, maybe we should each have an A. Like John has an A, I have a B, Killian has a C. But then there might be 2 separate for that to really be noticeable.
I think we just need to just do a fun story that's got no connection to anything else, and we'll just have fun doing it. And then we can get back to writing more of these symbiote stories because they were awesome. I'm going to say it again, but I'm so excited about this series. I think we definitely need to do more of this. I think.
Yeah.
Well, even like going back to it, you know, when I finished writing, I was a little worried that maybe I'd gone too far.
No.
It's always nice to know that I haven't, but then that means I can push things further when we do a series.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
We've not got anything on, have we? Like we can do that.
I think we could do like a I don't know, like a pilot series or something, like a serial. Yep, you know, maybe even do it in the style of the Guyver, where, you know, they come out in, because I think the first lot came out as a block of 6 over a few months. We could do something like that where we.
That's right. Yeah. So like have like maybe a few novellas or something like that.
I think that'd be awesome. Sorry, I mean, this is nothing to do with Project Eiko, but I mean, it's. I just think we've got a lot of potential with this symbiote stuff. I don't know. I just think we need to not leave it where it is, if you know what I mean. So,
yeah. We'll have to.
That's it. Like, we all had a lot of fun. It'd be kind of rude to us to not continue.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to think of a name for a series then, won't we?
Yeah, I just want to see how Rangi and Dana get on, and I just think
I want to get back to raclette, if I'm honest.
a bit cheesy, but yeah. Got it. No. Hello?
I know what you're talking about. That wasn't one of his catchphrases, was it? I thought he said, "Here comes the cheese."
Stop giving all the spoilers away. We'll,
If you haven't read it by now.
Going back to Project Acre, so we have got an idea, even though it's a bit nebulous at the minute. I think we just come up with our own stories and then have fun with it. And who knows, we might, through some magic, come up with something that will inspire us to do another serial or something collaborative. Who knows?
Yeah, because we need more work.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, so I have to start thinking about something then, don't I?
Yeah, don't say anything yet.
No, I won't. But yeah. Okay. I have a few arrows in my quiver, so it's just a matter of deciding
Which one to shoot us with.
Yeah.
Excellent. I like that metaphor. There you go.
Yeah, which of our childhood memories are we going to destroy?
That's going to be the big question for every time we do one of these.
For the show, really.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I think on that, we just leave it there. That'll do. Just whatever. Next week. So next week, Killian's going to pick something. I'm sure it'll bring us down more by destroying more of our teenage years and childhood. So thanks, Killian, in advance for that. So remember, we've got a Facebook group. Join that. Join in. We're on Twitter as well. If you've been inspired by anything, just get in touch. Let us know what you're doing. If you're copying our thing, if you're watching anime films, getting inspired, let us know. We're on the Twitter. It's Otaku on Writing. And if you haven't done so already, please do check out Symbiote, which is the third Otaku collection. So until next time, cheerio.
Arigatou! Thank you for listening to Otaku on Writing.
Otaku on Writing.
Hello and welcome to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
Last week we brainstormed stuff around Project Echo, and I think we concluded that we were going to just do stories involving lots of anime tropes or genre cliches, that kind of thing. How did you get on with that?
I had a lot of fun, actually. I went full-on Japanese with Samurai School for Girls. Basically threw everything I could think of into it. Even the character names are all based off different character types from hair colors.
That's a really cool idea.
What about you, Killian? Did you manage to get something good down?
Yeah, I've kind of got a really rough draft thrown together, and it's a bit crazy. I've got everything in there, and maybe not as many tropes as I should have, but I just kind of went down a rabbit hole, and it went crazy and strange and weird, and it's got clowns and robots and girls with bazookas and all sorts of weird stuff. So I might have to dial all that back a bit and try and get some more tropes in.
No, that sounds awesome.
Definitely don't dial that back.
Yeah. I did a bit of a mental steampunk story, to be honest. I decided to kind of make fun of the steampunk genre. A lot of my favourite animes are, I suppose, steampunk ones, really. So I went for the Lester Dent kind of story structure and just tried to make it as stupid as possible. So I had robot monkeys and a steam-powered Segway, and I even nicked that scene out of Project Echo where she's riding up the missiles. Well, he's riding up the missiles on a Segway, so it's just completely stupid.
Brilliant. And you can never go wrong with robot monkeys either.
Exactly. So I really enjoyed doing that, and it had a blast doing it, to be honest. A lot of fun.
I was kind of surprised at how many tropes just naturally appeared. Like as I was working, like suddenly my main character's flying through the air, and then someone jumps up and catches her. Just lots of really sort of classic anime scenes that you'd see in pretty much everything somehow wormed their way into it.
Yeah, I found it was a little bit out of character with what I would normally do. So I guess I could say it was a bit outside my comfort zone. So for me, it was a nice experiment in just delving into something slightly different. I had a lot of fun writing it, and I'm sure I'll have lots more fun cleaning it up.
Killian, it's your turn. What have you got for us?
Well, I was thinking a lot about this one, and I'm hoping that the whole butchering childhood memories thing doesn't come around again.
Don't do it.
But I was thinking of how about Street Fighter 2, the animated movie? Did you ever watch that one?
Yeah, I saw it back in the day, definitely. It was my redemption, or attempt at redemption, for the live-action movie, I think, that came out a year before.
Was that the one with Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Yes.
Oh,
Terrible
never a
film.
live action movie. It doesn't.
Were you a fan of the game growing up?
Yeah, it was one of those games that all my friends had. My parents wouldn't let me get it, or I just didn't end up getting it for whatever reason. But I would always play it with my friends, and yeah, it's one of those Capcom classics, isn't it? And I think I can remember playing it at the old arcades as well. We went on our holidays to the seaside. We would go into the amusement place and play it on the old arcade machines. So there are a lot of good memories when it comes to Street Fighter.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a massive game for me and my friends, that one, definitely. We started off playing it in our local chippy, and they had I think it was a hacked version called, I think it was like the Black Belt Edition, and it did things like throwing sonic booms out of people's arms when they were doing dragon punches and stuff. It was ridiculous. And it was just a really insane version, but then there was a SNES version, which, again, was awesome, and we just used to go around each other's houses playing that a lot. And yeah, Street Fighter 4 as well, just carrying on the tradition, like one of my favourite games ever.
Yeah, definitely. Because I grew up on the seaside in the south of England. We had an arcade that it was 8 Street Fighter consoles side by side, and it had a championship version, and then you would play the guy next to you, and then you would advance to the next round until one person won everything. It used to draw a crowd. I mean, that's just insane for a computer game.
They used to have that in our local chippy, just the one arcade machine and about 20 kids standing around it. So,
yeah, old school. They don't. That doesn't happen these days. Is it? They don't make them like they used to.
Don't make retro games like they used to, do they?
They did try sometimes, though.
I suppose. Yeah. Who was your favourite character then when you used to play Street Fighter 2?
I don't know if this is just because I was a teenager, but I did enjoy playing as Chun-Li.
Okay, yeah, that's because you were a teenager.
Okay, yes, it was definitely because
you only used to do spinny bird kicks, yeah.
I used to like how she could jump off the walls, but then I could say, yeah, I could have used Vega for that because he could do the same thing, couldn't he?
Chun-Li was a good character, yeah. I mean, I was always a Ken fan, and I got really good with Dalsim as well.
I was Ryu.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same as Ken, isn't it?
Almost. Although they changed slightly as the games evolved, didn't they?
Yeah, I think Ken's Dragon Punch changed its angle, and Ryo's fireballs got more powerful. So. Yeah.
Oh, did they? I didn't really play the later games. I think maybe 2, and then which one was Alpha? Was it 2 Alpha?
What was it? There was Super, there was Super Turbo, there was Championship Edition, and then it went for the Alpha and Alpha 2, and then Street Fighter 3, and there was about 3 iterations of that. So we'll come back next week and we'll have watched Street Fighter 2. What is it? The animated movie, I think the full title is. And hopefully it will be as good as I remember. So remember, you can find us on Facebook. We've got a Facebook group. Search for Otaku on Writing. We're also on the Twitter. It's Otaku on Writing. You can get collections of stories. You can buy all our collections and help support this podcast. So until next time, cheerio.
Otaku on Writing さよなら
オタクオンライティング
Hello and welcome to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
Last week, Killian suggested that we watch Street Fighter 2, the animated movie. We've watched it, and what did you guys think?
I wasn't disappointed at all. It wasn't that long ago since the last time I watched it. It was maybe about 10 years ago. So I sort of remember it being good, and thankfully that memory was justified, and it was a really good show. It was as good as I remembered it. It really held up to the game rather than it being an in-depth movie, but I guess we can talk about that a little bit more later.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with you here. I really didn't like this film. I remember loving it, probably because I watched it back in the day and I was a big Street Fighter fan, and I love seeing all the characters. But I think that because they had to include all the characters from the Super Edition of the game, I think that was kind of a detriment to the story. And what I will say is I thought the fight scenes were brilliant. I thought they were really well executed, really well choreographed. But man, the story, it was just...
Well, when I said it wasn't deep in the movie sense, what I really meant was there was no story. But it was, it lived up to the name Street Fighter. It was all about street fights, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with John, surprisingly, with this. Like I remembered loving the movie, and watching it this time round, I was just thinking, this story is garbage. Like, there is no story here. We've got a handful of insanely amazing fight scenes, but the rest of the movie just kind of made no sense. Like, why is Chun-Li in her Chinese costume all the way through the film, but Ken's in shorts and a sweater, and then Guile's in his jumpsuit? Like, there was no sort of thought as to how we can get them into these costumes. Like, there could have been a development of getting all the characters together, having a situation why Chun-Li's wearing that costume, and then making them fight. But it just kind of went, well, let's just put them in their Street Fighter stuff, and
because Chun-Li was supposed to be. She was working for Interpol, and Kami White was supposed to be an MI6 agent. And they, like you said, they were just in their game uniforms, which had nothing to do with the movie at all.
Surrounded by guys in suits. I mean,
I will say my favourite moment of the film actually involved Kami, and that was where she used her, whatever it's called, that drill spin move that she does to assassinate someone. I thought that was good.
That was pretty cool. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not exactly an elegant or thematic movie. I mean,
hey?
Very
on purpose.
Very watered down.
I don't think he's well.
Maybe it's one of those cyborgs. Maybe if someone kicks his head off and
Shadow Law.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's back.
Okay, that's better. Sorry, did I go missing there?
Yeah, he sounded a bit like a robot.
What did I say? Lost? That's what I normally sound like. Yeah, so I was just saying, it wasn't exactly elegant or thematic. It was a very watered down and simple, good versus evil, and I'm going to use this word very lightly, story. Even all the dialogue, it was terrible and cheesy.
There was one line that really stood with me. It's when Ken calls Bison Buffalo. I thought that was like Buffalo or whatever your name is.
Yeah. After he just introduced himself as Bison.
Yeah.
The thing that I thought was interesting, which, I don't know, maybe I was looking for subtext, but I felt there was very much a gay eroticism storyline going on between Ken and Ryu.
You think so?
Yeah. Proper broke back. It was...
Here, have my headband.
Yeah, here, have my headband made from my torn clothes, which we all then wear forever. He's in the car and he's proposing to his girlfriend Eliza, and he's having daydreams about wrestling with Ryu. And he nearly crashes his car because he's thinking so much about this man.
That's true.
Sorry. Yeah.
And then in the fight with Bison, Ryu was the same, wasn't he? Like, they were in the middle of fighting, and he would have all these flashbacks about Ken.
Yeah.
I think you're onto something there.
Yeah. So, subtext.
Yeah. For me, that kind of ruined the final fight. As soon as anything started moving, it's like, oh, flashback. Oh, flashback. Let's not worry about the fight. And on that, Bison was just too powerful. He could float and fly and just disappear and reappear. There's no way they should have been able to beat him, even with two of them. They only really beat him because he sort of went, oh, I'm going to fight you like a man. Then not to mention that Shadow Lore had fully embraced we're the evil bad guys with their skull logos everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, even that name, Shadow Law.
Yeah. There wasn't subtlety, was there, with the evilness? And it's like, yes, I embrace the evil.
Yeah, there was no grey. It was just a very watered down evil versus good. There was no sort of in between, was there?
Yeah, I liked when Guile went to see DJ, and he's like, "Watch out for these cyborgs; they're everywhere." And I'm like, half their face is a robot. I think you'll see them. I don't know how anyone misses them.
Yeah. Where did these cyborgs come from? What was this about? Like, I didn't understand. There's a lot about the storyline I didn't understand. It's like, why would Bison, who is as powerful as he is, even need anyone else? You know what I mean? And,
yeah, what did they call them? High performance monitor cyborgs or something like that, wasn't it? It was the worst name ever. And I had to laugh at that bit because the evil doctor, another kind of stereotype when it comes to the bad guy. So the evil doctor who created these cyborgs, he was talking about how they're so advanced that they can transmit the video instantly from the satellite to the computer. Yeah. And I'm like, geez, we do that with our phones these days.
Then there was a point where the scientist is on the video conference with Bison, who's flying around in the air, and he's like, some interesting footage has come in about Ken Masters. And Bison's like, I'll be right there. Like, just put it on the display. Like, he doesn't need to fly back to his base in Thailand so that he can watch a video.
Yeah, because
a video. Like,
because when he got there, he said, "This better be good because this interrupted me."
Couldn't he have not teleported anyway? Like, how far is his range? I don't know.
And why did he need a plane if he can fly?
Yeah. For me, though, there was the fairly standard anime trope was Chun-Li in the shower. But that aside, I think that led into probably the single best scene in the entire movie.
Yeah, that was definitely the breast fight in the movie.
Yeah. I mean, I think they did a really good job of like building the tension there. Like, she's in the shower, you see the shadow walking around in her room, and then the phone's ringing, and then the music and the sort of direction of that scene, I think, was just incredible. And then it kicks off into that sort of high tempo music from, I think it's Ultra by KMFDM.
KMFDM, yeah. I was wondering who that was. I was thinking, God, these sound like a bad version of Nine Inch Nails. I was trying to work out who it was.
And like just that whole scene, like that, just I could just watch that part of the movie over and over again.
I guess it was really the apex of creativity in the movie. Like you say, it was the best scene. It had that really nice build up, and then the action. Whereas there were, I think I counted, was there like 11 or 12 fights altogether? And then it's almost like they filmed all the fights, and then they thought, right, how are we going to fill the bits in between? And then it just threw random stuff in between the fights. I
love the Ryu Sagat fight at the beginning. I just wish there was more of it.
Yeah, and that was kind of a bit of a trope as well, wasn't it? When with the old classic anime, they would often start with the lightning and the rain and the bad guy versus the good guy, and it would sort of set up the movie that way.
I had a look at the time on this, and I think we were well into like 50 minutes before there was actually any story progression, because we spent so long introducing all these characters. And like, where was what was his name? Bullrog. What happened to him?
He had 5 seconds, him versus E Honda, wasn't it? And then they rolled off the cliff or something, and they were gone. Yeah, it was, and I don't know. I did like the fights because I think they got all of the signature moves in as well.
In a kind of realistic way. I thought it was the fighting was a bit more realistic. So yeah, I thought that was done well. Did you have the English dub or the Japanese version?
English one, yeah.
Okay, did you hear who did the voice for Fei Long?
No.
Okay, go back to it. It's Walter White. It's the guy who plays Walter White.
No way.
Yeah, I just heard it. I was like, no. I looked it up and it was him. So
Brian no way.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So there's one point in this movie that I really need to bring up, and that's right at the end. And you've got Ken and Ryu at some random gas station in America.
They just leave
in the middle of nowhere. Okay, so Ken's waiting for Elise to come pick him up. And I'm like, well, how did they get there? The last thing we knew, they were in Thailand. Now the two of them are just at some random truck stop in America.
Maybe Guile dropped them off?
Why there? Like, it's just,
Yeah, it was very consistent, wasn't it?
I just don't understand how it got to that.
Let's drop them off in the middle of nowhere instead of dropping them off somewhere where, they could actually get a lift or whatever.
Because Ryu needed to have a long walk, that's all it is.
Yeah, in his bare feet down the highway.
Yeah. I think we'll struggle with the brainstorm on this one, I'll be honest.
I don't know. Like I said, it was terrible story-wise, but it did deliver on the fighting scenes. I think Street Fighter itself as a game, it was just about the fighting. There wasn't really much of a story to it, as far as I can remember. So I guess they sort of transposed that onto a different medium.
Yeah, I think if they'd have just made it a straight-up tournament, and like even if they'd taken do you remember the Mortal Kombat movie?
Yeah.
I mean, as bad as that was, just taking us the same sort of format of all the fighters have been brought together for some reason, and now they've got to fight, like Bloodsport or any of the Van Damme type movies.
Yeah, like Bruce Lee ones kind of thing.
Yeah.
It was almost like they tried to bring in the whole, the way in the Street Fighter game you could go to all of the different tournaments around the world. Yeah, they were trying to bring in the locations, weren't they, I think, and they didn't do a very good job of it.
So the soundtrack, if you watch the English one, all the music was added for the Western side, all the grunge music, like
proper license,
Alice in Chains.
Yeah,
that combined with the fights is, I think, what makes it memorable.
Yeah, I did like the them bones coming on when Ken was in the car, and it's like, yeah.
And I feel that probably changes your viewpoint on it. So I think we kind of got conned a little.
Yeah,
when we were younger, like fights and loud music.
Yeah, I guess it appeals a lot more to the younger mind, really, doesn't it? When there's no story, I don't know. It's also one of those things that it's not really timeless, is it? I think it's one of those movies that they created it for their audience at the time, and that audience was at some point going to move on and no longer appreciate it. Whereas, remember with Akira, we mentioned that you could watch it in 20 years again and you would still be impressed by it. It just wasn't that kind of movie.
Definite feeling of cash-in, but at the same time, you could tell that the people who'd done the fight stuff is, doing that kind of animation, and it's all hand animation, it was fantastic. So, we can't fault it for that on that kind of artistic level, but I just think, as story, that was almost like an afterthought.
Don't get me wrong, I still think it was a good movie overall, because I wasn't expecting any story. So I guess maybe I didn't have that expectation. To me, it's a bit like a battle hammer. It's very basic, but it gets the job done. So that's how I felt about it anyway. There wasn't a story there. Well, there was a little bit, and it wasn't good at all. But I watched it hoping to be impressed by the fight scenes, and I was. So it met my expectations.
Yeah, I just think that, if you can get that level of quality in the fights and then somehow weave that into a quality story, you're going to blow people's minds.
Yeah, it could have been timeless if they did that, couldn't it?
Yeah. Bit of a good story, franchise that's popular, great soundtrack. Yeah, it could have been just a great film and missed the trick on it.
Yeah, although Honda did have a great line. I think when Bison came along, he said, "I got to kill this nut before I kill myself." I think that was probably the only good line in the movie.
When he sees Ryu, he's like, we're from Japan. Japanese people should hang out together.
That's right.
Because we're brothers. And then just starts laughing maniacally. Yeah.
I don't know. There's some interesting ideas, I suppose, in there. Stuff about the mind control, the mad scientist stuff. Like, that's interesting to me. And the bromance with Ryu and Ken.
Yeah, and I don't know about you guys, but I thought Captain Guile was a bit of a disappointment, because he was one of the characters I always used to really like playing in the games, and he did a lot of running around, and then he fired off a sonic boom at one point, and it missed, and then that was it. He was pretty useless. Yeah.
If he was going to do it properly, he should have just sat in the corner, ducked, and then fired off sonic boom and flash kicks when you approached him. So.
The one thing that I really take away from this is the Chun-Li Vega fight and the build up to that. Like, I think that scene could just be studied over and over again.
So do you think that's something that, when it comes to the story side of things, you'll maybe focus a bit more on that?
I love the way it built up the tension. Like, you know there's a fight coming. You know who it is. You know what's going to happen. Just the way it was laid out, you're kind of really getting amped up for it. And then they sort of change the pace so quickly. And then you're like just in the middle of the fight. It's like when you watch The Fast and the Furious. As soon as you get in a car, you want to drive quickly. So you watch the fight between Chun-Li and Vega, and suddenly it's like, I need to fight everything.
You should watch it every morning when you wake up.
Yeah.
Prepare
to write.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe that's the secret sauce. All authors need to sit down and watch that scene before they write in the morning. Yeah. Well, what I liked about the fights too was they often weren't one-sided, and I think the Chun-Li Vega one was very good that way because he pretty much put her in hospital, and she took quite a lot of damage before she took care of him. So that was part of the tension being carried over as well because you weren't sure what was going to happen, and yeah, I thought that was really good.
Remember, you can follow us on the Twitter. It's at Otaku on Writing, and we're on the Facebook. Find our Facebook group. If you've been inspired by anything we're doing, please do get in touch. Love to hear from you. Finally, check out our stories online. We've done a lot of stories now, so just go to Otaku Stories on Amazon, find them, buy them, support the show. That'll be awesome. So until next time, cheerio.
Arigatou! Thank you for listening to Otaku on Writing.
Otaku on Writing.
Welcome to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
Last week we tried to get some ideas for a story out of Street Fighter 2, the animated movie, and now I think we need to brainstorm some ideas and see if we can salvage something from the lack of story in that film.
Yeah, I think last time Lynn had a really good point about the Chun-Li Vega fight, so maybe you could kind of tell us what he was thinking there.
Ooh, on the spot, thanks. Like you said, I've been watching it every morning just to keep myself
fired up.
amped up. You could easily take that one scene and expand it into a short story with...
Would it be a thing of... Because I think in order for it to kind of work well, you'd need to have it flicking between points of view. You could do a scene where all of us contribute to it, actually, and we all write a different thing and add our own tension and pace into that one scene, if that makes sense.
So we all write in the same story, only using a different character. Yeah.
There was basically Guile, Chun-Li and Vega. Guile was desperately trying to get in touch with her, and I mean, obviously you'd need a kind of better story to hang it on, but I think you could do that. I think we could do that, hopefully,
If you think of it as 3 parts, and each character has like a viewpoint in each part, so you'd have... The first section, you'd have one person just kind of doing something unaware of anything happening. The second person trying to come in to get the first person. And then the third person desperately trying to get in contact with the first person to warn them about the second person, but unable to. You can even continue that into the fights. So one guy has the upper hand. Let's say John's writing that. Then third guy comes in, Killian takes over, and
good way to kind of have like you said, there's like one person has the upper hand, and then it would end on a bit of a cliffhanger, I guess, if you cut to the other point of view. So it would kind of lead the person to want to come back to that scene, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so they're just about to, let's say, put a killer blow in, or at least they think, and then flicks to the other character, and they see it come in and are able to respond appropriately, and then the fight flips. And
yeah, that could be really cool. Yeah,
it'd be interesting to see how that works with a fight scene.
I think this would be one of these ones where we'll have to like do a really kind of close outline and almost do the stepping stone scene by scene, so we all know what we're writing and when. I really like the stuff, as I say, as well, about the mad scientist and something like that. So maybe instead of it being kind of echoing the scene of the Chun-Li Vega stuff. I mean, is there a way we can do something with a mad scientist and someone with kind of psionic powers, or I don't know, just kind of bring in some of those crazier elements? And
I mean, even to that, you could make the first character the mad scientist who's just merrily going about his business, doing his mad science, and then character 2 is one of his creations that's escaped and is stalking through the lab trying to find him.
like a Frankenstein's monster kind of thing.
Yeah, character 3 is I don't know, maybe the security guard that's noticed the experiments escaped and is now trying to desperately reach the scientists.
Yeah, that sounds good.
That sounds good, yeah.
Yeah, because there's not enough mad scientist stories, let's be honest. I think it went out of vogue a long time ago.
That's true, and there's not an awful lot more we can go on in this movie, is there?
Yeah, there is, because what we can do as well is we'll have the mad scientist and his creation, but his creation was maybe the person who he trained with as a scientist, and there was a bit of a gay romance, and he once gave him his Bunsen burner, and now he wears that around his head. I don't know. I'm just, just something like that. Like, we can nick a lot of the cliches from that film and mess around with them a bit. I think.
As long as it's definitely a Bunsen burner.
It's got to be now, hasn't it? So, a man who is deformed by having Bunsen burners attached to his limbs. He's got Bunsen burner hands or something. I don't know.
That could be his name, Bunsen burner.
No, Bunsen burner hands. That's his name. And he's just got Bunsen burners for hands, but he's got no gas outlet, so they don't work. They're just useless bits of metal. A bit like a really crap version of Edward Scissorhands.
Really crap.
Yeah.
John Cronshaw, the new Tim Burton.
Yeah, well, there we go. I suppose we are just making our living by nicking ideas now, so. Burn. Yeah, with the Bunsen burner hands, yeah. I don't know. There's potential there, maybe.
I think even if we don't do the Bunsen burner hands, guy.
Well, don't rush. Well,
I mean, even if we don't, we still have to come back and do one just for him.
Yeah, so there's potential with the mad scientist stuff. There's the potential with the Brokeback Mountain kind of storyline. There's the thing about having just an almighty power where everyone's got to kind of get together to destroy it. Maybe, I don't know, I'm trying to think of it's that Brandon Sanderson novel, isn't it? The Mistborn one where they destroy the thing at the end and it's like, oh, well, you shouldn't have done that because I was actually a guardian for this thing. I mean, spoiler, obviously. But,
let's hope any of our listeners haven't.
I don't know, you could have that weird scene and the tension with the 3 characters in the lab, the weird monster, and maybe they're trying to stop the weird monster, but it ends up that the weird monster is actually protecting the world from an M. Bison type character who's even more powerful, and then they have to team together to take on the big monster or something.
Enter Bunsen burner hands.
Which you'll have to use like clubs.
Yeah, I think the fight scene is the sort of key thing we can take from it, though, isn't it? Like, we need to get the fight scene right.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever really done a long fight scene before. I remember, Lynn, you said ages ago about the idea of just wanting to do a story that is just one long fight scene that seems a bit pointless, and it seems like we've already got it here. So.
Yeah, I was talking novel length, though. Like, just
okay.
Unrelenting.
It would just be like a John Woo movie, wouldn't it?
50,000 words of non-stop fight.
You never know what we'll come up with this. It could end up being that. So.
I don't know. There was about 12 different fights and 100 different characters. You could try and squeeze those into a short story.
Yeah, so we'll introduce 16 characters, is it? Yeah, just introduce 16 characters. That'll take us to about the 2/3 of the way through, and then we can start a story.
Or if we take that and hark back to the video game, like, we could each have 4 characters each, and we basically write the tournament of everyone fighting against each other until... So each match, you learn a little bit about the 2 characters, and they reveal... or the winner reveals some sort of power or ability that will help them later on, and and it just sort of goes into like a big knockout round, and
then one of the characters comes in at the end and interferes or something, hits him with a steel chair, or
it could be a bit of fun just having. I don't know how many fights that would be.
Would that be like a fight each, or?
Well, if we've got 12 characters, so there's 6 in the first round. We might have to go 16 characters to get it to work.
Oh God!
then it would be 16, 8, 4, 2, and so it'd be 8 fights the first round, 4 in the second, 2 in the third, and then 1 fight.
If you're going to do that, you should just have it basically being one character POV and having their journey to the end or to the semi-final or whatever, and then you can have these other characters as peripheral. But
because otherwise it'll just be like Street Fighter 2, the animated movie.
That's what we're doing, isn't it?
I suppose there is the question of what if someone with tremendous magical powers started a crime organisation? That could be interesting. You could do something.
That could definitely be cool.
Yeah, it would be cool. And what if instead of it being sort of they're evil, it could be, well, maybe the good guys who are trying to stop them are actually the evil ones, and the crime people are the good guys. I don't know, just messing about with the whole morality thing. Rather than it being, what were they called? Shadow law with psycho power and whatever.
Skulls.
Skulls everywhere.
So they'd be like freedom fighters then, trying to rise up against the evil government. This just sounds like any YA novel.
Yeah. Maybe you could do a double flip.
But no, I like the idea of someone with extraordinary powers trying to run some sort of sinister organization. That could be fun to write.
Yeah, because we've got the Breaking Bad tie-in already with Fei Long, so could have the Breaking Bad story arc, but with a Bison-style character.
Fights. Because Breaking Bad with Street Fighters, yes.
Yeah. Like some of the brainwashing stuff's interesting as well. We could have the idea of someone who is trying to create a zombie army of Street Fighters. Like that's quite a cool idea. Like you get the best UFC fighters and try and turn them to your advantage or something.
What I didn't get about Street Fighter was some guy with a gun could have just walked up and killed everybody.
Well, I don't know, because then Bison did have magic and he could teleport.
Yeah.
This guy did try to shoot Ryu, didn't they? And
that's true, yeah. I'm just trying to think of a creative way to kind of have it not be like, oh, where was the guy with the gun who could have just stopped all these fighters?
Okay, well, you set it on Mars then. You have it in a dome. Have it set in space or on a spaceship or space station where there's no combustible weapons. I don't know. Maybe you could have a lunar fighting tournament or something.
Could just be on a different planet altogether. It doesn't have to be one we know.
This is brilliant. Like a generation ship that's running out of food, and in order to decide who's going to carry on in the generation ship, it's decided by a fighting tournament.
Perfect. Sorted.
And so you could have them kind of following the things, and maybe there is a mad scientist who is weak physically, but he's trying to come up with something that will make him an ultimate fighter kind of thing. And so he almost turns himself into a Blanca-like character by accident. And maybe he does have electrical powers and things. I don't know.
Yeah, I like that. That's pretty cool.
You could do, all the tension and stuff because you've got this generation ship, food's running out. Maybe people are just getting murdered in order to get around it and in order to stop the murders. And maybe it does need to be about fighting, and then they do it in a structured way and have a tournament. I don't know.
Yeah, the winners get food for their family for the next generation or whatever.
Yeah, well, they don't get airlocked. They get to survive, So,
yeah.
Real stakes. And the mad scientist who's Blanca or whatever. and the Bunsen burner guy could also. He's like he could be a failed fighter who gets sent out in the first round. Or a willing sacrifice is just like, look, my hands are Bunsen burners and there's no gas supply. Kill me now. Got no opposable thumbs, Just something like that. But yeah, so I don't know. We need to probably narrow this down a bit. But
I can't stop laughing.
I don't know if there's any way at all to tie it into, the stuff we did for the Guyver. I mean, maybe we could do another story in the same universe, maybe a prequel, kind of try and tie it in with that. That would be fun.
I'd rather leave the Guyver thing behind.
I quite like the idea of the spaceship with the fight tournament to survive. Like, we could quite easily pick 3 different characters and just do a story based around that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really solid idea. I like that too.
Maybe it's a thing of like, okay, not everyone's going to be picked, but maybe a certain, your family has to select someone to fight.
Or it could be that they represent the whole tribe or something. Like there's hundreds of people, and each 3 tribe. They choose their best fighter and put them forward, and then if whoever fails, then they all get sent to the airlock. Yeah.
So it'd be like blocks, basically.
So the stakes are really high then.
Yeah, so we could have it on the kind of thing with Street Fighter as well, where it is representative of the old Earth countries. So it could be like Brazil versus Russia, and then you just have one person nominated from each country.
Thailand.
Yeah.
What was that guy's name? The Stretch Armstrong one with the.
Nelson.
Aye, that's right. Yes.
Mad scientist character who's got stretchy limbs or something like that. There's a lot of potential, a lot of possibility.
There really is. Yeah. The options are endless. So it's going to be like a generation ship. Food is going down. Then we have these tribes or these blocks who represent like different countries on Earth, and they have to fight to the death. Really, I guess.
It doesn't even have to be to the death, because obviously the countries will pick their strongest fighter.
Yeah.
And if they lose, then they'll just get airlocked. Or
maybe the fighters don't die at all. They have to watch everyone else who they let down be airlocked.
Yeah, that could be funny. Yeah, just funny.
Just to be super evil.
Well, I mean, like that could be their thing, couldn't it? Like, if you fight, you survive, but if you lose,
you got to live with losing in a really big way.
Yeah, your entire block of the ship is fact.
Wow, that's a fate worse than death, isn't it? Really? That's better.
Yeah. Well, here's a question: why would they fire them out the airlock if they have no food?
To stop food riots and stuff.
But they're getting rid of a very important protein source.
Good point. Soylent. Okay.
See, I thought about that when I watched The 100. Is anyone that commits a crime, they like throw them out the airlock. And I'm like, well, you've got a closed system here, and you've just destroyed like a big wodge of biomatter.
Yeah.
Like, whether you're gonna eat them or not, when you're trapped in a closed system like that, like you can't afford to waste matter.
Yeah, think of all that water and iron and calcium and
the chemicals and elements, and
so we call it space cannibals.
Space cannibal fighting tournament. Yeah,
space fighters.
We'll have to have some kind of stupid name like Space Fighters Super Ultra Turbo or something.
Yeah, definitely.
I think we do need to do a kind of joint outline on this and try and put together something like a novelette or that kind of length. I think that'll be pretty cool.
Sounds good to me, yep.
So remember, you can follow us on the Facebook. It's Otaku on Writing. You can also follow us on the Twitter. It's @Otaku on Writing. If you are inspired by the show, please do share it with a friend. Get in touch, let us know what you think. You can buy the stories. Just search for Otaku Stories on Amazon and buy them so you can support the show and encourage us to make more of these podcasts. So until next time, cheerio.
Otaku on Writing. Sayonara.
Otaku on Writing!
Hello, welcome to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
Last week we dissected Street Fighter and we came up with some original ideas for a story. How did you guys find it?
Well, I've not entirely completed my homework yet, so I've got a first draft, but that's about it. And I decided that having to save the lives of an entire sector of a spaceship wasn't enough, So I've added extra draft.
Excellent.
I'm sort of in the same boat. Actually, I don't even have a first draft. I've got a rough outline, so I need to get my ass in gear as well. But it's looking like it's going to be a lot of fun. It may be a bit short though, because my outline sort of has a lot of action, and I think the last couple of stories I've written have been a couple of thousand words. So I don't know how this one's gonna stack up in comparison when it comes to word count. But I also doing a bit of research into the generation ship thing. It's given me all sorts of mad ideas, so I'm having to rein that in as well.
Awesome. I'm at the second draft stage of mine, and I based my ship off of kind of like a generation ship, but kind of based off the one from Rendezvous with Rama by Arthur C. Clarke. So I was envisaging a ship a bit like that, kind of huge and, about 40 miles long kind of thing. A cylinder where it's the gravitation kind of keeps you on the inside rather than out. So, but I did include Bunsen burner hands as one of my characters in there.
The return of Bunsen burner hands.
Yeah. So that's going to be in the story. So look out for that. And I don't know, I really enjoy writing dick characters sometimes, and this gave me the opportunity to write just a proper arrogant dick as my main character. So I had a lot of fun doing that. And there's a bit of a twist in it as well, so he really is a complete dick.
The hardest thing with this one is obviously we're focusing on, one staged fight. So there's, you can have a little bit before, a little bit after, but really the fight is the sort of bones of the story. So I think, like Killian was saying, it's hard to really keep the word count going without having the fight go on too long and get boring.
A lot of it for mine was the kind of training and setup as well. So I kind of thought about that and not just having the fight scene itself. So yeah, I mean, it was fun anyway. I really enjoyed it. As I say, I got to write a good dick.
Everyone likes a good dick.
Yeah, and Bunsen burner hands as well. So
yeah, well, that's it. It's already better than Street Fighter 2, isn't it? So
it's my turn anyway to bring something to the table this week. So I was having to think about this because we're in the month of October now. So I was thinking we should do something probably Halloween themed, getting with the old spooky whatever vampires. And I thought, I was tossing up between two actually. I was tossing up between Blood the Last Vampire and the original Vampire Hunter D. And so I thought back to the old VHS days, and I've decided Vampire Hunter D. I know they did a what was it, like a remake or a reboot with Bloodlust, but I'm thinking the original, I think it's like 1985, something like that. The original version of this, I think we should watch it, see what we can get from it. I'm hoping it'll hold up, but I don't know. My track record so far hasn't been that good. Hopefully this one will be better than the Guyver.
Good choice. It was actually going to be my next choice, so thanks.
This is going to sound terrible, but I know those are two famous classics, but they're also two that I haven't watched yet. I'm very ashamed to admit.
Just hang up.
Well, that's what this is all about. I could fix any of those childhood problems, any of those opportunities I missed out on.
Well, you're not having your nostalgia shattered, are you? So,
well, that's another benefit.
He did enjoy Street Fighter 2, so
I did actually, and I'm still I'm standing by that one. I still,
you're entitled to your opinion. I mean, it's objectively wrong, but I mean that's absolutely fine.
I don't know. Are you entitled to your opinion these days, or is that a slippery slope?
Don't start. Yeah. Don't start. 2018.
So Vampire Hunter D.
This will be a good one. I mean, Lynn, you were saying you were going to pick it anyway. So I mean, what are your memories of this? Have you got any fond memories?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one of like the originals for me. Like this is in the sort of Akira, Vampire Hunter D, Project Eiko, Ghost in the Shell, sort of like the real sort of beginning of my anime adventure, really.
Yeah.
And I write a series about vampires, so it's kind of my jam.
Yeah. Is this where we find out? We'll watch it and go, oh my goodness, this really feels like Valiant Lineage.
I hope not, but I'm sure there will probably be some things.
Well, I'm going to be looking out, and I'll call you out on every single bit of plagiarism that you do. So, not that that's not the theme of this podcast anyway, you know.
Yeah, it's not plagiarism.
Get that in stone now. That's it. Excellent. So we'll come back next week and watch that. I am pleased to say that it's on YouTube, so we can watch it really easily, and it'll be great. So, well, hopefully.
Famous last words.
Yeah. I said that about the Guyver, didn't I? And but you know, it did inspire the symbiote story, which we need to develop that, definitely.
Yeah, that's still the strongest one, definitely.
Yeah. But then I really enjoyed the last collection as well. So
Yep.
yeah, I think awesome stuff. Anyway, rambling. So check out Otaku Stories Volume 4, which is called Trope. It's pretty good. It's got some cool stories in there. My story was picked up by the Other Stories podcast, so they obviously liked it. So check that out. Remember, you can follow us on Twitter. It's at Otaku on Writing, and find us on Facebook and all that good stuff. So until next time, cheerio.
Arigato! Thank you for listening to Otaku on Writing!
Otaku on Writing.
Hello and welcome to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
Man, we are getting good at these intros. That was smooth. Last week, I said that we should watch Vampire Hunter D. I've watched it. I hope you guys have.
Yep.
What did you think? Did it live up to your memory?
It did. I loved it. I loved every single minute of it. Even the opening screen is a castle with two moons behind it, and it's like, then it reveals the year, and I think it was like 20,000, not 2,000, 20,000. So this is like ridiculously in the future. So already I'm like, mind's going like, what on earth happened before then? And
kind of Jack Vance feel, didn't it? Like the Dying Earth stuff, where it's so far in the future that it feels like a fantasy.
They got straight into that, didn't they? Where they mixed those genres, where you had the monster and then the girl with the what was she? Was it a whip that was like a lightsaber whip or something? And then the guy came along with his horse, and then there was some sort of blaster as well. Oh yeah, the werewolf. It was just it was a crazy mashup of everything, and it was pretty awesome.
They hinted about a war 10,000 years ago, like between the vampires and the humans, and there was relics and old railway tracks crumbling under Dee's feet, and it's just like there was just so much history that they were alluding to that just kept everything really interesting.
I found it a bit disjointed in terms of story, but it was one of those things where it's like the world and the setting really, I don't know, it's like I gave it a pass, if you know what I mean. It was just a really cool, I love that diner setting. Like, I think I've mentioned before, one of my favourite series is the Book of the New Sun by Gene Wolfe, and that is, that's another far future one where it is just like, feels like a medieval fantasy. But then you've got all these remnants and relics and traces of the past. And yeah, it did that really well. And I love the cult of Dracula. I thought that was like a really interesting spin on it. So I don't know whether like when we do our brainstorm, we could maybe think about like taking a public domain character like that and setting up a cult around them. I don't know, like a Sherlock Holmes cult or,
Tarzan.
Yeah, Peter Pan or something. I don't know.
Yeah, far future.
I really enjoyed it anyway. There was a lot of cool stuff. I liked what was his name? The main kind of vampire hunter character. Yeah, I just thought he was a complete badass. I loved him.
Yeah, he was awesome.
Although, did you ever watch Monkey Dust at all? Have you ever seen that cartoon?
No.
Okay, have a look this up. There's, I think it's in like the second or third series. It's a bit like a cartoon sketch show, and I had a character called the Paedofinder General. And it was basically like a Vampire Hunter D, but hunting paedophiles. And it had the kind of same look and everything. So it just reminded me of that.
That's really weird because we actually have a group over here call themselves the paedophile hunters. It's very controversial, and we'll not go into it. But
Yeah, let's get back to talking about blood-sucking vampire.
Yeah, well, I'm going to play devil's advocate, and I do know it was the movie first released in the mid '80s. Was it in 1985?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
something like that. Yeah, but I wasn't blown away by the animation, and it was quite clunky. A lot of it, not just the story, but I think the way the whole thing was put together was a bit disjointed. So that didn't grasp me. But at the same time, the whole style and the setting and the characters and everything else, just the background, it definitely made up for all that.
That was my feeling. They're definitely disjointed, but there was just some, like, it was one of those things where it's like there's some really cool stuff going on in this, like when Dee goes into the Medusa pit basically, and they realise that he's actually a lot more powerful than the Thing, and they freak out. Like, that stuff was really cool. And the bit where I can't remember exactly what happens, but it's like the guy magically sucks the blood out of the guy's head, and you get this amazing thing of just complete gore fest. It's like, yeah, stuff like that. I just thought it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and it was good that you had your werewolves, but then you had the mutants, and there was that guy that could bend space around him. So you tried to stab him, you end up stabbing yourself.
And what did you call that really cool light?
Yeah, it was like a candle, wasn't it? That could. Yeah,
that was a really cool piece of lore. It's one of those things that, like you say, it hints to something else.
The ladle with the candle in.
I thought that idea.
That doesn't work on me.
that was a bit anticlimactic.
Yeah. You've got that. Whatever. It's just a ladle with a candle in.
Yeah, like I think the mayor's son was just a bit of a nothing story. I'm not sure, other than to take away the candle from the guy trying to get the.
Do you see a bit of a plot device? Do you think it felt like it, didn't it?
Yeah. Have you ever seen Beauty and the Beast, the Disney version? Yeah. Like, wasn't he just Gaston?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much. No, he was even less than Gaston, because Gaston was sort of like, he was the anti-hero he turned out to be the actual villain. But in this, the mayor's son was just, there was already a really cool villain there, and he just was this background thing that, what was his purpose other than being a plot device? I don't know.
So what we should have then is characters who are interesting, who don't have anything to do with stories. Is that what you're saying? Or?
Yeah.
I think one of the things that I really liked about this was the way that they really valued bloodlines, and then it was just like, no, this is all bullshit. Whatever you think you believe, it's like, no, you're half vampire, you're not even a real person, and we're all human anyway. So
he being the half vampire son of Dracula, sorry, spoiler alert, he just called them all out on it. He's like, that's not what your God believed, and they were like, what do you know? And
what is it? You're only transient beings in this world, or something like that.
He's basically the vampire Jesus, isn't he? That's his role in this, and he's come to tell them that the old religion's wrong and stuff. Yeah.
That's a bit of a theme I didn't really notice, was that, like you say, it was all about the bloodlines and keeping it pure, but then you had one of the vampire's daughters, she hated anything that was corrupting that pure bloodline.
Yeah, and even to the end as well, it was like,
yeah, she's going to go down with the ship.
Yeah.
Like, you are faced with this truth, but whatever. It's like
the half blood comes in and kills them all.
I think Dee himself was really influential on me, and like from my, I guess, character development side, he's like your Ronin samurai, isn't he? He's
he's
masterless, just wanders around,
gunman kind of thing, isn't he? Lone wolf.
He's got his code of honor, and he sticks to that, and everyone else can just get out of the way.
It's one of those movies. I had a friend growing up who was really big into anime as well, and Vampire Hunter D was one of those things he kept saying, you have to watch it, and I don't know why, I just never got around to watching it, and I kind of wish I had back then. It definitely would have been pretty awesome to see that as a teenager or a kid.
I really want to watch Hellsing now. Did you ever watch that back in the day?
I loved Hellsing. Yeah, that was
Awesome.
awesome.
We should have watched that.
It was really twisted, actually, Hellsing,
Yeah.
especially at the end of the series.
That was a really good one. I mean, maybe we could save that for next year's Halloween or something. But
Yeah, definitely. What would they call him? Alucard, was it?
yeah.
Like
It was
Dracula
back in the-
reversed. Yeah.
That was good. It was good. But no, I don't know. I mean, I suppose there's a lot we can think about this for next week. I mean, I'll probably push the Diner stuff because I just love that. I've been wanting to write Diner stories for ages, but there's all other things to do. And then, I don't know, the blood stuff's really interesting. I don't know, the Vampire Messiah stuff is also pretty cool. I mean, it could be fun just to write an apocalyptic or a urban setting vampire thing that's a bit grim and a bit underground or something. I don't know.
Just make sure it doesn't turn out to be the next Twilight.
Yeah, none of these vampires sparkle, did they? So weird.
Is that canon or not?
I think it is now, isn't it? Yeah. But I don't know. There was a lot of epilepsy-inducing stuff in this. I don't know if you got that. I don't know whether you watched the same YouTube thing I did, but there seems to be a lot of like white flashing and things as an effect.
Yeah, lightning and yeah.
That was good for my photosensitivity there.
And we've not even touched on Dee's hand yet.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that was really cool, wasn't it?
like chopped off when it became a sentient being on its own. That was bizarre.
Like I loved that. Like it was kind of cool that obviously he doesn't talk much, so he's not going to reveal anything. But you've got this thing that some sort of demon that lives in his hand that's just constantly like badgering him and being like, "Yeah, she threw herself at you, but you're not gonna take her."
Yeah, again, it was another one of those things, where did this thing come from? How did he get it in his hand? And what's the backstory? It asks all these questions, and it really, gets you invest in the story.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I can't remember what it is. It's like a Japanese myth, isn't there, where there's like a demon that is basically a mouth into one's hand. And I've seen that a few times in anime. I think it might have been in like Devilman or something like that, one of those kind of weird ones. It was an interesting character thing anyway, because obviously it was part of him, but it was, different.
I crammed that and Bloodlust in right after each other. I'm trying to dissect the which one was which in my head as we're talking about it.
Yeah, I don't think I've actually watched Bloodlust. Is that different then? Is that like a reboot or is that just an?
It's a complete.
It's kind of like a later story, isn't it?
The animation quality is much better in it, but it's a completely different story.
There's one scene in that one that still sticks with me, and that's where he's riding his horse across the desert, and then there's all these giant manta ray type things.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was amazing. And he's jumping from creature to creature.
And the thing in his hand was freaking out. I think the thing in his hand was a lot more vocal in that one. It had a lot more screen time.
Oh, we should have watched that. That sounds much better.
I'm not going to spoil the ending for you, but I think the ending was fantastic. It was kind of reminiscent of a lot of the strange, out there anime endings that you sometimes get, and it was I don't know, I think I felt a bit nostalgic seeing that ending.
Was it like the anime Snowball, where it's just like everything goes mental in the last quarter or whatever?
Pretty much, yeah.
I love that.
It had a really interesting slant on vampires, I think, which I enjoyed.
Yeah, it's definitely worth watching.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Right. So remember, you can follow us on the Twitter. It's at Otaku on Writing. Please do check out the Otaku stories. Help support the podcast. Help support us. We've got children to feed. So latest story collection is called Fight. So these are the stories based on Street Fighter, I suppose. Check us out on the Facebook. So until next time, cheerio.
Otaku on Writing. さようなら。Otaku on Writing.
Welcome to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
Last week we talked a bit about Vampire Hunter D, and now we're back to try and come up with a story or something based on it.
I always ask this question halfway through the discussion, but it's probably something best discussed early on, which is, should we have something where we're all sharing the world, or just have 3 separate things, or...
Don't know yet.
Okay, maybe it's
halfway through.
Maybe it's better to leave it till later on.
This is good, because I was just about to say, we talked about the far future, dying Earth, and then we talked about taking, some character from the past and having like a society built up around that as your sort of god or your figurehead or whatever. Then I thought, well, what if we each had a different one in this post-apocalyptic future world, and our societies are competing?
I don't know, what could you have? Like Cthulhu is one. We've got Dracula. In my series I'm working on, the Wasteland series, I've been coming up with a cult based around Superman. And there's like a settlement that the visit where they've cobbled together old Superman comics and the Nietzsche stuff about the Übermensch. So it's like they're piecing together these things and they've cobbled it together as a Bible almost. And I want the guy to basically walk around in, red underwear and stuff over his clothes.
Quoting Superman.
Yeah. And Nietzsche. So it's like... Yeah.
Sounds exactly like the Bible.
Well, yeah, I do want to, because I've got a preacher character in it, and I do want her to come out with the line of, "Oh, this is just a bunch of old books cobbled together. How can you make a religion out of it?" Not to give any spoilers,
Very good.
Dying Earth stuff is, obviously very cool. I mean, I don't know whether it'd be cool to kind of stick with the vampire theme, like do a vampire story, but... Like, I'm just thinking there's some really cool post-apocalyptic vampire things, isn't there? I mean, the obvious ones like I Am Legend and things like that. And I think that is actually quite a cool genre that has been a bit overlooked. It's like thinking about it in terms of, okay, the dying Earth, if vampires are these immortal beings, a kind of post-humanoid world where vampire society has developed or, something like that. Or, what would be the vampire's predator or something like that? I don't know.
I don't know. It's kind of like you have people who are so bent on becoming immortal. Humans just don't want to die. Maybe they find immortality, but it turns out that turns them into vampires. Vampirism is immortality.
I can't remember what they call themselves now, but the transhumanists. So, the people who like the idea of basically uploading their brains and consciousnesses to a mainframe computer or something like that. I mean, what if they had to do that but then needed to feed on blood or something? I don't know. Yeah, so transhuman vampires kind of thing.
Yeah, well, there's one manga series I've been reading called Seraph of the End, and there's a virus that kills like all people over a certain age. As soon as this happens, the vampires come out from hiding and try to claim all the remaining humans to bring into their society so that they have a food source. Because they're worried that if everyone then grows older and dies, like they'll be left with nothing to eat.
So they have to almost like breed humans or something.
Yeah.
Interesting. So would we have it coming from a sort of traditional, vampires are a different entity, they're not human sort of thing, the way you're talking about there, Lynn? Or would we have it more, vampires are the next stage in evolution kind of thing?
What if we had like a thing where you had a war that was the sparkly vampires versus the traditional vampires?
Yes. Yes. I think you've come up with we can just wrap this episode up. We now know what we're doing. I'll make him Sparkle and I'll call him Ed.
Ed?
Instead of Edward.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know enough about Twilight to get the references apart from the
Maybe I'm giving too much away by...
Yeah. I'm Team Edward. Yeah, that was a thing, wasn't it? Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah.
Oh, that was on your T-shirt, wasn't it?
That's why he turned the video off.
Yeah. And your tattoo, that tattoo on your neck.
Nasfer tattoo. No, okay, that was a terrible pun.
I think on that bombshell.
Yeah, I liked you better as a robot.
Yeah, where did this robot thing come from?
I think it was like one of the Street Fighter episodes. You just broke up on the Hangouts thing, and I left it in the mix. So it was,
oh, right.
Yeah. I think
It's a great episode to listen to.
Yeah, I'll have to listen back on that.
Lynn came out with a line of like, I think Killian's broken or something like that. So.
Yeah.
Malfunctioning. Yeah. So
Sounds about right.
yeah, I think that was your comment as well.
There we go.
Yeah. He asked us, you asked us what we got, and so John go beep, 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 which was also pretty funny.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm glad we can relive these moments. Great. Well,
they're on the internet now, so
that's it. That's the podcast peaking. We're not going to beat that, are we? So
Immortalized.
Yeah. Anyway, okay. End of the so Dying Earth setting. You've got vampires, sparkly vampires, and werewolves or something. That could be the the end of days kind of war for Earth or something.
To gain hold of the last human settlement,
the last human farm or something.
Or maybe you could turn the thing on its head, where the world consists mainly of vampires and half-blood vampires, and then there's so few pure humans, and the few pure humans are trying to remain pure, but it turns out at the end that it's actually better just to become a vampire.
I suppose the thing as well is if you've got, because that kind of draws on the theme of the blood, doesn't it? I mean, I suppose if you've got such a small population of humans, maybe because of millennia of inbreeding and stuff, maybe they're just completely unrecognisable as humans and just like these
Quasimodo.
Yeah, like these crazy inbred things that are almost like the bubblegum thing at the end of Akira or something, just...
Yeah.
Yeah, even going to like bloodlines, like what if the vampires could only eat a certain blood type? So then they're forcing the breeding to maintain their A positive blood stash.
What if they had the other blood? Would that make them sparkle? Is that
or it might kill them, or
yeah, that's interesting. That's a bit like Warhammer 40k, where they have to keep like their genes.
Oh, the gene seed stuff.
Yeah, they have to keep the gene seed in banks to keep it pure and make sure it doesn't become corrupt.
I mean, we've got the setting. I think very far future. Is it going to be on Earth? Because was this on Earth? I don't think Vampire Hunter was on Earth, was it?
I think it was, but the two moons at the beginning is a bit of a throw off.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that.
But in the rest of the movie, there was only one moon, so
unless it was a moon and a dying sun or something,
possibly.
Yeah.
Someone fired a rocket at the moon and blew part of it off, so there was two moons.
But yeah, one cool thing in the Book of the New Sun stuff is that the sun in that is dying. So the sun's red and the moon has been terraformed, so the moon's green. So you've got like basically the red and green stars in the sky, which I think is a really cool image.
That's awesome. What happens if a werewolf gets bitten by a vampire? Does that make him a were-vampire?
I think that's basically going into one of those weird romance subcategories now. Where you get like vampire, shifter, werewolf, dragon.
You remember the movies Underworld?
Kate Beckinsale in them, yeah.
Yeah. You had the vampire line and the werewolf line. There was also like an immortal line in the middle that was neither vampire nor werewolf.
It's kind of like a caste system, sort of.
Yeah, and then there was the main guy that followed. I think he ended up becoming both. Like he was originally from the immortal line, but didn't know it. But ended up getting infected with both, and you ended up with these sort of crazy, incredibly strong vampire werewolf things.
Yeah, so you could have them like mixing their blood to make really powerful monsters. Or I'd never thought of that idea until there now, so I didn't realize it had been done before.
In that sense, we could then have a scientist, maybe someone within the human realm that's trying to fashion these immortal monsters to hunt the vampires.
So what would be the big thing then? It would be the fight. Are we going to do a story where we're all writing in the same world? We've got three protagonists representing a different factions. We could have the central goal to get the humans or the last human population or something.
Yeah, maybe the humans have found a way to get off the planet, and so they're all three parties are in a mad dash to get there.
Stop the rocket. Stop the generation ship.
Yeah.
Which will take off, and there'll be the creation of
street
fighting. There we go. It's a prequel.
And then they crash on a planet and meet 3 characters who have symbiotes attached to them.
Yeah, there you go. It's all linked. I mean, there is also a thing as well where we could just set it in a generic steampunk setting, so I can do another Lord Sidebottom story.
Our future could revert to steampunk. I think that's that crazy, is it?
Yeah. Hellsing was kind of steampunk, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it had that feel, didn't it? Yeah, I think that feel would be quite cool, actually. Yeah, just having the kind of medieval feel, but then having these remnants of the past and maybe some low-level steam technology or something. Because obviously it'd be post fossil fuel, though, wouldn't it? So I don't know what kind of things they would use. What would you use? And they wouldn't want sun stuff, would they? If they were vampires, so they wouldn't have solar. Maybe it'd be like sails, like ships and land vehicles that rely on the wind and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, the Zeppelins.
Yeah. Anything like that. Yeah, world without cars, but they'd have like windsurfing things, but on wheels.
Yeah. I could have super awesome airships designed by yours truly.
I mean, what kind of vampires would there be? Would there be ones that can turn into bats? How would they get destroyed?
I really like the idea of, the traditional idea of vampires being bats. That's something that kind of has fallen to the wayside a bit, isn't it?
Okay, so we could have a group of traditional vampires who turn into bats and do all the Nosferatu kind of stuff. We have the sexy, sparkly vampires who try and, get teenage girls to fall in love with them, and then, just a vicious band of werewolves or something like that.
I think our ideas are almost as disjointed as a story in Vampire Hunter D.
I've just finished reading a book by Joe Abercrombie, actually, called The Heroes, which is just like, I don't know, it's a 24-hour audio book, so whatever that would be as a novel, it's probably like, 200,000 words or whatever. Yeah. And it is literally just all grim battles from all the different sides and things like that. And but it's great. It's really good.
I'll have to check that out. I really like Joe Abercrombie.
Yeah, this one's called The Heroes. It's a standalone one, but it's really good.
Well, I mean, we could all potentially, we're all writing vampires, but we can decide on how our vampires work, if you know what I mean. Like maybe you have like a vampire that is affected by the sun, but mine isn't, or...
Yeah. I mean, I think Killian definitely needs to have sparkly vampires. That's his... That's your
okay, I can do something with that.
Because there's so many different, aspects to the lore that we can just sort of pick and choose and come up with our own variants.
I mean, I suppose it could just be that we just come up with our own vampire stories with our own lore and just throw together a 3-story vampire collection that, I don't know, draws on Vampire Hunter D in the sense that, okay, these are vampire stories and then we have free reign or whatever. Depends how linked you want them, really.
Yeah. I mean, having 3 vampire stories would obviously make it an easier categorization genre-wise.
And I think we all agreed that we liked the setting and the backdrop of Vampire Hunter D, and we're into the whole post-apocalyptic thing, so that would lend itself kind of having the same world.
Our future, technology, regression, vampires, go.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. I think that's our theme, wherever that is.
Do we know what we're doing?
Yeah. Post-apocalyptic vampire setting.
We'll work it out as we go along. Is it one of those?
Yeah. When is it not been one of those? Oh, God. Right.
It's almost like I haven't been here for the past 6 months.
I know. Yeah. Whose turn is it next time to bring something to...
yours?
It'd be me.
Oh, is it Lynn?
Yeah. That you again? Yeah, he was used last time, wasn't it? Street Fighter and Project Echo. So what we're doing Vampire Hunter D again? Was that what you were suggesting before? Was
That was going to be my next suggestion. Yeah.
Right. Well, we won't.
So I'll have to come up with something else.
Awesome. So next week then we'll come back and talk about our stories. Hopefully we'll have got drafts done and ideas and all that good stuff. Remember, you can follow us on the Twitter. It's at Otaku on Writing. And you can find us on Facebook and all that. If you've been inspired by the show, get in touch, let us know. You can also leave a review on Apple Podcasts. That would really help us. If you haven't done so already, please do check out Otaku Stories, volumes 1 to 5. So we've got all these volumes out now, so you can check those out, read through them, and review them and enjoy them. So until next time, cheerio.
Otaku on Writing. さようなら。Otaku on Writing.
Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
Last week we did a brainstorm on ideas about vampires and all sorts of crazy crap inspired by Vampire Hunter D. I thought it was really productive. I don't know how you guys found it, but I've written my story. How have you got on?
I kind of cheated a little. Rather than going distant future, I did alternate history, so it kind of ties into my Valiant Lineage series. Basically, it's modern day, but it's like something in the past changed and everything's kind of still a bit medieval. None of the characters from the books are in this, so this is just a kind of a off story set in one of the cities with the same type of vampires.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, nice to tie it all together. I did something similar, alternate history, and I set mine in biblical times. And then I sort of got halfway through plotting it and decided not to go ahead with that because it might not be, let's say, tasteful to some people. And I'm going to save that project for another time, maybe. And then I brought it back to bare bones and did the futuristic thing, post-apocalyptic world, kind of just following, it's more a vampire hunter versus a vampire kind of thing. So and the vampire hunter isn't a vampire, believe it or not, this time. Talk about not using the trope.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know, it's terrible. Other than that, it follows a fairly standard story. That sort of vampire hunter looking for the vampire because the vampire's terrorizing the town, etc. So it's very, very kind of flat at the minute, very 2D. So I'm going to have to mess about with that a bit more before we start thinking about publishing it.
I did what was it? It was cool. It was basically, I thought about what we were talking about last week and having Lazarus as a character. So I've got Lazarus as the major vampire who puts a curse on 2 warring vampires. I didn't really make it clear when it's set, but I think it's probably set around nowish. It's kind of set underground and yeah, it's really grim and dark, and I was just experimenting with the idea of vampires being forced to feed off each other in order to stop themselves from turning to stone.
Nice.
It's a very strange one, but it's it was really a lot of fun.
Pretty dark sounding. Why does it seem worse that vampires would feed on each other than if they were to feed on people in general?
Yeah, otherwise they'll turn to stone. Yeah. And then it kind of gets ramped up, and yeah, it just gets into this really weird cycle where they can't separate themselves from each other, otherwise the limbs start turning to granite and stuff. So I don't know. Have you guys read anything fun recently? I've just read, Her Majesty's Dragon by Naomi Novik, which I really enjoyed. I've been trying to read some nautical fantasy stories as a bit of research for my epic fantasy serial that I'm writing, The Ravenglass Chronicles. Check it out. And this was on like a list of best naval fantasy to read, and it had nothing to do with boats. It was basically about a dragon air force in the Napoleonic War. So cool book, but didn't have what I was looking for.
Yeah, I find that with the categories on these sites, like, my series is dark fantasy. So I go looking in dark fantasy, and it's all paranormal, romance, urban fantasy. And I'm like,
oh yeah, bare man chests
not
and six packs, and
it's not even close. Like, dark fantasy is a fairly well-established genre. So I'm not sure what all this romance is doing in there.
The categories on Amazon, they're all messed up, aren't they? I think didn't they try to change the categories recently to do something about that? But I don't know if it's actually worked.
I don't think it has. If you look at the cyberpunk category, it's terrible. It's like anything goes in there that's vaguely science fiction-y. So.
I'm taking notes here. Cyberpunk.
Yeah. So, I mean, have you read anything good lately then?
I started reading The Silver Shard by R.A. Salvador.
Okay, yeah. He's the guy who did the Drizzt stuff, isn't he?
That's right. It does follow Drizzt. I've only started listening to it. I play Dungeons and Dragons with a group of guys every couple of weeks, and they put me onto it. And the first couple of chapters was looking promising, and I know he's got something like 35, 36 books in the series, and he's still working on it. So I think that'll probably keep me busy for a while.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know whether it's just a short story, and I might be completely wrong on this, but there's something about that series. I'm very sure that Ice-T might have done the narration for one of the books or one of the short stories or something weird.
Oh, really?
I don't know. I might be making it up, but that has just hit my head for some reason.
Well, it's worth looking that up, yeah.
Yeah, what about you then? You've been reading anything fun and exciting? Or
I've been trying to catch up on the My Hero Academia mangas. I've got through 12 of them so far, waiting for the next 2 to come from the library. Those are insanely good. At the moment, my favorite superhero stories in anything.
How did they compare to the anime?
There's a lot of similarities. I don't think they've veered too far off on much, really. Just the usual book to anime conversions. You get a little bit more detail in the books, and I mean, compared to other manga, these ones are a lot more detailed. The panels are smaller. There's generally more text as well. When I read Claymore earlier in the year, like I could breeze through like an entire book in 40 minutes because it's all action. Like there's just like, you're just marveling at these panels and flicking on. Whereas in this, it's, there's a lot of dialogue and back and forth, but it's such an immersive world and it just seems to grow and grow.
I mean, maybe in about 15, 20 years' time, we'll review that on here. Yeah. I've just looked this up. So there's a Dungeons and Dragons audiobook that has Ice-T reading one of Salvatore's stories. So yes, it's true.
That is hilarious. I wonder if that's because not the first 3 books. I think it's books 4 to 6 are set in Icewind Dale. That they think, I wonder if we could get Ice-T to do this for us.
Yeah. And it's like, the drizzle, I mean, I don't know if that's something like really, really offensive in gangster speak or something.
I'll be reading these books with a very different set of lenses on now.
Yeah. When he talks about killing policemen or something, then it's drops on in there. We always talk about the Otaku stuff, but have you got anything coming out this month? Anything that our listeners should know about?
Only as mine came out first. Mine would have come out on the 2nd, which should be a couple of days ago, and that's actually book 8 in my Valiant Lineage series, and it's called The White Knight. Basically, my main characters are chased across the desert by the biggest horde of zombies you've ever seen. Then they're attacked by 2 vampire knights. Basically, the typical sort of Lester Dent thing where I'm just like, well, this is bad. How can I make it worse?
Yeah. I mean, I've read the first couple of books of the series and it is great. So, yeah, definitely have to check that. And, yeah, Killian, what have you got anything?
Yeah, I have book 3 in my Galactic Sentinel series slated for release on the 19th. There'll be a promo running for that week. The first book will be 99 cents. I might do the second book for 99 cents too. I'm not sure yet, so I don't know. Maybe worth keeping an eye out for that.
Well, again, I'm endorsing this because I've read the first book and the prequel, so yeah, it's all good. It's all good, and I've got the Empress coming out, which is the fourth book in my Ravenglass Chronicles, which is a epic fantasy serial. So it's kind of coming of age epic fantasy with talking wyverns and magical swords and all that kind of stuff. So it's fun, and I don't know, I've got lots of episodes of it to write, so it's going to take a while to get through, I think. So
as long as the wyvern keeps hanging around, he's my favourite character.
Oh, yeah, I love the wyvern.
No, don't say it.
Spoiler. There's going to be more wyverns, don't worry.
So how does that fit in with Her Name is Red and Clockwork Titan? Do those stories kind of predate? Are they like prequels to the main series?
So the Clockwork Titan one is a bit like Lynn was saying, like, just setting a book in the same world.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing that as about 100 years after what I'm doing at the minute with this series. But the Her Name Was Red, in the story that I'm doing now, that's going to be somewhere around like book 15 or something. So it's like that's really far through the series, But it is the same character. Yeah, so it's just more of her backstory that I wanted to tell. And then going past that.
Yeah, I'm really glad you're writing those because I remember reading Her Name Was Red, and it's one of the few times I get to the end of a story and I just like, where's the rest? Give it to me.
Yeah, and that feedback I've got a lot, so it was, shouldn't ignore that.
It's funny that you're saying about how Her Name Was Red is really kind of like the 15th, because I originally wrote book 26 of Valiant Lineage first, and that was just a short story that I wrote years ago. And then when I decided to do the serial, I thought I'd pick that up again and start 25 books earlier.
Crazy. When I first started doing the writing stuff, I thought there was no way that I was going to be able to write a story that's that long. And now I'm starting to think, I don't know if 21, 22 books is going to be enough. So
yeah, I mean, mine's looking like it's going to be 52. Then I'm kind of already planning a future serial to follow on, which just, I don't know. We get out of control as writers.
Yeah. This is why they have editors, right? Yeah. Actually, Lynn, it's your turn to pick something this week while we instead of going on tangents.
This is going to be another one of my founding collection, and it's the original Dominion Tank Police.
Ooh, okay.
It was a 4-act story back in the days. I think they're 35 minutes each, so it's not like I'm asking you to watch the Guyver.
You say that now. You say that now. That's the one with the cat girls in, isn't it? That's that one.
Everything should have cat girls, shouldn't it?
Well, there is that. I do remember watching that back in the day. I seem to recall having a cut-out picture from Manga Mania or whatever it's called, of the Cat Sisters on my folder for school. So classic, big 80s hair.
Nice one. Yeah. Gene Simmons
as a cat girl.
Well, I was just thinking the hair.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's tragic that we're thinking cat girls and you're going Gene Simmons.
Yeah. This is a judgment-free zone. Come on.
What can I say? Robots don't have feelings.
Yeah. He wasn't even the cat, was he?
I think.
Right. Yes. Moving on. Right. So next week, then we'll come back. We'll watch Dominion Tank Police. Now there is a new Dominion Tank Police, which I remember watching as well. I'm not going to watch that.
Yeah, it was ironically called New Dominion Tank Police. It was a 6 half-hour episodes, I think, or maybe 12. I think it was 6.
See, I only have a very vague collection of watching either one of those, and I don't know which one it was, so it'll be interesting to find out which one it was.
Let's go away and watch, and then come back next week and see what we think. I'm sure it'll be completely fine. Again, this will be a nice nostalgia thing and make our hearts go warm. So remember, we are on the Twitter. It's at Otaku on Writing. You can also read our stories. Look for Otaku Stories on the Amazon, and we've got several collections out now, so you can listen back to the previous episodes to see how we came up with those amazing stories. And so, until next time, cheerio.
Otaku on Writing. さようなら.
Otaku on Writing!
Hello, welcome to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
Last week it was Lynn's turn to pick an anime for us to watch. He chose Dominion Tank Police. This was an interesting one.
It certainly was.
Oh, yeah.
It was as if the 1980s amassed all of its cultural heritage in one spot and then threw up on it.
Did you ever see the film Kung Fury? I think it was on Netflix about 2 or 3 years back. And it was it was like a parody of all the 1980s movies in one thing. This is what that felt like. It was like it was taking the piss out of everything 80s without being a piss take, if that makes sense.
I kind of feel like it had to be a piss take. I mean, the premise for the first 2 arcs was Baku stealing piss.
Taking the piss.
Yeah. That's not accidental. That's a bit on the
It was insane. It really was. It was like, I'm here, I've watched it. I only watched the first 2 episodes because I honestly I couldn't cope. But
how do you beat tanks? Well, why use normal claymores?
yeah. Just dick flick the tanks with giant dildos.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was everything about it was just like offensively 80s, wasn't it? I mean, it was massive hair. The music was it was like Beverly Hills Cop, wasn't it? Like,
it was. That's exactly what I thought of. It was Axl Rose all over again.
Axl F.
Yeah.
Axl Rose is one of Guns N' Roses. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, there was a bit of that in it too, wasn't there? Let's not talk about Gene Simmons again.
Like, I think the only memory that really stuck with me from the first time watching it was the Cat Sisters doing their little dance to distract the SWAT team.
But that's only because you rewound it about 1 million times when you were about 13.
That was a bit disappointing, though, because they were wearing stuff under their clothes, and you're like, yeah, that was a bit of a tease. That wasn't fair.
Well, yeah, that was the point.
You had, obviously the girl gets transferred to the tank department. She then can't drive the big tank, so they have to make her a little baby tank, and then threaten to send her to child support. And I'm just like, could you imagine if someone tried to create this now?
There were so many moments like that. I was thinking, wow, like Twitter would have a field day with this.
Freud would have a field day with it. I think Disney's Zootopia kind of nicked that thing of, like, basically the little girl going to the police. No, not the dick flicking. Jesus. I don't know what you've been watching.
Oh, yeah, that's the one with the little rabbit, isn't it? You're right, yeah.
Well, as I say, I don't know what you've been watching. Google searches on Pornhub, man. Just...
Like, I felt like there was very little in the way of actual story. It's just mayor yells at chief yells at lieutenant yells at the tank police. They all fly out en masse to attack Baku, and there's a point where their tank's driving through the streets and it's like gouging the streets.
Yeah, that was awesome. It's like they just don't care. It's wreck everything.
Yeah, when they destroyed the hospital as well, and it's like,
yeah.
Okay, so did you both watch the last 2 episodes? Because I didn't really understand what was going on with the urine.
I really enjoyed the last 2 episodes, especially. I think there was a lot more in them. And what was the bad guy's name again?
Baku.
I think overall he was the only guy with any real character development. I think the only character who's really interesting with a backstory and everything, and a lot of that came together at the end of the fourth act. So I did enjoy that.
Yeah, well, it was like the first two were just a complete piss take. And then the second two turned into this sort of cerebral, existential view on what is life. And I was just like, what is going on?
It was like it was written by someone completely different.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you end up, feeling pretty sorry for him. Like you said, he's the only one that kind of developed as a character.
But like, do you know the way that the first act opened with the dialogue between the mayor and the chief of police, or the whoever it was, and that was a bit kind of philosophical too, wasn't it? Because they were talking about, you need to spill some blood if you're going to cut out a cancer, and I thought that was really cool, and some really interesting lines there. So I was expecting that to carry over into the first two episodes. It was just like the worst foreshadowing ever.
I think it was the proper first scene, like the scene after that. You had the bit where the tank police are there and they're basically torturing a guy who's got a hand grenade in his mouth. They're about to hang. It's like if you move, you'll hang to death. And there's a guy going, "Oh, is this right? Should we be in this? It's going to be fine." Like,
yeah, is this by the book?
Well, I don't know. Like, how are you meant to feel on the side of the police in that?
Yeah. Didn't he say a police officer needs two things? He needs to be smart and to have balls, or something like that.
There was so many lines like that, and it was just he's like, real men don't cry, and like it's just you could take so many of those lines and just attach them to the sort of macho.
Oh, I wonder
stigma.
if what they were trying to do was to make you not like the supposed good guys, like John says.
Well, yeah, I mean, because you obviously you had Baku and the Cat Sisters stealing the piss, but
it didn't Nazi war criminal doctor or whatever it was. Like,
yeah, and I mean, it kind of made out that maybe if they could take the urine from the normal people that didn't have the bacteria infection, they could reverse the bacteria cloud. Seems to be like a good idea, but nobody wants that to happen. I'm like, actually, they're the good guys. Like, everyone else is bad.
Yeah, because he like from that point, you wanted the bad guys to succeed, and you really didn't want the good guys to do anything.
I did like the thing as well with when they were robbing the urine from the hospital. They actually backed into the tank police. I thought that was quite funny with the stolen ambulance.
Oh yeah, and then the guy takes a bazooka out.
Yeah.
And then the guy takes the bazooka to the face.
It
was like the A-Team, wasn't it? Nobody died. Like, there's all these shots flying around, tank shells shooting all over the place. They're crushing buildings and cars, but nobody dies.
I like the line. I think it was at the end of the second episode where the hospital fell on one of the tanks, and they were like, "Well, the tank was made of steel. Of course, we're fine."
And then you had the preacher character, who's just crazy tank scripture everywhere.
Was it Chaplin or something?
The Chaplin,
yeah. He had a big cross around his neck.
Yeah, and the massive mustache.
And he would be speaking like Shakespeare, quoting scripture and whatever. It was weird. Yeah.
What was with the lamb?
Well, they were called Erectococcus, so I think we were expecting that.
I wasn't.
It was just and then one falls on the lieutenant, doesn't it? And he's like straddling it.
Yeah, and just the Cat Sisters are making all those things of like, oh, you could use a cold shower to stop this, or hey, maybe you could use a girlfriend.
Was it the second lot, the third and fourth, where the tank flies into the building, and there are these two people. They're obviously having sex, and the woman ends up with a tank turret between her legs.
That was the first one.
Was that the first one? Yeah, and it was like the guy's like, well, how am I supposed to compete with that? And you're like, oh, really? Really?
Yeah.
I think that one scene summed up the first two.
Yeah, so I just couldn't cope after that. It was one of those ones where I knew that if I was still living at home, that'd be the point where my mum would walk in, or quickly turn around.
Not during the tease.
Oh, maybe that as well. Yeah, or just the dick flip, or she'd just be like, "What are you watching?" Yeah. So, I had this experience the other day. I watched Pro Wrestlers versus Zombies, and there was a scene in that where I just thought, yeah, if I was at home, this would happen. Mum would walk in and she'd think I was watching bondage porn or something. I wasn't living at home, but she'd come to stay. I was watching a film, I think it was called Zombie King, which is like about wrestlers versus zombies. It's Mexican luchadors, actually, versus zombies. And there's a scene in it for some reason where there's a woman in a pickup truck and she decides to play with her nipples. And this is like the only titillation in the film, but that's the point when my mum comes downstairs and goes, "Oh, I'll go back up." It's like, no, I'm not masturbating. Honestly, about wrestlers and zombies. Come on join me.
Just make it worse.
Oh, yeah.
Dear, oh dear. I think we've all had moments like that.
So I suppose next week we need to come back and just, I don't know, think about how we can. I don't want to write a story about this.
It's either you really, really do, or you really, really don't.
It's like, if we're going to do it, we're going to have to put it into like, a Chuck Tingle style category or something, aren't we? It's just,
definitely.
It'll be like space cats and flying dildos. Oh, no.
I don't know. I think you're already onto something there.
I'll have the space cats. I'm not having dildos. No dildos.
No, but they're flying in a dildo-shaped ship.
Okay, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't mention that, but in my head,
yeah,
yeah. I'm happy with that.
The first two, you couldn't really do an awful lot with them without being really far out there, like you say. But the second two I think there was a bit more material there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you didn't watch it. To be honest with you, I actually almost did the same thing. When I got to the second one, I was thinking, I don't know if I can sit through another two of these. And I decided to go for it anyway, and I'm glad I did, but I didn't expect it to take a turn for the better, and it did. So
yeah, it was really, really surprising, actually. Yeah, you had the whole sort of, what is life? Where did I come from? And then on top of that, you had a good old Mexican standoff at one point.
Yeah, and you also had the cop thing. Do I help the bad guy? Do I not help the bad guy? And yeah, and like I said, that standoff was pretty good. I like that. It was a bit crazy, but yeah, it was nowhere near as crazy as the first two episodes.
So, did the rookie cop get reprimanded for pointing a gun at the bear, even though it was a money gun or whatever it was?
No.
Yeah, they didn't really talk about it, did they?
No. And by the start of the third one, she was kind of the rogue lunatic in the team, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was.
Oh, well, it's probably for the best they didn't put her on child welfare then, isn't it? So.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was less joking around in the second one. It took a very serious turn. When I say second one, I mean the second lot of, yeah. It was more interesting, but definitely not as fun as exploding dildos.
Sorry, can we talk about the film again? Hey. I have to go there. But, I think on that.
Before our mums walk in.
Yeah, exactly. That'll be really weird because she's meant to be 130 miles away. Follow us on the Twitter. It's at Otaku on Writing. You can check out our previous releases, which are all the Otaku stories. We've got Fight, which has just come out, which is our stories based on the Street Fighter 2. So you can download that and support the show. Remember to check out Lynn's book. What's it called?
The White Knight.
Valiant Lineage number 8. Check that out. It's a really good series. So until next time, cheerio.
Arigato! Thank you for listening to Otaku on Writing! Otaku on Writing!
Welcome to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
And I'm Killian Carter.
Last week we review Dominion Tank Police? We discussed Dominion Tank Police, let's say that. And it was an interesting film, and I've been thinking about it this week, and I have no idea what I'm going to pull from this. I'm so scared of this conversation.
I've been looking forward to this conversation.
So, yeah, go on. What we're going to do with this. Let's come up with an idea for a story, and it's going to be great, as always.
Can we title it Landmines?
No.
Oh, okay. There goes my idea.
It's going to be called Dildos, come on.
That's just giving the twist away.
Yeah.
Well, I think the single most usable aspect in all of this is cat people.
Okay, yes.
Everything else is dangerous.
Cat people and bad 1980s music. There we go. Can use that.
I mean, we can always play on like we said about how the tank police were the good guys, but not really. And maybe the bad guys were the good guys instead.
Kind of having anti-heroes or just flipping the whole thing around. Yeah, like that.
So, sexy cat girls, that's a must. And I don't know, there's the stuff with the urine. I don't know whether you want to have some kind of MacGuffin where, okay, you've got to get this in order to stop the bacteria clouds, whatever that could be, some kind of imminent threat. Need to stop that.
So would we use piss for that?
You can. That's
It's worth a try. They say it's an antiseptic, don't they?
Is that what that guy at the bus station told you?
Are you trying to tell me that stuff I bought for him won't work?
Oh, this is like we shouldn't have done this. This is just taking it so off the rails, isn't it?
It's all Lynn's fault. He's the one who suggested it.
I didn't make it the anime. Like,
oh goodness!
Right, let's try and get this back on track, please.
Right. So, cat people.
Okay, we've got cat people. Yeah. What are they doing?
I'm just going to opt out of this conversation for the next few minutes. You guys go ahead.
Yeah. So, cat people. So why? What would they be doing? Where would they be? I can't think. All I'm picturing now is those fucking landmines. Oh.
Well, okay, we have to sneak landmines in there. So not dildo landmines, but just landmines as a kind of mark of respect for the anime. Okay. What about like having like the existential crisis type thing? I mean, if we're going to be serious about it.
So what would that be like? Oh my goodness, there's a big bacteria cloud and we're going to die. Cat people. Like this one thing I really like about Red Dwarf is when you have cat people, a lot of things are a bit crap, but I think the cat in Red Dwarf is like a realistic cat in space, which is always a good thing. I like that he's just completely full of himself and, he's just interesting. Those kind of cat people are more interesting than the stripper, sexy cat women in Dominion Tank Police, let's be honest.
Well, I wouldn't say they're as physically as interesting.
Each to their own.
Yeah. I know how much you like big haircut.
I just wonder if they knock stuff off tables when they walk by.
On purpose.
With their tails.
Yeah. No, cats are always pushing stuff off things, aren't they?
Yeah. Is it pretending that it was an accident, but they know what they're doing.
It's because they're sociopaths. I've never had a cat. I've always been a dog person, so I don't know.
Why not play into that then? Have the cat people as like just real hardline sociopaths.
Just like completely selfish and just awful, terrible people.
Yeah, like it's just the worst narcissists you could ever meet.
So would we have cat people with humans in order to accentuate the catness of the cat people. If that makes sense.
Well, maybe they're horrible. I don't know. Are they going to be the ones that are like the bad guys, but we actually fall in love with them? So we hate them maybe right away at the start, and then by the end we like them, but we hate the good guys. Or
yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
Or they can just be awful.
Or they could just be awful. Yeah.
Yeah, I think after writing the Street Fighter stuff, I've got to watch how I say this now, but I have got a taste for writing dick characters.
Not Dick Landmangs then.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to go there.
Yeah, so I don't know. I keep going back to the mad scientist thing. Actually, I do think there's room at some point for a mad scientist kind of story, and the Nazi war criminal guy in this one was. I mean, he was basically just defending urine and going on about, we know so much about urine now, and it tells us about bacteria. I don't know, might be something in that.
Well, you can tie all that together and have that the crazy scientist created the cat people, and then you get the whole, what are we? Are we real? Where did we come from?
Yeah, I like that. That's a good. At least it gives us something to work with depth-wise.
I think the existential crisis is definitely something we need to give this a bit more meat.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also it's Leona, isn't it? Where she was captured by Baku, and the dilemma of does she help him or stick to her belief that you don't help criminals or negotiate with criminals. And
yeah, because she saved his life, didn't she? And he kind of said, well, it was out of self-interest to get this thing off your neck, but I think deep down he knew it was an act of kindness, and that sort of swayed him later on, didn't it?
Yeah, and his experience of humanity to that point had been pretty crap. Really.
That's right, yeah. They just came in and killed everyone.
They killed everyone, and then someone planted the money and a gun on him, and then the cops just came and, and beat the hell out of him, didn't they?
Yeah, when that scene, I have to say, that was a very touching scene. As soon as I saw that, it sort of tied everything else together, and that was when you kind of got that, now I understand completely why this android is being an asshole. If I was in his position, I'd be an asshole too. People could argue that I'm an asshole, but let's not go there.
But yeah, like you said, giving a bad character a plausible reason.
Yeah.
A nice touch, I think.
I like that point you made as well about fighting against the institutionalized morality of something like the police and your own personal morality, and how that kind of plays into an existential crisis. So if you were in a situation where those two were put at loggerheads, I think you could get a really interesting conflict for a story.
Yeah, because with the police, you were kind of laughing along with them, but in the back of your head you were thinking, these guys are terrible.
Yeah, torturers, corrupt.
Not that we'd want to be playing too much into today's media and all that.
Yeah, cat people, existential crisis, institutional morality. What else is
mad scientist?
Mad scientists, yeah, that could be there.
Flipping the good guys and bad guys, giving the bad guys realistic motive and drive.
Can we have some kind of poison cloud or something?
It'd be awesome to have something like that, an overhanging threat. See, what I thought they were going to do, which they didn't, they took it a different direction, was the scientists in the lab were actually trying to figure out a way to get rid of the cloud, and the government didn't like it because it was in their best interest to keep the cloud and to keep people suffering and all that sort of thing. So they did something slightly different. So maybe we could do something like that.
You're kind of verging into like a dystopian story then, aren't you, where there's like a presumed threat, the poison if you go outside. It's like Wool by Hugh Howey. It's like that kind of the outside being poisoned and the world being almost a terrible place, and then it's a way of controlling the masses, essentially.
Yeah. Because they were all wearing masks, but I think one of the other cops said something along the lines of, we actually... we're pretty much immune to it these days because this cloud's been there for generations. So it's almost like even though it's not harming them anymore, they still have this element of control over them where they think they have to wear these masks, or there's that fear there, like you said.
Yeah, and he also said that if they removed the cloud, they'd probably all die, or because the bacteria would find a different way to attack them.
That's right, yeah.
So yeah, some sort of overhanging hanging like ecological or biological threat that just kind of plays into the background, but is a tool used by the good guys to control the bad guys.
There's definitely some stuff there.
We're pulling something together.
I really think that, like, pulling on some of the funny elements as well of this, I think we'd be doing a disservice if we didn't. Let's be honest. Like, having the horny cat girls. Like, I don't know, we could do, what's it called, like the harem kind of stuff, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that a big thing now? You can have a reverse harem with cat girls or something. No, it's not reverse harem if it's...
No, it'd be straight harem, yeah.
Okay, so harem with cat girls. I don't know, there's different ways you could play it.
Yeah, well, you could definitely use the cat girls or whatever as a sort of your sort of comedic element, can't you? Because generally they were bringing light to most of the show anyway, weren't they? Because they were just goofing around or...
Yeah, they were kind of the comic relief in a way, yeah.
I mean, the tech stuff was interesting, actually. We've not really talked about it. I like the idea that you had the new tech, you had the little kind of... I mean, what was that girl pretty much, you know, Bonaparte, the small one, you know, like the Napoleon jokes.
Yeah.
And her little, basically, motorbike tank. And then you had the kind of old technology with basically like Second World War tanks, weren't they, pretty much? The ones that were given to the criminals. So I don't know, maybe there's something we can do with like new and old tech kind of clashing or something like that.
Yeah, that would be cool. Like, would you, how different would it be? Maybe like tech from before?
Yeah, it could be like the Battlestar Galactica kind of thing of, you know, you've got a ship that is so old that it's not affected by, you know, the Cylon virus, is it? So it's like, it's a crap ship and it's really out of date, but it's humanity's last hope at the same time. I mean, or we can just rewrite Battlestar Galactica. Can we watch that instead? Like,
just throw a few cat people in. Yeah.
Battlestar Galactica with space cats.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Right, that Hollywood. That's our
Battlestar Galactica. No. I know. I always bring it down an extra notch, don't I?
Surely it'd be Galacticat.
Exactly. See, Killian, one day you'll hit something. It'll be great.
I know. You have to keep flinging shit, and one day it'll stick to the wall.
You know, I mean, maybe that's how you conduct your Sunday afternoon. It'd be cool to kind of keep it within the sci-fi field again, rather than, I don't know, because I think we've done some really cool stuff with sci-fi actually in these previous stories. I thought the stuff we did with the Street Fighter thing was actually really cool, and the symbiote stuff as well. Mm-hmm. So who knows, maybe we'll come up with something else that we can add on to the list of stuff that we definitely need to write more of. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Every time I write one of these stories, I'm like, You
know what, though? As much as I enjoyed writing the vampire thing, it was like, I don't know if I want to write any more of these, you know. It was just a bit like out of my comfort zone in a way. And same with the steampunk thing with the Lord Cyber. Like, I love writing that story. I had an absolute blast, but the story got picked up by the Other Stories podcast, and the narrator said, you know, we should do more of these. And I just thought, you know what, I don't want to. It's like, this story's great on its own, and I don't want to do more of them, really. So, you know, never say never, but the sci-fi stuff's really exciting, actually. So,
yeah, it'd be kind of nice to do something similar to what we did with Symbiote, where we've got a sort of grounded event that we're all writing different elements from. Because we had the planet with the sirens pulling the ships down, and
that was definitely the most sort of cohesive, shared thing we've done so far. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but yeah, I'd like to try something else with that series. Or sorry, I'll stop. You'll cut that.
You're winning this time. Let's say we did the giant spaceship that was another spaceship to save humanity or the cat people, and there's some sort of, I don't know, let's say they've been there for generations and they're now, I guess, a little bit more resistant to cosmic radiation, and
yeah, they've evolved to be different in some way. Or
I don't think we need that much science. It's like, we talk about space cats. It's like, you know, you have a space cat, Why are they flying a ship? Because they can see in 5 dimensions. They're cats. It's like...
You have a ship coming back that had left maybe, thousands of years ago or something. It's returned from a journey and work that into it somehow. I don't know. Like, I'm just thinking about the old versus new technology thing.
Yeah, like the Battlestar Galactica thing of the knackered old ship that is, maybe on its last mission about to be decommissioned. And
maybe a crash on the planet with the cats on it, or I don't know. Or there's cats and humans, and they all think that these are aliens on this big ship that just crashed, but it turns out it was humans who left hundreds of years ago, or I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, well, another interesting idea I've come across before was so you have your colony ship that's heading off to this planet in the distant side of the galaxy, but the time it takes it to get there, technology on the home world has advanced to a point that the new ships are getting there faster.
Yeah, that was in the Dark Forest, the Liu Cixin story. Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah.
Where they come from, Alpha Centauri, and
Yeah, so by the time they get there, the world's already been colonized, and all of their technology is like garbage.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, I love that idea. I think that's really cool. Yeah, there's definitely potential here. Just figuring out the gas cloud or whatever, the bacteria. Can bacteria live in a vacuum? I don't know. Can you have a bacterial cloud in space, and it's like this knackered old ship is the only thing that can survive it? Or
you do have they're not necessarily clouds, are they? But like nebulas and stuff, where all the matter hasn't quite formed into worlds. And
I was doing some research about the Black Death, and there was stuff in that. One of the theories about the Black Death was that it came from a meteorite.
Yes.
That the plague itself is like an alien plague. So I don't know whether we could have something like that, or I don't know.
Yeah, that would be awesome, because that could like play really well with the old versus new technology thing, couldn't it?
Yeah, I really like the thing of having the old technology that is maybe some kind of space pirates or something like that is controlled by the bad guys, but it's also cat humanity's last hope or something like that.
Space cat pirates. I am on board. Yeah, the bad guys would be pirates, but they're really good.
Oh, yeah. The like Robin Hood pirates or something. I want to just go for something really mundane, like a ocean liner in space, or something really boring, mundane.
It's just a matter of sort of nailing a story down, but we've got a lot of bits and pieces that we could put together and make something.
We just need something turning up that is just crap. Like, just like, I don't know, like squares in space or something. I don't know, just something really rubbish that is just like, oh, right, great, they're squares, they're 2-dimensional, and they look like squares, and that's it.
Just don't stand on them.
They can destroy planets, They're powerful squares. We don't know what they are, what they can do. And you've got the space cats, and it's the old ship. And
their ship's potentially cobbled together from loads of old bits of crap, so it's not affected in the same way.
Yeah, maybe the pirates can be... the pirate ship is so old that it's immune to whatever these things are that appear. And then they can save the universe. Maybe, though, they blackmail them, or, maybe they kind of hold the solar system to ransom, or, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are we getting into, like, novel territory, though?
No, because it's going to have cats, and it's a ship shaped like a dildo,
Well, if it's got dildos and pussy jokes, then...
Horny cats in space with dildos and old ships, and it's going to be good. It's going to be good. and squares, just random.
I thought those were the dildos. The thing just stand on and they kind of explode on you or something.
As I say, what you do on your own time, it's
You guys don't do that too? No? Okay.
No.
Bit awkward.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine, you got to kind of test the waters with these things, haven't you? So.
That's it. Yeah.
I'm sure you'll find your people soon.
I know. I'll find kindred spirits at some point.
If you want to get in touch with the show, then
Comment below if you're anything like Killian Carter. Actually, maybe it's better you don't.
What else? Anything else? Have we
Well-
exhausted this? Or...
I don't. I guess.
Existential crisis, that needs to be in there as well.
Yeah. Is this going to be on a ship or on a planet with a ship?
Can do either. We'll... yeah, whatever.
It's going to be like the last one. We're going to have to just like start writing it, and then we'll figure it out as we
Yeah.
start
I
getting
mean,
stuff down.
you might come up with a great moisture farmer kind of story, and then go from there. This becomes a robot.
Yeah,
And...
like I think if we can nail down what they're up against, then we can all do it that way.
Squares. Told you. That's what it is.
Squares.
But they're good squares, but they're bad squares, but they're good.
They're just squares that don't have any agency or moral intention. They're just squares in space. That's it.
Yeah, very boring squares then.
Yeah. Just beige or whatever. Just
Maybe they can spit acid fireballs. Do you know, like that guy from Earthworm Jim, the evil cat?
okay.
Do you ever watch Earthworm Jim?
I've played the game. I didn't know there was a program.
Yeah, they did a cartoon of it, and there was an evil cat. I think there was an evil goldfish and an evil cat, and the evil cat would spit acid fireballs.
Yeah, throw that in there. Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, we're nicking from everything else, so, just
Yeah, we'll be firing Sigourney Weaver in there next.
what, from the cat?
Well,
Maybe that's what we can fire into the squares, just the only thing that can destroy them is the Sigourney Weaver.
Just strap a flamethrower to her and shoot her into space.
It's also fairly well documented that cats are afraid of cucumbers.
Oh yeah, like those YouTube videos.
Yeah.
You just want to get cucumbers into your story.
Just a possibility.
Okay, well, is that like a challenge? We all have to fit a cucumber in? That sounded really bad. You know what I meant? You know what I meant?
We're not your...
Yeah, we knew what you meant. You're interested in helping Killian with his cucumber fetish, leave a comment below. So are these the exploding cucumbers that you stand on? Is that the...
I don't know.
Whose turn is it next? It's Killian's, isn't it? Is it yours? Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you please pick something that doesn't involve just anything? Just
I do have something in mind that isn't out there. So yeah.
Right. Well, based on this show, I think we know what you've got in mind. So maybe it's my turn next week.
Space cucumbers.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, it's Sakadoji, isn't it?
God. Can we have a ruling now? We're not watching that film as part of this show. Maybe if we ever set up a Patreon or something.
Oh, that would be a good one for Patreon, wouldn't it?
Otaku After Dark or something.
An evening with Otaku.
Oh, God. No. Just that film, just no.
Get your cucumbers ready.
Yeah, what was it? There was I think it was the original Devilman as well that was just
it was up there, yeah. I didn't realize it was that bad because I think, did they show some of that on terrestrial television?
Yeah, I think they cut a lot out for Channel 4. So.
Yeah, and then I looked it up online a couple of years ago and I was like, I can't remember that. Oh dear.
Yeah, the UK used to cut a lot of stuff out of anime.
Is that everything then? Have we got anything else?
As long as we definitely have to add a cucumber to the list, so.
Yeah, okay, so existential crisis, cucumber.
That's all you need, those two things.
Knackered old ship. Space cats, squares.
Mad scientist.
Mad scientist. Looking forward to an existential crisis when I put the phone down,
It's already started.
Definite reassessment needed of, I think, my life. People I associate with on a regular basis. So remember, you can follow us on the Twitter at Otaku on Writing. You can find us on Facebook. You can find us on Amazon. That's the best place to find us. Search for Otaku Stories and download and read our previous collections. I think we've got, 6 now? Amazing. Latest one, Bloodline, featuring stories inspired by Vampire Hunter D. You won't be surprised to discover that they are Vampire Tales. So check those out and support the show and leave reviews and all that. So until next time, cheerio.
Arigatou! Thank you for listening to Otaku on Writing. Otaku on Writing.
Hello and welcome to Otaku on Writing. I'm John Cronshaw.
I'm Lynn Sheridan.
Oh, where's Killian? Oh, he's not here. I don't know where he is. I'm assuming that he's in the queues for the Black Friday stuff, but there we go.
Yeah, or he's recharging his battery.
Either way, last week we brainstormed some ideas for a story based on Dominion Tank Police. I don't know if you've listened back to that episode, but my goodness. That was a cluster, I tell you.
It was certainly entertaining, that's for sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, how did you get on with it? Did you manage to get a story out of that, or are you still working on it?
I am kind of still working on it, but I've got the bones. It follows a guy who's just joined a crew on a spaceship, and he's got all the rookie jobs, and then he gets kept out of something and wants to find out what it is. So there's a little bit of intrigue, and I've pretty much got a fairly entertaining ending, so I'm hoping that should work. And obviously there's catgirls.
I was going to say, is there catgirls? That's the important thing. So.
Lots of catgirls.
Excellent. My story is, I mean, this is another one of them, like, where I've just ended up writing quite a long story just because it was a lot of fun, and it does involve catgirls in space and squares appearing from nowhere, and they're on an old kind of Battlestar Galactica style ship, except this is an old kind of cruise ship, and they're the only ones who can destroy these squares that appear. So it's a lot of fun, and I really enjoyed writing the characters because they're cats, and I was able to just kind of push the characterization to a bit of a ridiculous level, and there's a lot of jokes and a lot of, what's the word, smutty humor, let's say, in there. Yeah,
it seems only appropriate for Dominion Tank Police.
Exactly. I mean, there was no dildos or whatever, but there might